unto thee, neither are there any works like unto thy words. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name, for thou art great and doest wondrous things. Teach me thy ways, O Lord, yes, I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Oh, I will praise thee, O Lord, with all my heart, and I shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, yes, and doest wondrous things. Thou art great and do wondrous things. Thou art great and do wondrous things.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. This is how we do. This is how we do. Welcome, welcome, everyone. This is Beulah Land at Temple Kepharim, and we welcome you all. May the Most High be pleased with the actions of us all throughout our days, our weeks, our years, our months, and the times of our lives. May we always be pleasing and acceptable in His sight. May our return back home to the promised land be speedily with expert precision and accuracy, that when we get back to our land, we can do all the things that we ain't doing here. Y'all hear that? Me too. That we can do all the things in the land that we ain't done here, like unity, like fellowship and worshiping together, showing true love, being on one accord, keeping the holy days at the same time, eating the same foods, and representing the Most High to the best of our ability. And ain't nothing wrong with what I said. And yes, we can do this. We can do this, family. We can do this. Each and every one of us is to be held accountable for our actions, our thoughts, our desires, and all that we do, because we are the future. We are the hope and the promise. We are the saviors for the entire planet. And that's something that we have to realize within ourselves, the wonderful and powerful responsibility that the Most High has given unto us. So here's that time of the day, family. Shabbat Shalom to you all. This is that time of the day. We start at 11 o'clock on time. And if we're a little bit late, you wouldn't know it, because you'd be like a half hour late or 2 days late, but you wouldn't know. But we pride ourselves on being on time for every Shabbat service that we have scheduled, and every other event that we have in our lives, like being at work. If you got to be at work at 9 o'clock, you should be at least about 10, 15 of. You should always be ahead of the game when it comes to what you're doing and what you have to do. When you're scheduled to work for somebody, you always give extra. You try to please them to do what you have to do when you work for someone else. The goal is to not have to work for anyone else. The goal is to work for yourself. Sometimes it don't seem to work that way. But we're going to get started. We're going to get started. All right. So if you're one of the less fortunate ones that you have to work for someone else, then be thankful you have a job, because there's a lot of people who don't have a job. Be thankful you have a job. I know one young lady, she said she ain't never working for nobody. And she had like 10 children. At that time, she had like 5 children living with her. And she said she ain't never working for nobody else. So she had to find somebody or a way to provide for her life. And it's been very difficult. And it's still very difficult. That mindset is not good when you don't have a way or plan or object or direction in your life. Therefore, you have to work for somebody until you get to that place where you have an understanding of what you want to do. You got a vision of understanding of what you want to do and where you want to go and where you want to be and a way to get there. Just have to work hard at it. And we all can achieve that. The bad part was that she did almost none of those things. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. How are you today, sis? May the Most High be with you. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get this in, family. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. All right. So this part of the day, and I know all y'all was ready. You go out and like, you share, and you subscribe if you haven't subscribed. But if you have subscribed, then just like and share the page. You never know. It's amazing how sometimes I meet new people in Israel, and I say, "Well, how did you come and learn about our page, or how did you find us?" Well, somebody I knew, it just popped up on my timeline, and somebody shared it, and I pushed the button, and here I am. You'd be surprised how effective you can be by just simply pushing your button. It can change the trajectory of somebody's whole life because you was kind enough to share it on your page, on your social media. Therefore, we ask everyone, be kind enough to share this link to your Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. And then sometimes you can take and copy and paste it. Just keep pasting it over and over and over on your text messages. Everybody you spoke to last week, text them, text the link, the YouTube link. Just text it. And you will be surprised at the kind of people you can help in their lives. Today is going to be an amazing class. Them women be wow. They be wowed. Some of them just get under your skin. You just want to choke them. Not me. I don't do that. No, I don't never want to choke a woman. It's not me. I'm just saying that's what I be hearing in the bar when I be sitting at the lounge drinking beer and smoking the weed. That's what I be hearing. That's what the people be saying. But not me. I don't be wanting to choke them. I don't sit in no bar. I don't smoke no weed. I don't do no drinking. That's not me. So I'm just talking. But on the real side of things, a lot of males don't know how to control a woman. And what I mean control, don't take it to the extreme and create something negative in your mind when I say control. Let's say, for example, if you get pulled over by a police officer, right? You get pulled over by a police officer and you totally out of order. Got weed in your car, you driving while you drinking, you ain't got no driver's license. That police officer walk over to your car, the first thing he's going to ask you for is your driver's license and registration. Well, you can control that situation. You can control that police officer for the most part, all based on how you approach him, how you speak to him, how you say what you have to say with the right attitude and the right spirit. You'd be surprised at the effect that you will have on the police officer. Same thing I'm saying with your woman. A lot of people, when I say control, it's not like you pulling strings and making them bounce around and none of that crazy stuff. That's not what it is. It's how you talk to people, how you demonstrate who you are and your intentions to people. That's how you control somebody or control the situation. So let's talk about these unruly women. How do you tame an unruly woman? Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Ima. Let's see how you tame an unruling woman. Prince gonna teach y'all today. He gonna show y'all. He gonna, and if anybody disagree, you could just come in, raise your hand, and you can start your talk and let us hear what you got to say. Because everybody has the opportunity to speak. And if you got something to say, please say it. Please don't hold your tongue. Please say it. I can even share it with you the mic, or you can just post it in the room and we'll bring it up and we'll address it. All right. So let's get rocking and rolling, everybody. Let's get rocking. How to tame a woman. Mm, mm, mm. You can just imagine where this lesson gonna go. Whoo! How do you? How do you? I can't even get it out my mouth. He said, "Let's rock." How do you tame a woman? I bet so many people just sitting back waiting for this lesson to start. Oh, Prince, hurry up, get into the lesson, get into the lesson. But you know, we got to warm up first. We gotta go through. We gotta go through the proper procedures because we do this because a lot of people come to class late, and when they be coming late, we don't want them to miss the bulk of the lesson. So what we do is we give acknowledgments to the Creator. You know, we give commandments. You know, and that usually take about an hour usually, and that gives the people who are, how can I say, no, less disciplined. They are less disciplined. The late people be less disciplined, and they don't know how to get together on time like they should. They always late, getting laid off and fired because they late for work all the time. My brother just texted me and said, I'm watching Prince brother Isaiah from Philly. Zeke in the house. He said, I'm watching Prince. Okay. I pray that you are watching because it's going to be a very valuable lesson today. When we get to that point, it's going to be very valuable. And you can text in the messages, you can text and you can take the mic and come in and speak your piece if you like to. We share around here. We value everybody's opinion. I'm going to put the link in the room in case everyone decides, if anyone decides they want to come in and speak. There's the link. All you need to do is hit the link and you can come in and speak your part. May the Most High be praised. Let's get it going, y'all. Let's get it going. It's that time. All right, Iman, did you say you wanted to be first? I'm going to tell y'all, brace yourself because Iman got some stuff she want to talk about. Go ahead, Iman. You got the floor, baby girl. You got the floor. Shabbat shalom. Oh.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. All praise, all glory unto our Creator for allowing us, me, everyone at the sound of my voice, and we'll hear lesson later to make it to another beautiful Shabbat day. It's storming out here, not like, well, it storms, then it slows down. And sometimes the rain has you real like calm and just tired and sluggish. And so, yeah, one of those days. But grateful nonetheless because we are in hot Georgia. And so the rain definitely gives us a nice cool off to be able to, push through. So all praises to the Creator for the rain, the sun, for all of it. Giving thanks and praises to the Creator for my Horim, my parents, for everything. And I mean everything that they have left on record, left in this earth to be continued. Sometimes you don't realize, I won't even say sometimes, but different situations allow you to see and realize the lessons that your parents taught you. And in so many ways, as you're living throughout life, you'll hear their voice or you'll remember something that they told you, which helps you to get on camera. I see. Okay. What helps you to, I don't know, pull through something, or it reminds you, you might be disciplining your child or talking to them about just life, and everything your parents talk to you about is coming out, you know, in those words. And I was speaking to some young, beautiful daughters, not my personal biological daughters, but daughters spiritually, and just acknowledging how, you know, when we decide as young women, especially in our young age, right? When we decide as young women, our young age, to go off in life and not adhere to the advice of our fathers, our uncles, grandfathers, whomever that positive, righteous male figures in your life, that's one of the first biggest mistakes we make. Because once we do that, we're basically putting aside the wisdom and going off on our own, what we think is our own wisdom, but we don't even have real wisdom at that point in our lives as young women, right? Or as young men, really. And if we can tailor that, knowing that, because back in the day, in our ancient fathers and foremothers days, they didn't leave the house at the time we leave. We'd be like, we 18, we out. We have no idea what the world is about at that time. But we go out there, we disobey our parents, we disobey the word of our fathers or our order, our lead at that time, our head, and we go out and make the worst decision, which is picking a man that is completely the opposite of what our parents or father particularly has told us to do. And once we make that first mistake, that can control the trajectory of the rest of your life, the children you have, all these things. So, you know, I just speaking, and I guess, you know, as you get older, and I am gaining age, and with age, prayerfully, comes wisdom, or at least acknowledging, you know, the reality of where you are. And so through that, it just started to make me really think like, this is why I've been so much harder on my children, because I know the choices I made against what my father advised me to do. And I know what it cost me in the long run and what it could have cost my children. But because I have a loving and strong, beautiful family, my family still stayed with me and supported me, and which ultimately gave my children the foundation of what was missing, but that didn't have to be missing if I had listened from the beginning. So a lot of times we make these choices and we don't have to. And a lot of times these choices can destroy our life. So I want to just, yeah, I wasn't even planning on saying that, but that's what came. But yes, giving thanks for my parents and what they taught me. Giving thanks to the Creator for my Ish, for my husband, for the wisdom, the guidance, the protection, everything that he gives. I heard a comment the other day. Somebody said, and I don't think they realized what they said, but I heard it like, well, you know, you're good because you've never been a single mom. And I think people, because they don't know my husband and I's story, they just assume that we've been married for all these years. And then they're like, well, you don't struggle for anything, and I don't share my story with people like that either. I'm not just going around making Facebook posts about the struggles I've had in this world, or glorifying the life that I live now. I just live. And if you come in the midst of me and we speak, then you get to understand who I am and why I am the way I am. And I just want to encourage all of us and say that even though we make choices and they may be bad choices for us in the beginning, that the Most High, if we truly love the Most High and we gather ourselves as women, that's the first foundation. Gather yourself as a woman, define your worth, build yourself up to know the worth of who you are as a woman. That when the Most High does bless you with a man of integrity, with a man of righteousness, you will know how to carry yourself. And then you will choose better, because what I know is, when I think about my past, is that man or that situation, that relationship may not have been right for me, but it may be right for another woman. And so that's another thing that I teach women. It's not about talking down about your past, but looking at the positive of it, understanding that the choice you made wasn't the choice that the creator had plans for you. So of course it's not going to work the way that you desire it to work, but it may work for somebody else. That man may be the greatest man for another woman. It just wasn't for you because that wasn't the Most High's divine order. You felt like it was because you wanted it so much. And the Most High tells you he'll give you what your heart desires. But that's not always a good thing. And people be like, oh, yeah, that's a good thing. That's not always a good thing because your heart could desire to do evil. And the Most High is going to give you over to it because there's a lesson to be learned from it. And so, yeah, so, I think that's just other, things that have come into my heart and my mind these last few days, especially being around young women and seeing them and praying that they don't make the same choices I made. Because also it's my job as a mother in the community, as a princess, as a leader, to take our young daughters, especially if they come in the midst of me, sit them down and talk to them because it's not right, and I see it done a lot, that we have elders in the midst of us that they don't do that. They don't give the wisdom. They don't try to get to the young women and talk to them until they make the choices. Then they talk bad about them. Then they want to ostracize them, and that doesn't help either. So we have to take our youth. We have to take each other by hand if we truly love each other and help build each other up and teach each other how to do it. So yes, Chief Malak, learn from it and build from it. That's the biggest thing. Yeah, and so I want to also give thanks to the Creator for a beautiful week. I'll be honest, I am really drained. I had a very long week of preparing. Our school starts in actually 6 days. And so for honestly, the last month, I have been grinding, getting all the things together. We have personalized book bags for the children, teachers planning books for our educators, uniform shirts, field trip shirts, like all these things. And we've just been getting it. And the other day, we had our open house. And just the preparation for the open house alone, I was up for 3 days straight from 5 a.m. to at least midnight on the computer, talking to teachers, talking to our media and educator, our media director, and she's our media and marketing director. And we were just getting it in like all day, all night, just to prepare because what I was taught by my grandmother, my mother, is a first impression, is a lasting impression. And when you present yourself to the world, no matter if it's two people, one person, or a million, you have to present yourself in the manner that you want them to remember you by. And so that's what stood out in my thought as I was doing this. I said, it's not about being tired. It's not about whether I ate this or that or did this and that. It's about what we're presenting, because what we're doing is we're establishing a place where parents can feel trustworthy enough to send their children to be educated and loved and cared for and liked and built up by us. Your children, when they go to school, wherever you send them to school, they're with those people 8 to 10 hours a day. And so you should know that they are doing their very best from their heart for your Yeladim. And a lot of times, especially in these public school systems, that's not the case. So we have to be very mindful. And so when we did this, that's what was in my heart. Let's present to them who we are, so that they can, before even some of them may never get to meet us personally because we're a virtual school, but that they can entrust us with the rearing of their children for those hours. And so, so we did it was a beautiful open house, and the hard work paid off. I remember was telling my husband, not even in a complaining way, but just like, ooh, I am so exhausted. And he said the hard work's going to pay off. And indeed, it did. In many ways, outside of the open house, I had calls all week, different people calling me, encouraging me, telling me different ways to help the school and all these different magnificent things that the Creator was bringing forth. And I'm just so, I'm humbled, I'm grateful that He has chosen us to do this as a part of our life path work. And I will, I tell everybody I was, in all honesty, when my husband first established the school and brought it to me of his idea, his vision. For so many years he had this vision. I was not on board, not in the capacity that I am now. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll support it. Let's hire somebody to do this, let's hire somebody to do that. Because I was just like, not, that wasn't my focus. And but the Most High made it my focus, and I'm grateful that He did, because He's shown me inside of myself that I did not want to see, maybe, or just didn't accept inside of me. And but I'm grateful and I'm humble that He has allowed me to see this side of myself. Um, and one thing I'm grateful for, and I thought about the other day, is that I'm grateful that my father was able to see the beginning of this and actually participate. He played his flute every year at our voice program. And so I'm grateful, that he got to see some of the fruit of the labor that him and my mother and so many others have put forth, of us building a freedom school, building a school that we own on our land. I mean, the power and all that is beyond words at times. So I can't even truly, honestly express my gratefulness in words. The only thing I can do is to continue to build and do what the Most High has set for us to do. And then show my parents, as they are in the ethers of the world at this time, that everything that they sacrificed in their life did not go in vain. And so that's my life's mission at this point, along with continuing the raising of our children and all the generations to come, and the children that we bring into our family at our school, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. So giving thanks and honor to the Most High for a blessed event, for a blessed team that we have there, beautiful staff, 14 educators, and we still have people calling wanting to teach and volunteer. And that's all blessings from the Most High. I don't take any credit for what He has done for us. So all praises, all glory unto Him. Zebu.
What's the name of this lesson? How to Tame a Woman. That is a tamed woman. You know what I mean? But you won't understand what I'm saying until you hear the lesson. But that is a tamed woman. She was the perfect example of the day's lesson. Watch. We're going to show you. We're going to show you. You'll see. Ishi, did you say you wanted to be next, Ishi? Go ahead, Ishi. You got it. You got the floor, Ishi.
I can't do it long now because I'm busy with baby cares. But Shabbat Shalom to the family. I'm grateful to be a part of the GHATK family, and witnessing the open house and everyone coming in. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing. Baby cares broke out with a rash this week. So honestly, this week and last week has been quite stressful for me. But we've seen, I think we're at the end of it. It just keeps going and coming back. So I pray the Most High just makes it go from his body permanently, completely, hopefully, from his body. So that's what I am praying for this day. And yeah, other than that, I'm grateful to witness another beautiful Shabbat and spend time with my family yesterday and today. Shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. All right. Anyone else? I guess it's my turn, huh? Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aim. Imam Sakari.
Shabbat Shalom, Lakalam. Once again, Ema Sakari, or Zaquena Sakari, she's our elder. So grateful to the Most High. He brought me into this day, blessed for harmony and strength you give me in spirit. Please continue to grant me endurance. All praises.
May the most high be praised. Beautiful piece. All right, is it my turn? Well, when y'all hear this lesson today, y'all gonna be like, wow. Well, if you disagree, you disagree. That's all right. But we're gonna show you what this is about. How to tame a woman. I am so grateful to the Most High for the women He has in my life. How He surrounded me with these queens, these royal young ladies who do their very best to be their very best, even in the learning process. It's a very difficult journey. Everybody in their life goes through their life struggle. It's unique to every individual. The only thing I would ask that is if you are asking for advice from people, let it be people who have experienced what you're asking them advice about and have made it through. Because a lot of people get stuck in those positions and that baggage stays with them for a long time. They really can't give you advice on how to be married to a real man because they never had a real man. Sometimes even your mother being with your daddy and your daddy ain't a real man, even your mama can't give you advice because she doesn't understand how to be with a real man. So you got to look and understand the people that you're questioning how to do things. Okay, I'll give you a better example like this. And I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. If it comes off disrespectful, then take it that way. I might be talking to you, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful and I have no intentions on being disrespectful. It's time we stop playing games with people and just be real with them. We messed up. We need a lot of help. And a lot of people talk like they know what they don't, but they don't. And you can tell that they don't because of the reflections in their lives. Let's put down the game. Let's put down the shenanigans. Let's put down the egos and let's be real with this. The Most High hasn't given us but a limited amount of time to live this life that we're living. Some has a little longer than others, but whatever the amount of time that the Father has bestowed upon you to have to live it to your fullest. And living life to your fullest means being a responsible adult. It means being accountable for what you do. And if a lot of you have not been accountable through the majority of your life, that's why you're getting what you're getting. You're not doing what the Creator has for you to do. You're pretty much doing what you want to do and trying to make it fit into the lifestyle that the Creator has for you. It doesn't work that way because the Creator don't compromise. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom to you and the family. Tell my brother I say Shabbat Shalom, please. You have to get back and seek. And I'm grateful to the Most High that He's allowed some of us to see what it is that He has for us to see. And we finally get it, Creator. We get it. And we stop moving in the wrong direction and start moving to His tune. Start moving according to how He is directing us to move. I'm grateful, very grateful. And as my Isha said, or my Nashim, as they have said today about the school, one is the principal and one is a director of our school. We created, we formed, we making it work, we making it happen, and we're so grateful. And we had what was that? Opening. Be patient. I got it. We had a open house the other day, and it was phenomenal. It was a beautiful event just to sit back and watch and listen and learn and watch the energy that was being put into it, watch how everybody moved. It was a beautiful event. Could you put the link in there for the website so people can go visit? We're not asking you to do anything all outside of the Shabbat. If you want to make any donations or register, do that after Shabbat. But we would like to give you the link. Can you put the link in the chat, please? So we're going to put the link in the chat just so that you'll have access to the school if you decide later you want to do it. We have a private school, private Hebrew school for Hebrew children, but it's for everybody, anybody that want to come, but they got to abide by the Hebrew lifestyle. So we have a private school for Hebrew children. As growing up in this way of life for so many years, we've never had that. We didn't have an opportunity for our children to be educated by us, for us, and with us. Never had that. We've always, the majority of us, went to public schools. I do remember one sister. Oh, wish I could remember her name. She had the Moshe Academy back in Philadelphia, a private Hebrew school back then, a Moshe Academy. I never understood how difficult it was for her to run her school. If I would have yesterday, understood back then how difficult of a time it must have been for her to run that school, I would have given her all the support I could possibly give her just to invest in the future of our children. It's a very difficult job to own and operate and run a school. Just to run a school is very difficult, extremely difficult, and you need all the help you can get, all the support you can get. Because I'm gonna say it on the slow tip, but most of the parents don't pay, or they pay late, they pay slow. But yet your payroll got to get paid every time payroll is due. So it's a lot of work to it. So, it is what it is. May the Most High be praised, but I'm grateful and thankful for what we have, the people that's involved, the people that come out and do what they're doing. We're so grateful for all the help and participation that they do. Because without them, there would be no school. Without them, division could not take place. Without them, nothing could happen. So it ain't got nothing to do with Prince. Prince just lit the fire, but everybody came and got involved and engulfed, and everybody at the school gives 150% of themselves to see the school be successful. And I'm grateful. So that's just two of the little things we got going on. And there are a lot of other things that we got going on down here on the land too. But, like the wise people tell you, don't tell anybody what you're doing all the time. But just know we got a lot going on down here. So much have changed. I wanted to say something real slick, but I'm gonna leave that alone. But so much has changed in a short period of time. It's been I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful for all that the Father's doing. We get people want to come in and be a part of the community. We got one young lady just moved in the community, and we're blessed and grateful to have her here and have the opportunity to help her to develop, to grow, to understand a lot more about the Most High and how she should live as a Hebrew woman. We're grateful and very appreciative for that opportunity. But there's a lot of people who have been trying to come and be a part of the community. But you got to know this. We don't allow niggas to come. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with the color of your skin, be it a nigga. It's something we don't even like to use, but we're going to use it right now. It has nothing to do with the color of your skin. It's the mentality of your mind. It's how you're moving in your spirit. You're conniving, you're slick, you're cunning, you get high, you smoke weed, and you just let that consume your life and your daily activities. These are not the types of people that is going to be in the forefront of this nation. Because you come here and you live with us, you have to be the echelon of Israel. You have to be the best of the best of the best. If not, then you just all right. But we require you to give it your best when you're here. And if you don't want to do that, it's okay. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to be here. You can go and wait for the rest of Israel as they grow and develop into who they have to be. That's okay. But over here, you're going to get a master's course in worship of the Most High. Now, whether you do it or not, that's up to you. I don't know. But I promise you, if you don't abide by the teachings and the instructions and the visionary teachings that you'll be getting, it will show and manifest in your life. It will also show and manifest in your health. If you don't follow the instructions that you're being given, you don't have to, because here we don't force anybody to do anything. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. You just can't live here if you're not doing it. And some people think, well, I'm going to do it in their face, but I'm not going to do it behind their back. So if you don't do it in our face and behind our back, if you don't keep this way of life, the Most High will expose you because we don't have to know. He knows everything. And when the Most High exposes you, it's not something that you're going to like because you're going to sit down one day and you're going to look and say, what am I doing wrong in my life? Why is everything falling apart in my life? It's because you got that nigga attitude. You're trying to get over. You're not trying to be honest. You're not trying to be a forthright person. You're not trying to walk in your integrity. But those are the type of people that we desire. People who walk in their integrity. You ain't got to be perfect. You ain't got to be wealthy. You ain't got to be rich. Well, we would like you to have a job, but it don't matter because we're doing things to create jobs for our people. So that's where we at. We just need the best of the best. And if you want to be the best of the best, come. We teach you Hebrew. This whole life is engulfed with the ways of our forefathers, how our forefathers lived. So many people talk about it, but very few people actually live in it. Well, we live in it. We here on this land in Beulah Land in Temple Key-Farine in Sparta, Georgia, and we're living it. And we welcome because this is your place. This is your home. You have to make the decision to decide that this is what you want to do. And if you make that decision and you come, we understand nobody's perfect. We'll work with you for a period of time to help you build up, to get yourself right, to get yourself to be the best you can be. We'll help you in that process. We're willing to help everybody, especially people who come and really give of themselves. We're willing to help. But there comes a time in that relationship where you have to let the past go. That means all the negativity that you possess in your behavior from your past, you have to let it go. You got to let it be in the past. And you have to want to become a new being, a new individual, a better, improved individual. And as long as you're striving for those things, we cool. But if you want to keep going back and forth, smoking weed, stop weed, smoke weed, stop weed, you can't make it up in your mind what you want to do. You're indecisive. Sometimes you just need a little bit of courage. Well, we want to be the one to help to motivate you by giving you that courage, that inspiration, that help you look deeper into yourself to know that you could do anything you decide you want to do, and you can do it well. So that's who we are, and that's what I'm grateful for. The opportunity to be in such a wonderful position that I can help my brothers and sisters, and my brothers and sisters can come and help us too, because we need a whole lot of help. We got a lot of things going on down here. We need a lot of help. And if you want to help and you don't really want to physically live on here, just contact one of us and let us know what your talents are. Let us know what your skills are, your abilities. We dealing with everything from money to schools to education to real estate. We into so many different areas of life, psychology, spiritual leaders, all type of stuff. We welcome it all. So if you have a special skill or a special talent, reach out and let us know. And if we can find a place for sure we can, because we got so much going on. Last thing I want to talk about is the mentorship program. We are still in the process of looking for mentors from our adults to mentor some of our children, some of our youth. We're still looking for, we got like 3 people so far who have signed up for the program, but we got so many children. 3 is just not enough. We need many more. We need males and female adults to sign up for the mentorship program to help mentor our young children. And it'll be supervised. So, if what you don't know, you can get the help to learn. So, if you feel like you're pretty good in life right now, where you can actually give back and help somebody else, or you may be a parent or a person with no children, and you got a lot of time and resources where you would like to share that with a child, and the legal system won't let you adopt nobody, or you don't make enough money for them according to their system to adopt anybody. We're not worried about that. We just need you to be about this way and be about this way for real, that you can help a child to get some answers to some of the questions that they may have, you know. So there you have it, family. So those are the things that I am grateful for, that the Most High has placed in our spirit to allow us to approach the Israelite community and see who's really willing to not talk the talk, but walk the walk. And that's where we at. May the Most High be praised. And if you have anything that you're grateful for, you like to post it in the room, you can post it in the room. If you want to come on the live chat and speak, there's the link. You can come on the chat. And you don't have to come on the chat and let your face be shown. You don't want to. But if you do, you can. But if you don't want to, you can just stay in the dark. Doesn't matter. And you can just speak from the dark, from the shadows. But it's cool. But I am so grateful because the Creator has surrounded me with these women, my Nasheen, and each one has a unique role in this whole situation and how everything unfolds. I'm grateful. So may the Most High be praised. All right. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Just remind people to like, share, and
Okay, Ema, I want to say something. Let me see. Go ahead, Ema. You got it, Ema. Let me go on mute.
Shalom. I just wanted to remind everyone to like, share, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We have about, my husband likes to say 2,000 people in the room, and we only have 5 likes. So everybody go like, share, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you can stay in tune to the things we are doing. And that's it. Say boo.
That's it. Toda Rabah, Toda Rabah. Doze! Shabbat Shalom, Sister Doze. How are you? D-O-Z in the house. All right, Shabbat Shalom. So let's get started. Somebody just sent me a message. Let me see what he said. Please give me 1 second, please. Shabbat Shalom. Let's get started, family. So this is the time now, since everybody has done their Shabbat. He says, I have commanded you, Kazak, be strong. Do not be terrified or dismayed. For Adoni Yah with you wherever you go. Okay, may the Most High be praised. Torah. And that came from my brother Melchizedek from Florida. May the Most High be praised. All right, so now is the time for us to give a commandment. Since nobody wants to thank the Most High, then let's give a commandment. Okay? You got a commandment already? No, nobody thanks the Most High. Nobody else is in there typing, thanking the Creator for anything. Okay, very well. All right, Ima, you got the floor?
Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam. My commandment can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 22, verse 21 through 23. And it reads, "You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If 22, if thou afflict them in any wise, for if they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. 23, my wrath shall wax hot, and I will unalive you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless." When I read that, it just gave me chills. Because just in plain words, it's just telling you that, and what he commands us to always, look out for the fatherless and the widow. And so he says, if you wrong them and they cry out unto him, and he hears them, he will wax hot. And he says, and they cry out unto him. Oh, that's and he will wax hot, and he will smite you, like take your life. And then your children will be fatherless, and your wife will be a widow. It's confirmation for me when I read that, because when I was talking to the sisters yesterday, I was talking about having great leadership and having unrighteous leadership, or leadership that's not really truly ready to be leadership. If you have amongst you as a leader, and this is just me speaking, my opinion. I know, a lot of male leadership does not like to take wisdom or advice from women. However, being a woman, being of having had different leadership and been in other congregations, there's a pattern that has to be broken where it comes to truly being a righteous cover to a widow or to fatherless children, to a single mother of children. Because the Most High said, if you do them wrong and they cry out unto you, he will surely smite you. He said he will wax hot. That means when I don't know if people understand what wax hot means. Like, I don't know if you've ever touched hot wax, like physically, or if you've seen in life lava coming out of a volcano. Like, that's what I imagine when I hear wax hot. Like, it's no return from that. That burn is imminent, right? And so I just, want to say, because one thing I know is you don't want your wife to be a widow and your children to be fatherless and someone do them wrong. And I think a lot of times we don't put ourselves in that space, or the ones that we love in those shoes. And I think that commandment clearly shows you, think before you act, because your wife and children can become the same as what you are mistreating. And you would never want somebody to do that to yours. So please don't do it to others. And I think, and it's beyond just saying, saying nice words. But how do you, as a leader, as a man, cover that family, that widow, those fatherless children? How do you take care of them? Do you truly look out for them? Do you make sure that woman, if she is raising these fatherless children, is making the right decision, so when she brings another man into their life, that they have a true father, a true head figure, righteous, strong, most high fearing, most high adhering. And so all of that is what I think about when I read that law. And all it's confirmation for me, because it's exactly what I was speaking to the young sisters about yesterday. If you don't have that righteous covering, and they're not leading and covering those, we need that guidance. We make these decisions, and then we have this covering. That covering is supposed to be like, no, we have rules. This is an order. And part of the biggest problem in Israel is order is not adhered to. And then when it is adhered to, it's an order that, honestly, it doesn't please the creator. It pleases the man. It pleases that leader. And when that happens, he's doing it under what he makes him feel good as a leader, not what the creator has commanded him to do and be as a leader, if that's understood. And I'm not trying to come over here and preach to no leaders or anything like that. But I just want that law. When I read stuff and I was talking about stuff and something comes out that the Most High commanded, I look at it as confirmation. The Most High is saying, yes, speak on it. Oh, bring it up, because it's happening. Things that we see in the book that he put as law, he put it there because it's going to happen or it's happening. And we have to be reminded of what he said not to do and to do, so that we don't end up in the same way of another person that we are mistreating, and our families get the wrath of that. We don't want to see that. I don't want to ever see the Most High's hot wax come before anybody, especially a leader, because your family will suffer. And that's not, it's not fair, one, and it's just not a place that you want your family to be in. So that's it. Shalom.
All right, I have to ask you to read that one more time for me. Very good commandment. It covers a lot of secrets in Israel. One secret it covers is how to receive great blessings. Because when the Most High tells you He's going to punish you, severely punish you, the opposite effect is that it severely bless you. So therefore, if you walk in alignment with that curse, then you're going to be suffering extremely. But if you walk in alignment with the opposite of that curse, then you bring about blessings upon your own life. So read that commandment again so we can see how to be blessed.
Okay. You can hear me, right? Okay. Okay. The law came from the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 22, verses 21 through 23. And it reads, "You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child, if thou afflict them in any wise. For if they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry." So like me, because he said, if he hears them, he said, he will surely hear their cry. Meaning he's gonna hear them. My wrath shall wax hot, and I will unalive you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless.
That's the Creator. He says, do not do any evil to the widow. He didn't ask you how the widow lived her life. He didn't ask you how the widow's husband, whether you liked him or not. He didn't ask you none of those questions. He said, if that woman is a widow, she qualified. And you better be careful in how you treat her. But watch this part. Watch this next one. Or any fatherless child. How many children do we know today that are fatherless? Sure, there's a lot of guys who are walking around who got children, but if the child doesn't have a father in his life, he's fatherless. And that's how so many of us are growing up today. Young children are growing up today fatherless, but their father's up breathing, walking around town somewhere, doing what he wants to do. But the woman took on the courage and the strength to keep those children alive by doing what she got to do to feed them every day. And where you at, brother? A lot of males don't understand what it's required to raise children. So therefore, if the man is alive, it don't matter. If he's not in the life of those children, then those children are what? Fatherless. So a lot of these little young Israelite children and people of the world that we see today, that these women are struggling trying to raise these children by themselves, they're really fatherless. So if you're a male and you want to become a man, or if you're just a male and you want some blessings from the Creator, what must you do? Take hold of one of them young children or all of those young children and be a father to them. We got this thing today in our minds with black men because of social medias and things of that nature that teaches us, don't no man want to be tied down with another man's children. You ain't got to be in a relationship with the mother to help provide. See, that's the sickness of our minds. We always think we got to get something from somebody in order to do something for somebody. That wasn't what the Father said. He didn't focus on the mother unless she was a widow. He focused on those children. And that's what you, as a Hebrew man or a Hebrew male, the only thing you should be focusing on is those children. We got a brother right here, Brother Benjamin. I like to talk about this brother when I can. He's in the room. If he's not still here, he was. Every once in a while, Brother Benjamin calls me up. Hey, Prince, do y'all need anything? Can I do anything for y'all? He's talking about the school. He ain't talking about Prince Pocket. He talking about what he can do for the school or the community. He wants to be able to help. And every once in a while, I say, yeah, you can do this. And guess what? It's done. In the shadow of a heartbeat. This is what the Father's talking about. You ain't got to go to the woman to take and help provide for that child. You ain't got to be up in her box, in her inbox, or up in her phone and sporting her and trying to sex her and trying to have a relationship with her to do what the Creator commands for you to do, and that's to provide for these children. Give her a gift. Send her an anonymous a letter or some KSF, some money in the mail. You know, and Creator don't say to you, you got to know what she's going to do with the money in order for you to do it. He don't say that. If you don't think she's going to do right, give it to Prince. And Prince will make sure that those children get what those children are supposed to have. You understand me? That's how we move. But if you're one who doesn't do anything for the widow or the children of the Most High, the fatherless children of the Most High, then you shouldn't really be asking the Creator for too much, because you're not doing what He requires for you to do as a person with means. We got so many people constantly going back and forth to the Most High, asking the Most High for different things. Creator, I need this. Creator, help me with that. I ain't got this. I ain't got that. They always crying. A lot of people are always crying to the Most High about what they ain't got. But when they want to get high, they got enough money to go get that weed. When they want to drink that liquor, they got enough money to go get that liquor. When they want to go out with their girls or their homies, they got enough money to go do all those things. Even if they had to borrow it, they got it. We don't know how resourceful we are in times of need. When we really get our mind fixed on something and we want something that bad, we find a way to get it. We find a way to get it. But then we get on our knees and cry to the Creator about things that we don't have. We don't know what it's like really to be without, because most of us have never really been without. When your desires exceed past your means, then you usually have difficulty. When you allow your means to dictate your desires, you're usually in a comfort zone. Don't live above your means. Stay in that comfort zone where you're able to do what you do and do it without having to ask anybody for assistance. So why did I talk about that? Because this is what I want to say. All of us are in position to help someone else. A lot of people say, I can't even pay my own electric bill. I can't even pay my own mortgage, my own rent. I really ain't got no money to give to another family. It could be $10, $15. He didn't tell you how much. It could be a pair of pants. It could be some shirts. It could be some shoes. It could be anything, some book bags, some school books. It could be anything. But you got to show interest in the welfare of somebody else. A lot of us don't see the importance of that. It's a spiritual power that we can have that we don't even realize. The Most High just want to see you do something for somebody else without strings attached. You ain't got to be in the mom inbox. You ain't even got to know who the mother is. You just got to know that that child is fatherless, and you look out for that child. We have so many fatherless children in Israel today. And the males, not the men, but the males are walking around sporting their stuff. Can't say nothing about them because they think they right. And they trash. So many of them are trash. And it's time for us to start holding people accountable. It's time for us to start standing up and calling people out for what they are. And some of those people who are trash sit in positions of leadership. Some of them sit in position of leadership. Let me show you. If the leader got a trash dude in his congregation and he know this dude is trash, then what is the leader? Because the leadership is supposed to be there to elevate you to the next level, raise you up. But a lot of leaders only looking for a lot of people, a lot of followers. They're not looking for the pureness and genuinosity or genuinity of people. They're not searching for that. They're not looking for people to be the best version of themselves that they could possibly be so that they can contribute to humanity in a positive way. They're not looking for that. They just want a lot of people in their congregation on Shabbat when they have service. That's all they're concerned with. And then after Shabbat service over, you don't hear from them no more. You don't see them no more. You don't even know much about them no more. That's why it's important that you have a community. And then make sure you drop your couple dollars in the box whenever you get a chance. That's all. That's all they're looking for. A lot of people. It's not about the love of the Most High. It's not about the love of the Most High's people. But if you want some blessings from the Creator, help provide for the widow, help provide for the fatherless, and the Father will bless you. Believe me. Be your best to do your best, and do your best to be your best, for that is the ultimate goal of life. When you're sitting back, just taking life and coasting, your life doesn't usually prosper as much when you are really fighting for prosperity. And I mean grinding for something. That's when your life usually prospers, when you're on your grind. All right. I'm gonna leave it alone, but that was an excellent commandment. Excellent commandment, something for us to consider. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Thank you, Ima.
Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam once again. Zaquina Sukari's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 8, verse 18. And it reads, "But thou shalt remember the Creator thy power, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he swore unto thy fathers, as it is this day." And her explanation is, "I will trust in the ways of the Most High."
I be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. You know, I like that part where it says, "What is he that giveth the power to get wealth?" The Most High is the one who giveth the power to get wealth. Let's talk about that for a minute. If you see that you're going through hard times and you're struggling, and it's been upon you for quite a while, usually it means that there's something about your lifestyle that you're not doing right. It don't mean that the Most High is trying to hurt or harm you. Sometimes it means he's trying to get your attention. You know, sometimes the Most High take you through difficult times just to try to get you to turn back to him and say, "Father, I'm ready." But when you turn back to the Most High, you have to evaluate your life, and you have to look at your life and see all the things that you're doing in your life that you know are not acceptable to him, and stop from doing those things. Sometimes it's more difficult than others. But believe me, if you really want the blessings from the Creator, like this, like right here, he says in the commandments, "See, don't I open the windows of heaven and shower down so many blessings upon you that you won't have room to receive them all." If you want blessings like that, even close to that, all you got to do is what the Most High commands of you to do. And providing for the widows, providing for these Yeladim, the children, that's a key way to get blessings from the Creator. Key way. And start with taking care of your own children first. You know, there's a lot of guys who got children that they don't even take care of. And then they hook up with a girl and take care of her kids and her, but don't take care of his own children. That's not good. That's a bad thing. The chicken brothel. Shabbat Shalom, me and Koresh are in attendance. Koresh! Shabbat Shalom, Koresh. You got a lot of males that do that, and that's not a good thing. They won't take care. They got 3 and 4 children with 3 and 4 different women and don't supply nothing for none of them. And then they hook up with this little shorty. She look good. They start laying down together. He moving in with her or he ain't moving in with her. But he starts providing for her and her children, some other man's seed, and put them above his own seed. That relationship might last a year or two, and then it's over. And all that you invested in that woman and her household could have went to your children first, and then you may have had some left over to give to her. You're not going to get blessings from the Creator by doing it that way. You have to take care of your own first because you brought them into this life. They didn't ask to be here. You brought them here. So just be careful and mindful. If you're trying to win some favor from the Most High by way of money, like Iman said, if you're trying to win favor by the Most High, thou shalt remember the Most High, thy power, for it is He that giveth the power to get wealth. He gives you the power to get wealth. And I don't care how much money you're making. It will miraculously disappear some kind of way. You'll be like, man, I don't know what happened to it. And you'll be in that rat race over and over and over trying to get it and not realizing, I know, and I can speak like this because it happened to me. You'll be in that rat race over and over and over trying to make it happen, trying to figure out where it's all going because you don't know. It's something that you ain't doing right that the Most High don't want. He wants your attention. He don't want you doing what you're doing, but you go against what He has for you in your life. That guy you with, you know you ain't got no business with that guy. You know you ain't got no business with him. That girl you sleeping around with, you ain't got no business with her. And you ain't got no business hanging out with them dudes that you hanging out with because they're not about this life and you know it, but you still want to hang in that corner. Them girlfriends you chit-chatting with, why are you doing this? You got to watch your conversation because a lot of times y'all be chit-chatting and y'all chit-chatting about things you shouldn't be chit-chatting about, which is causing you to have bad behavior in your real life, having bad thoughts in your mind. Your thoughts eventually become your reality. You meditate on something strong enough, it will become a part of your life. And that's a fact. That's how it's called manifestation. So you got to be careful about what you do and when you do it and how you do it. You have to be careful. So let's move on. Anybody else post a commandment? Anyone else? Isha, you have a commandment for the day? Does anyone else have a commandment for the day?
No, I don't see any.
Wow. Boy, we just ain't getting no participation today. All these people, 2,300 people in the room, and nobody has a commandment? Nobody else have a commandment? Okay. She said, 1 second. Okay. 1 second has passed. Now what? I mean, it's almost as if we don't even know that this time is coming every Shabbat around 11:15, or 11:30. It's almost as if we don't know this. We're in attendance every Shabbat and we don't know how to do things. But anyway, we're going to get started, y'all. I can't sit around, wait around. We're going to get moving. Let's see how we can do what I got to do. All right, let me switch this up.
Oh, and that's
Aim Kater, Shabbat Shalom, Aim. Shabbat Shalom, Aim. I'm ready for you. Just let me.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Okay, quite a few laws that come in. I will read Ein Keteris first. It can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim. Let me see. I think she has chapter 11, verses 8 to 11. And it reads, Therefore shall you keep all the commandment which I commanded thee this day, that ye may be strong and go in and possess the land, whither ye go over to possess it, and that ye may prolong your days upon the land which the Most High swore unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land flowing with milk and honey. Verse 10. For the land whither thou goest in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt, Mitzrayim, from whence ye came out, where thou didst sow thy seed and didst water it with thy foot, as a garden of herbs. Verse 11. But the land whither ye go over to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and drinketh water as the rain of heaven cometh down.
You see that? That's the same thing about when you're giving into the Most High's ways. It's a spiritual thing, just like she said, literally and spiritually. You can live in this land right here that you're living in the community, and receive great blessings from the Most High, where it will elevate you up spiritually, mentally, financially, physically, and emotionally. But it's all about the energy you put out to walk in His ways, to be obedient to His commands. The Most High you could be in jail, locked in a cell 24 hours a day, but if you're doing what the Father has for you to do, that will be a paradise to you in that place, and your time will fly by and you won't even realize it. So, whatever struggles you're faced with today, put your life and your whole existence into the hands of the Most High, and watch what He does for you. Watch how He transforms your existence, because it's all up here. Watch how He transforms how you see things that's taking place in your life. It's all about your mentality, how you view things, and how you're able to focus to cause a reality to be in existence and see the good in this situation. We're going to let that go. Thank you, A. May the Most High be praised. Ima.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Once again, I'll be reading. Well, Aim didn't give her explanation, but I spoke, so we're going to move forward. I'll be reading the law from Laquena Laurel. She has here Kenya, Laquena Kenya, and her law can be found in the book of Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 26, verse 18. And it reads, And the Most High hath avouched this day to be his own treasure, as he hath promised thee, and that thou shouldest keep all his commandments. You want to say something?
There we go again. Confirmation that if you walk in the ways of the Most High, you will be His peculiar treasure. How many of you got a peculiar treasure, something special and sacred that you have in your possession that you don't protect, that you don't put away from everything else, and you try to keep it from all the possibilities of getting damaged and hurt and harmed? That's how the Most High sees you when you walk in His ways. That's how He holds you close to Him. He will protect you from all dangers, seen and unseen, when you be obedient to His law. And by being obedient to His law means that the things that you understand that you should or should not be doing, that you live in those things. Now, whatever you don't understand, you don't understand. Whatever you don't know, you don't know. It hasn't been introduced to you, that's one thing. But if you know you shouldn't be eating chicken, don't eat chicken. Don't sneak around and eat it because it's a violation of the Most High's law. Don't violate this king willingly for your own pleasure. May the Most High be praised.
Shalom. And Zaquin Kenya's explanation says, she says, Shabbat Shalom family, my Torah reading. And then she says, explanation, once we're obedient to the laws of the Most High, no need to worry or be afraid. He's got your back. All praises. Now we're going to go to Sister Autumn Her law can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 25, verse 1 through 7. That got me reading today. All right. Chapter 25, verses 1 through 7. And it reads, And the Most High spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they take from me an offering of every man whose heart maketh him willing, ye shall take my offering. Verse 3, And this is the offering which ye shall take of them, gold and silver, and brass. Verse 4, And blue and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skin, dyed red, and sealskin, and acacia wood. Verse 6, Oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. Verse 7, Onyx stones and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate. And her explanation is, this explains the kind of willing offerings that the Most High desired from at that time. She has a question. Her question is, are we still supposed to give these specific things only as a willing offering in today's time?
What a wonderful question. The answer is yes. Now, these particular offerings was only given at that time for a specific reason, because we were building something sacred to the Most High. But today we're still building something sacred to the Most High. And yes, we're going to hear about this today in our lesson. When you go visit a king, you bring a gift. Something sacred, something special, something that you just ain't going to find in Walmart or Giant. You go out of your way to get something special for that king. Whenever you go to a person's house and you go to visit, you should bring a gift. Something fitting or befitting the occasion. And a lot of people don't do that today because we lost our honor within us. That's how you're supposed to approach men, and especially men of nobility. Therefore, when you approach into the Most High, how much more of a gift do you bring to the Creator? But this also shows you the energy that you put into getting that gift for the Creator. These stones, these things that they were offering wasn't common, ordinary things. These things required extra from yourself in order to get there, like gold and diamond and onyxes and rubies and emeralds. You don't find those things commonly just sitting around anywhere. You have to exert energy to get those things. Therefore, if you don't have gold and rubies and diamonds and emeralds and gold and treasure things today, and yet you want to bring something to the Most High, whatever it is that you exert your energy to get, to do, to build, is what the Most High is pleased with, as long as you're giving it in the proper spirit. Do your best to be your best, and you'll never be rejected from the Creator. Because you can't offer a gold bar to the Most High and the other man did, it doesn't mean that what you have to offer is of less value to the Creator. Because the Most High don't need gold bars. It's just the ideal that this man offered it to the Creator. You give what you're able to give, the best that you're able to give. But the problem is that a lot of us, we'll rather give our money to the weed man, as we spoke about earlier, than to give our money to our responsibilities and the things that's what's going to benefit us most. When the last time you bought a book to read a book? Something that can change your whole life in one sitting. When the last time you invested in you? And I'm not talking about buying weed, smoking and drinking and partying and clubbing and sexing women. It's a whole lot more to life than that. A whole lot more. When's the last time you sat down and did something for you that benefited your lifestyle in a righteous way. We're going to move on. You give that time and energy to the Most High, you will be greatly rewarded. Thus saith the Most High. Total Rabbah. You need the mic? I just want to give thanks to the Most High for an excellent week and to my health. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Any other questions or comments? Shabbat Shalom, Sister Ornette. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other questions or comments, Ima? Nobody else ain't got nothing else to say? Silly cow for my tardiness. Oh, okay. All right. Since ain't nobody else got nothing to say, we gonna get started with our class. Whoa, what a wonderful class is gonna be today. Yeah, you late. You late. We ain't gonna let it slide either. We gonna get you for that. Being late. Be late to no class. What's wrong with you, girl? What you doing that you being late for class? Sleep. Must be working hard if you still sleep. I want to thank the Most High for life. Sister Ornette, do you want to come on the mic and speak? Would you like to come on the mic and speak? Maybe you can tell us about some of them things you take for granted and why you were late for class. Bless you. Would you like to come on the mic and speak? Or not this time or what? I mean, because we still got a few minutes before we have to get started. So if you want, you can come on. If not, stay where you at. It's your decision. Not this time. That's the second time you ain't come on the mic, girl, when you was given an invitation to come on the mic. I'm going to leave it alone. Let's rock and roll. Thank you for your attendance today. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. My mic, my stand feel like it's a little crooked. Oh, this thing is adjustable. Oh, this train ain't no joke. Girl, where you get this stand from? Yeah. I knew something was a little crooked there. All right, family, let's rock and roll. Let me get this screen set up so we can get moving. All right. Is there anything else we would like to talk about today? Something we missed? Is there anything anybody has on their mind? Any questions? Any comments? Is there anything that we missed today that we didn't get a chance to go over? Anybody with any questions about anything pertaining to the scriptures or just a general question in whole? Anything that you want some understanding on? Anything? Let's do this, family. Let's do this. Well, today you're in store for a wonderful Shabbat class. Wonderful Shabbat class. And we're going to teach it. We're going to bring it. And the wonderful thing is, Creator willing, you're going to learn some things today that you didn't learn before. Oh, man. I don't see none of the stuff that I have for the class today. You got to be kidding me. I deleted all my stuff. Let me see. Give me a second, please. I deleted the stuff that I had prepared for y'all today. Oh, gosh. How did I do that? Okay. All right, y'all. So we got to do it off the muscle. I'll try to bring some of those things up as we go along. And if I can locate them. Yeah, we got to do that. We got to freestyle. If we can locate the things, we're going to do that. All right. So we're going to start our reading today in 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 26. All right. Yeah. Let me see if I can turn this light off. Is that light in the background bothering anyone? Is that light in the background bothering anyone? No? All right, so I can leave it on? All right, let's rock and roll. All right, here we go, family. Please forgive me. All the stuff, I had it all lined up across the page of the internet, all lined up where I wanted to go to show you the different things to prove what I was saying, not just to say it, but to show you. But now I got to go a different route, but it's okay. I like to teach and then show you what I'm saying is there. So I had a lot of stuff to back up what I've already understood. I wanted to share it with you to show you. So I'm going to try to find a way that I can do that and still teach it the way I understand it to be. All right. So we're talking about King Solomon, the building of the temple and the things that he built and dedicated, the building of his house and the people that he worked with, Hiram. I told you a couple of weeks ago about Hiram and who he was and how he tied into masonry and how a lot of the teachings of masonry was founded off of the Bible, off of the principles of King Solomon. I also taught you things about how King Solomon used to get on his magic carpet, how it was taught that this is what he did, and travel around the world, and he drew precise maps based on how the world was built. He drew those maps, and today they found some of those maps, and they accurately depict the world even in its position today. That's deep. That's deep. Places that they don't even know how these things could have got done 3,000 years ago because they didn't have airplanes. They didn't have helicopters, things that they think. They didn't have those things then. Send the link, please. The link is, oh, she coming on? Oh. Here's the link, if that's what you mean. Or does she mean a link for the website? I don't know. So I did what I think he was asking me for, and it's done. But King Solomon is a very unique character. More men, even with his sin, more males should strive to be like King Solomon. King Solomon was a woman tamer. What are you talking about, Prince? King Solomon was a woman tamer. You understand what I'm saying to you? The wildest of women will come to King Solomon. And King Solomon knew how to crack the whip just the way to make them fall in line. And we're going to read today about how King Solomon cracked the whip, how he whipped them, how he beat them, how he altered their minds to be a better people. Most women today, and notice I didn't say females. Females are trash. They like niggas, females. But most women today, they enter into life looking to get great things from life. And although they walk the path that they walk to get where they're finally resting in, there's a certain uniqueness about them that they hold a certain quality or character trait about themselves that demand a certain type of thing from the opposite sex. How to tame a woman. When a woman is in a relationship and she's in the wrong relationship and she's abused and she's beat upon, sometimes even spit upon, she can lose focus of who she is and give her energy over to that negativity, which thereby destroys who she is if she was placed in the right environment. If by the grace of the Most High, she gets out of that destructive relationship and find a real woman tamer, because she's going to be wild at that point. She find a real woman tamer, she can once again reunite herself with her purpose and who she is in the feminine form, how the Creator made her to be. And at that point, she will begin to fulfill all of her dreams, all of her desires, and all that she desired to do in life when she was young as a little girl, growing into her womanhood. This is what we mean by a woman tamer. A woman strives to find the right fit for her in her life. But what happens oftentimes is life happens. And in living life, and she has no morals, no principles, certain things she will and will not do, because she does not possess those things, oftentimes it interferes with who the Most High made her to be. And all that she have wrapped inside her is distorted. She becomes somebody else. She's lost, she's searching, she's still feminine for the most part. She's lost and she's searching and she is in great need, dire, straight need. Sometimes they don't understand it. Things are going crazy in their lives. Sometimes they don't understand it. I think that a woman needs a man so much. This is my opinion of the matter. It has been scientifically proven, but I've been teaching this for years and people have been laughing at me. They say, Prince, you don't know what you're talking about. But I'm going to drop something with you. I believe and understand that a woman needs a man so much that her physical body for a long period of time will not operate properly without the proper vitamins and nutrients, physical vitamins and nutrients that she needs from the opposite sex, entering into her body and mixing with her bloodstream. And that's my opinion. But it's been proven scientifically that the semen from a man goes into a woman's body and it brings certain nutrients and minerals and vitamins into her bloodstream that her body requires for her natural healing. And a lot of people don't understand that when I try to teach it. A woman who has been separated from a man for long periods of time develops different types of cancers, kidney failure, lung disease, all types of illnesses, even mental illnesses. Today, scientists are proving, and I'm not getting away from my lesson, we're going to get right back there in a moment, but today, scientists are proving that when a man ejaculates into a woman, that his semen goes up and rests in her brain. And it nurtures, it formulates, and it builds her whole character and how she is, how she operates, and how she lives, and how she thinks, and how her body develops. But a lot of people don't do the research and study these things. And I didn't need nobody to tell me this. I've been teaching this way before I ever heard the scientists say it. But it's a fact. It's a fact. And now the scientific proof is out. So if you want to denounce what Prince is saying today, go research and look for yourself. When a woman separates from a man for too long of a time, and she's not getting that semen into her bloodstream to help to regenerate her body and her organs and her mind, her body begins to deteriorate. Part of the problem is this. Some women or females have multiple men ejaculating within them. When that happens, the same way that that semen nurtures her mind and her body and stimulates her and helps her to grow and develop, the reverse takes place. Because male semen are because they're different from each man, they fight and they'll attack each other. So a lot of times when you see women that's aggressive and dysfunctional, it's a lot of times because she has too many sex partners. And that semen mentally inside of her brain, she's in, what did they call that? Bipolar, they call it. Well, you think they just came up with this stuff out of nowhere? They did, but they had a reason for it. And a lot of people don't understand the importance of having one man in your life for all of your life. A lot of people don't understand the importance, but it has an effect on you. So, sisters, what I'm saying to you is that a lot of the stuff that you're going through mentally, where you think you don't know if this man loves you or not, you know, you're trying to be the best you can, but you just can't seem to get it right. A lot of times you got to fast and cleanse your body of the things and the poisons and the chemicals that you put in your body by laying down with multiple men. I don't mean any disrespect or harm to anyone, but these are facts. These are things that needs to be addressed. A lot of us just can't get it right. One way for you to get it right is to be tamed by a man, a real man. Let him take you away from that wild life. Let him take you away from the everyday struggles of life. Trying to figure out how you're going to eat, how you're going to clothe yourself, how you're going to take care of your yellow dean. Let that man tame you. Let him change you. And then let him feed you. Let's talk about this lesson, family. How to tame a woman. And Sister Ornette, I appreciate you coming on to read today, but I got to read this one today. I got to read this myself today. But I thank you for being in the audience, coming on the screen and volunteering to read. I just like the way that flow got to go. And this is one of these places where Prince got to read. I'll bring you up later on if you want, and I'll let you read in a little bit. But this first part here, I got to tear this up, sis. So I need you to let me read. All right? So please be patient and rock with me, and we're going to get this thing done. Here it is. 9. Oh, we on 9, verse 26. Look at this, y'all. Sister Aisha said that's all she desired. So, sis, if that's all you desire, you have to prepare yourself for it. You have to get ready for it. I had a young lady that I was covering a while ago. She was one of my young ladies that I was covering. And she said, well, Prince, I just can't stop meeting guys. She says, I go to places and I meet guys and I'm interested. I don't know how to do it. I said, well, act like you're married to me. Act like you're married to your covering. Because my lesson in life is to teach women to walk through life as if they're already married. So if you have no purpose in life and you have no reason to not involve yourself with these guys and be up in their face and talking to them, giving them your phone number and all that stuff, if you have difficulty in that, then act like you married already. She couldn't understand that. Therefore, I don't hear from her no more. I guess she backed away. She didn't want to do that. She wanted what she wanted when she wanted it, which is never good. Did you ever notice that if you go shopping and you're hungry, you end up spending way more money and buying so much more food than you would if you was already full and went shopping? That's the same thing like in the dating world. You begin to have the so craving of a desire to have the opposite sex in your life that you will go for almost anything just to fill that craving. And that's a reality. Sister Ornette, you didn't have to leave. You didn't have to leave. You could have stayed. I welcome your company. But that's the reality of this life that we live. We crave a relationship so much that we are willing to sacrifice a lot of the principles, morals, and values that we have to be in that relationship. But a real woman doesn't do that. That's why the name of the lesson is How to Tame a Woman. She don't do that. You gotta be right to get a real woman. You gotta be on point to get a real woman. A woman that ain't worth, her value ain't set too high. The average dude on the street can get her. The average guy on the street can have her and tear her life up because she had no values to herself. She had nothing that she held sacred, that she held on to and said, oh, I'm not going to just fall for this. No, I'm going to hold on to my values. And if he doesn't meet my standards, then he doesn't qualify. And that is so true. But you got to understand, sis. Don't let nobody tell you your value is too high, your expectations is too high when you are worth all of it. You understand what I'm saying? If you worth a prince, then that's what you search for, a prince. If you worth a king, then that's what you search for, a king. And I ain't saying you go search out and look for him. I'm saying you live your life like you're already a queen. Live your life like you already a princess. Live your life like you're already a wife. And believe me, the man that is made for you will find you. Let me explain this to you. A princess don't walk around with tight, what's those things, leggings, what they call leggings? What they call them things today that they wear underneath their clothes. Most of the women, a matter of fact, they don't even wear them under their clothes no more. They just wear them out in the street. Them tights, whatever them tights is called today. Princesses, you ever seen royalty with tights on? And you never will. Because royalty doesn't expose themselves to the world. They are underclothes. That's exactly what they are. But today's women wear them out in the streets. Tights, you can see the butt, the panty line. You see everything. If you got hair on your legs, you can see them through the tights. That's not how a woman should be dressing in the world today. That's not how she should be doing what she should be doing. If you're projecting yourself in the world to be a queen, or you're looking for a king, you have to play the part and fit that part so that when you meet that man, you will know what it is that you're meeting. I'm going to tell you a little secret, sisters. I'm going to tell you a little secret. Here's a little secret. And I'm a man, so I'm going to tell you. And I'm a man of men, and I'm going to tell you. Yeah, I said it. That's right. Most males won't approach women that they think is out of their league. I don't care how horny they are. They will not approach a woman that they in their mind think is out of their league. Oh, she too hot. He won't even feel comfortable doing so. So therefore, if you got that long dress on and you looking good, like you getting it, like you already married for real, conducting yourself like such, the fleas are going to flee from you. Those fleas are going to flee from you. They won't even talk to you. They won't even approach you because you carry yourself to a higher moral standard than the world they live in. They won't bother you. But if you walking around with your cleavage hanging out and these tight shirts with your breasts exposed and your nipples sticking out through your shirt and your pants with those shorts all up in your coochie, all up around your butt, panty lines, then you're going to get those fleas. I promise you. You're going to get those fleas. And them fleas going to be all up over you. I'm telling you, when the dudes are standing on the corners selling their drugs, when a woman walk through with garbs on and dress culturally, they respect her. They will step to the side and give her respect and be like, you got it, princess, do your thing. She ain't married, ain't even got a husband yet, but she projecting righteous behavior in her actions. But if that girl walk past with them shorts and the breast is hanging out and all those things, guess what they're going to do? They're going to be up on her. See, a woman recognizes a man. And when she sees a man of value, he humbles her. He completely humbles her to a point where she is submissive. What I'm saying to you, family, you got to understand, you got to hear. See, a lot of people left the room. They're not here today. They ain't going to get this truth. They ain't going to get this. They're going to miss out on this. This is some jewels. I'm about to drop some jewels that are not the ones that I just dropped, but some that you haven't heard yet. If you go anywhere, you're going to miss it. I promise you. How to Tame a Woman. Watch this. And thank you for allowing me to read, Sister Ornette. We're on 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 26. 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 26. Ain't somebody missing? King Solomon built a fleet of ships. Now, whoa, ho. What is this saying about King Solomon? Let's forget the fact that he's a king, because that already says a whole lot about him. A real man. Starting from the door. He's a king, but he built something. How many of the males that approach you in life has built something? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, sis. How many males that have approached you in your life has actually built something with his own ingenuity, with his own dollar, his own time? Most of them still living home with their mom or with their homie, or going from house to house, to place to place. These are not the type of people you want to be dealing with. But a queen recognizes that when she meets this knucklehead. And matter of fact, if she's walking in her queenliness, he won't even approach her, because he already know I ain't ready for her. He built a fleet of ships, which is near Eloth, or the shore of the Red Sea. Watch me, because I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. In the land of Edom, Hiram, who lived all the way over there, he saw what King Solomon was doing, and he had respect for King Solomon, because King Solomon was a man. Not just the fact that he's a king, because you got a lot of kings that ain't worth nothing. But he was a man of honor, integrity, and righteousness. Another man saw a friend of the son of his friend and said, I respect you, young man. Let me do what I can do to help. Watch this. And Hiram sent with fleet his servants, seamen who was familiar with the sea. Now we read this, and how many of you really feed into what's taking place here? King Solomon built something. One of his friends, and not just his friend, but his father friend, saw what he built and said, you know what? I can help you in that process. That's loyalty. That's brotherhood. That's how men move. We went and looked at this building the other day, and my realtor, who's a European, he's a European realtor. We don't have anybody down here that we can work with. So we have this guy, and he's a pretty decent guy. He's the one who put the building up. So we go look at the building, and we took an architect, we took an engineer, and one of the brothers. All three of those people traveled for miles. One of them even caught the plane to come. He caught the plane to come and took a look, with us to look at the building. These people went all out of their way. The architect and the other brothers drove at least 2 to 3 hours to get to where we were so that they can see this building on last Yom Rishon. Right? So I was talking, I went to the realtor's office the other day, and I sat down and I spoke with the realtor. And he said something to me I never even thought about or paid attention to, but I have to agree with him. He said, Prince, I can tell what type of man you are. I said, well, what, you been reading me, looking me up? What you talking about? He says, anytime somebody goes out of their way to come see something that you're involved with and travel so far, it shows the type of respect that they have for you. So that tells me a lot about who you are as a man. I said, whoa, okay. So I wanted to share that with y'all because it just displayed itself right here in the lesson today. Mm-hmm. I didn't pre-think about this. This just came up. Hiram was one of those men who traveled so far, not that he traveled so far, he took his resources and gave it to the vision that Solomon had, another man. He shared his resources with Solomon that he didn't have to do. So that shows you a lot about Solomon's character, who Solomon was as a man. Regardless of all the things that you hear about how Solomon fell, how he was in love with all these women and the women caused him to sin against the creator. So you got one thing you can talk about Solomon, but I got 50,000 things that I can talk about in a positive direction about this powerful, loyal, dedicated young king. That's where a woman would be able to see where a female she won't be able to see. So a female would make the wrong choice, whereas a woman would see and recognize and say, you know what? This is the one. They will miss out on their blessings. A female. But a woman can recognize. Let's move on. Let's watch this. Hiram sent with the fleece his servants, seamen, and who were familiar with the sea, together with the servants of Solomon, Shlomo. And they went to Ophir and brought from there gold, 420 talents, and they brought it unto King Solomon. You know what that says to me when I read that? That when two men work together, they can accomplish great riches. That's what that says to me. You might just be reading the story as it's written, but when I see it, it says to me that two men that are committed because of mutual respect that they have for each other, when they work together, they can draw out great riches. That's what I see. And I know this to be true. I know it to be true. The problem is finding men that are willing to work together. It's hard to do. Solomon was a great and powerful man, but only a real woman would have recognized that. Now watch this. King Solomon took most of his wives from other kings. They didn't have to look around. They didn't have to search them out. They didn't have to know what they was getting themselves involved with. All they have to do was say yes to their daddy, and they took him. But there was a woman who searched him out, who did what you should be doing, searching these jokers out. You meet somebody, look him up on the internet. Find his net worth. Find out what he's worth. See if he's even on the internet. Because if he ain't moving, he ain't shaking. If he ain't building nothing, he ain't got nothing. What are he going to do with you? Because you're royalty, remember? You a queen. And you walking in your queenliness. Remember what I'm saying to you. Watch. I'm telling you, I'm going somewhere. You just got to watch. Let's watch. This is how you have to see yourself as a woman. You have to see yourself as a princess, as royalty. You have to first envision yourself as a qualified woman to get what it is that you truly desire. Peace, happiness, love, security, and favor. You have to see yourself first before anybody else would give it to you. And if you're one of those females who bring about a lot of frustration and aggression, you're never going to see it. Because you have to first recognize in yourself and put a demand on yourself and on your life what type of man you want in your life. Now, if you just want the average dude or below average dude, the dude that's on the corner smoking the weed and drinking and going from job to job, because that's probably what a lot of you got in your life right now, because you don't see yourself as to the full value and potential that you possess. Dude who don't bring his paycheck home. I remember when I was a little dude, little kid. My mother was married to a dude, James Posey. That was his name, James Posey. And James Posey, and then she married another dude right after that. Well, let me tell you about James Posey first. James Posey would go out and get drunk every payday. He came home with no money. Where he was supposed to have been the man of the house, it caused us to suffer. He wasn't my biological father. He was my little brother's biological father. It caused the whole house to suffer. We would sit up in the house with no lights, no water, no gas. in the winter and we're cold. We had to run extension cords from my house to the house next door, Miss Bell. I remember Miss Bell. I'm grateful for her. We used to run our house next door to Miss Bell, who had a husband, who had children, but we ran our wire, electric wire, through the front window in the bedroom so we can get some electric from her house to put a big hot pan. What's those? A hot plate. Y'all know what hot plates are? Hot plates are these little things with burners. You plug it in and they get hot and you can cook your food. Well, that's how we kept our house warm. We used to have a big pot with water. We would fill the pot with water and the burner would burn and it would heat up the room like a radiator. That's how we kept pretty warm in the winter. But at that time, my mom had like 4 children and we were all sleep in one bed in my mother's room. While the hot plate burnt to keep us warm, we was all wrapped up under the covers, but we were under the leadership of James Posey, who was no good of a man, piece of trash, because he felt at his responsibility to provide for the family. How many James Poseys do you have in your life that's failing you as a wife, failing your children as a father? Whether they're his or not, if he takes hold of you and you got children, then he's taking on that responsibility. And he's to treat those children as his own. We were cold in the winter. We couldn't wash. We used to take empty milk. We used to go around and find empty milk containers and take them next door to Miss Bell so we could get water to wash up with. And we said to take that water. I remember these things vividly. That's my motivating point. We would take this water, pour it in pots, and warm it up to go and put it to the bathroom, pour it in the zinc and wash up. That's how we had to get ready for school. When we had to go to school, that's how we did it. What child should have to live that way? So look, my mother, James Posey, and my mom, they break up. She moves down to North Philadelphia. She marries another man. His name now is Vernon Hughes. She married a Vernon Hughes now. Vernon Hughes was just like James Posey. He was an alcoholic. Every payday he would get paid, and he wouldn't make it home. And when he did finally come home, he had $100, $200 in his pocket. He was making $1,000 a week. He did construction work. He's making $1,000 a week. When he got paid, he would go out and get drunk, sleep with all these girls, come home when he was ready. When he came home, he gave my mom $100 or $200. It was enough to keep the lights on. I don't think we ever got the electric or the gas or the water cut off with Vernon Hughes. He kept the water going, but he was a poor father. He was not as bad as James Posey. But what am I trying to say? What I'm saying is my mother's in this whole life, her choices in this whole life had not changed. She sought after the same type of man. Even after she made a mistake and found it with one man, she went after the next man who was the same type of man who brought the same type of problems in her life. But it was because my mother had not changed up here. She was still desiring the same type of beast or the same type of spirit in men, or males, should I say. She was still desiring the same type of males. Now, how many of you have been through a situation similar to that in your life? Most of the time it is because you yourself don't see yourself as a jewel, as a treasure. You understand what I'm saying? If women see themselves for their true value and what they really are, they would not give themselves to just anything or anyone and call them theirs. It wouldn't happen. If a woman truly sees her value for what she is and how she can elevate and help a man in his life, because that's your purpose. That's your purpose. When the Creator created Adam, he said, let me create him a helpmate, someone that was suitable for him. And if you don't understand your value in this relationship, you will never be a purpose for this man at all. And as you go through life not understanding the value that you could bring to a man, you will always pull out the worst of males. And you will be happy and cohabited for a period of time until the newness wears off, and then you go find another one, and then another one, and then another one. And by that time, you got 3 or 4 children that you had taken because of your strength. You refused to let them go. You could have aborted them, but you didn't. You held on to them. So I got to give you your props for that. But you find yourself struggling in life because of all these deadbeat jokers, males that you associated in your life. Keep thinking that this is the one, this is the one, this is the one, but you never vetted none of them. You never checked him out. You never look at his lifestyle. You never look at his habits, his customs, his traditions, his desires. You probably never even asked him what he wanted out of life. But you gave the most precious thing that you have to this loser. And not only did you do it once, you did it again with another guy, and he was a loser. And then you did it again with another guy, and he was a loser. But you can't get mad at none of them because they're being true to who they are, losers. You got to get mad at yourself. Because after the first time that you gave yourself to a loser, you should have recognized that something inside of me need to change in how I choose the men that I bring to my life. But you didn't. Over and over and over and over and over again, you gave yourself to the same spirit. Maybe you thought you wasn't good enough for a prince or a king or a man, period. So therefore you gave yourself to boys in men bodies. You gave yourself to something that could not qualify on a real rate as a man. But you didn't understand it. But now you know. Prince is introducing you to something today that you needed to hear a long time ago. And if you're fortunate enough to escape that delusion without having any children, then you have an excellent time right now to change your trajectory of your future. Because if you don't, you're going to keep getting the worst of males. And that's a horrible thing to do. Change your life, give yourself over to the Creator, begin to live begin to live for the Creator, but also look at yourself as a worthy individual. Don't look at yourself just mentally with your mind and fool yourself and say, yeah, I'm a queen, I'm a queen, I'm a queen, but you're still walking down the street with weaves in your head. You're still walking down the street with your cleavage hanging out and tight clothes all around your breasts and tights on your body, so everybody passing up and down the street could look at your figure. Dressed like a princess, dressed like a queen. Conduct yourself, walk with your head up like a queen. When the Most High put the curses upon the children, the daughters of Israel, in the book of Isaiah, the 3rd chapter, I believe it was, he said that they was prancing and mincing while they walked. They thought they was cute. They used to wear gold ornaments, bracelets, nose rings, and piercings. They thought they was cute. But you don't walk like that no more. You don't. You have lost all that. You don't prince and prance and be feminine when you do what you do now. A lot of women have become masculine. You don't know how to do it because it's been taken away from you and lost for so long. But it's deep down inside you. And when you find the right man, it's going to come back out again. You're going to begin to do those things all over again. Take pride in the way you look. Be encouraged that you can get this done. We're going to get it on, because a real man, a real woman will recognize him, and she would immediately fall in alignment. He ain't got to do much to tame her. But only a real man can tame a real woman. Because once a woman had a taste of the world, she loses all focus on who she was before she entered the world. And she becomes what the world has made her. Do you know that this world today makes women believe, and you tell me, women, if I'm right, that you got to go out and get yours because ain't nobody going to provide for you? Am I right? That's why so many women go out and get a degree to try to provide for their future. that so many women go out and Uber and car things with cars to try to make money and use those resources to provide for themselves and the mistakes that they made in their lives. They're trying to come up. That's what the world has taught you is needed and necessary to be a woman in 2025, but it's not so. The world didn't teach you how to be a wife. The world stripped you of your pride and your integrity. So that a female today would almost do anything for a couple dollars. Totally take her out of her nature. And she will be engulfed in living in that unreal world for change, just so she could provide for the mistakes that she made in her life by making the wrong decisions. Y'all understand what I'm talking about? Some of you are still struggling with me and fighting with me and don't want to admit that I'm right. It's okay. It's okay. You can fight with me choosing if you want. But to those who hear what I'm saying and have accepted what I'm saying, allow this message to absorb into your subconsciousness. They have destroyed you from being a wife and being wife material. Only you can get yourself back to that level. And Prince is trying to share with you today how to do it. Only a real man can tame a woman. Only a real man. Because the average man is going to bring out the average things in a female. And all they're going to be is average at best. And that's at their best, they'll be average just like everybody else because they don't know how to tap in to that womanly nature that's buried and beat up and hidden deep inside of her. But when she sees a real man, he's going to bring it out. He's going to know how to reach inside of her and bring it out of her. And she's going to recognize it. It's only if she really wants it, she's going to take advantage of it. Let's talk about a real woman. Queen of Sheba. Queen of Sheba, her real name is Makeda. Makeda is her Ethiopian name because Queen of Sheba was Ethiopian. She come from a place called Sheba. So therefore they called her the Queen of Sheba. But throughout history, she went down as Sheba being her first name, but it wasn't. Her name was Makeda. She was a black woman in ancient Ethiopia. She was of royal bloodline, royal descent. Queen of Sheba heard the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Most High. Wait a minute. Queen of Sheba ain't married. Queen of Sheba is a woman. She has wealth. She ain't got to go out in the Uber because she already got wealth. She ain't got to do those things. She's royalty. And guess how she conducts herself? As royalty. Queen of Sheba had men all around her. Guess what she could have did? She could have had a baby by any one of those men, but she didn't. Why? Because her standards was high and she stuck to those standards. So she came in with an expectation of greatness. I'm going to have a child with greatness. She didn't settle for the dude around the corner smoking the weed, smoking the blunts and drinking the liquor and giving her a couple of dollars every once in a while. Any woman today that gets $100 from her dude to take care of her and her children a month and is satisfied with that is in a delusional state. She's in a delusional state because that ain't the way it go. Queen of Sheba would have never fell for anybody that was common and ordinary. She'd have never felt for that because she herself carried herself at a certain level that you are still talking about her today. Queen of Sheba, Makeda. You're right. She may have been about 17 at that time. Who knows? She was a young buck. She was getting it though. Now the Queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Shlomo concerning the name of the Most High. She heard about him because of how he promoted the Most High. So that's another point for you to look at when you're looking for that man. What does this man have to do with the Creator? Does this man serve the Creator? Is this man someone who talks about the glory of the Most High? Is he a Creator-fearing man? That's another one of the qualifications that you cannot, no matter what you do, you cannot overlook it. Is this man serious with the Creator? Can you turn the arrow on, please? Because I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot. You gotta ask yourself that. But you don't ask him that. You ask yourself. How will you know? Because there will be times when y'all will be talking and he said, hold up a minute, babe, sis, hold up. I gotta make prayer. There will be times when y'all will be talking and he will say, hold up, sis, hold up. I don't do that. I'm a Hebrew and this is the way I live. There will be times when you want to go and get a little freaky just to test them, though, just to test them. Not because you're really getting freaky. Just push the button. Oh, yeah, I got to turn it on outside. Yeah. You know how to do that? It's the one that's the opposite direction. You just got to push it over. It's a double pull 20. Please forgive me. He'll be the one to let you know that I just can't do all these things because I got certain standards and morals, a certain way that I live to conduct myself. So that's something for you to look at. One of the most important things for you to look at before you even consider. King Solomon had that area locked down. He had it locked down so much that Queen of Sheba came from a long way just because of how she heard of his relationship with the Creator. So before she even met him, in her mind, all that she heard was greatness about this man. He built things. He did things. He loved the Most High. He spoke of the Most High. She came to test him with hard questions. How many of you meet a man and you got questions to ask him? You want to know what he has for his vision for his future. You want to know his short-term goals, his long-term goals. You want to know about his past relationships and why he ain't with them women. And if he is with them women, what benefit do they bring to his life? Why does he choose them? You got to ask these types of things because these things are important for you to know. They're important. You got to ask questions. Queen of Sheba was a quality woman. She was high quality of a woman. She didn't just walk in and just start talking about, hey, what's up? You want to go get a blunt? Want to go get something to drink? Oh, I'll do this for you for $5. Queen of Sheba was about her game in righteousness. She was about long-term vision. She came in and watch what it says. She asked hard questions to him. Questions like, if you got broke today, could you regain your millions tomorrow? Real questions. That if you talk to these dudes today, the average dude on the street, you ask him, if he lost all your money today, can you get it back tomorrow? He said, yeah. Why? Why you get it back so easy? Because I ain't got nothing now. I got $200 in the bank. I make $150 a week. I ain't got nothing going on. And that's if I rob somebody of their weed money. Most of these guys out here today are struggling so bad that they don't even need to be alone. They need to be underneath somebody else's care. They don't even need to be alone. They're doing so bad. And I'm not talking down on my brothers. I'm being realistic. I'm giving you reality. There's a brother. His name is Centel Abrams. Young brother, Centel Abrams. I believe he lives in Virginia somewhere. Put his name in Facebook. You'll see him. He all over Facebook. Centel Abrams. He got about 4 or 5 children. He got a wife. And this young brother, his black Hebrew brother, I am so impressed with the lifestyle that he's living, that he's attempting to live to the best of his ability. He's so proud of his family. He always showing samples of his family and all. But I ain't talking about him for that reason. I'm talking about him and bringing him out as an example because he's a real life example of what a man looks like. You understand?
He ain't wealthy. He ain't rich. He ain't got all that, but he's struggling for it. He's striving for it. He goes out, he gets creative, and guess what? He ain't punching nobody's clock that I know of. Every time I see him, he advertising the work that he's doing, how he's getting creative. He'll sell a car today. He'll buy a mobile home tomorrow. He'll do whatever he got to do to get his dollar up, to make money, to provide for his family. That's what men do. Did you ask those kind of questions to this young man that wanted to court you, to see what you was like? Did you ask him these types of things? Because Sintel Abrams stands up to my quality of a young man in Israel today that's doing what he needs to do to be a man in Israel. That's great. That's what I'm talking about. There are examples of it, of young men out here today that's getting it in like that. And he walks after the Most High. He walks after the Creator. I ain't talking about halfway walking. The best I know of him, he's giving it all that he got to make the best decisions in life that he can by putting the Most High first. That's all that I know about him. Is he perfect? He's far from perfect. And I don't ever think he would say he's perfect. But the young man got it going on in a positive way. These are the types of young men that more males should look, and no matter what age you are, you should be looking at him, trying to fashion, inform, and design your life around the principles in life that he got, because he can teach you. It's so much to learn. A woman would be gratefully blessed to have a young man like that. She will be gratefully blessed, but she got to conduct herself a certain way to attract that type of a male or a man. I can call him a man. She has to conduct and dress herself a certain type of way to grab that type of a man. Her dress must be a certain type of way. Her attitude, her conduct, the way she moves must be a certain type of way. And if you faking and you do happen to look upon a great man like that, if he don't know how to tame you, you're not going to be there with him for long. Woman must be tamed. And I don't care how much pride you walk around. Ain't nobody taming me, Prince. Okay. Then you're going to stay with losers and deadbeats all of your life. But when you come in the midst of a real man, he has to cause you to adapt to what his expectations of you are in life. And if he's a real man, almost no matter what household you come from, he's still going to have to tame you, because everybody is different. Your mama going, why you always doing what that man tell you to do? Your daddy going to be like, if you got a really man, you got a really daddy, he's going to be like, oh, I don't like the way he talked to you. But if you got a real creative fearing father, your father going to be like, yo, I am so happy you got that husband in your life, because that husband is going to lead you to the Most High. That husband is going to better you, make you more of a woman. Queen of Sheba knew how to pick a man. First of all, she heard about him with her ears. And she said, well, let me go and investigate. She got the opportunity. And what she began to do, she didn't go out and drink wine and sip on brews with him and drink some weed and sex him in the car. She didn't go to do all that. Sex him in the chariot. She didn't go to do all that. You know what she did? She sat down and she tested his mind. She wanted to know his thoughts, his deepest thoughts in the dark when ain't nobody else around. She wanted to know the man that sat before her. She questioned him. As you should, sisters, before you give yourself to a man, even in conversation, you should have questions for him to answer. Somebody roll up at you at the bus stop. He got a nice little whip, nice little car. He rolled the window down. Hey, shorty, what's up? Yeah, you want my number? Yeah, I want your number. Give me your number. Give him your father's number and tell him to call your daddy. If you want my number, you got to call my father first. Have a conversation with my father before you could talk to me. And if my father is satisfied with you, my father will give you my number. Tell him that. Because that's what a woman with integrity does. That's what a woman who lives after the Most High That's how she moves. She trusts in the leadership that she has above her. And in most cases, it should be your father. If it ain't your father, then it should be your spiritual leader or your covering. And if your spiritual leader is your covering, then you got them both in one package. You got a good deal. But don't be the woman that anybody can just approach you and get your phone number and start exchanging information with you and be all up in your face. Because if you allow that to happen, you're not holding yourself like royalty. You're holding yourself like a peasant. Because that's how peasants move, not royalty. Royalty move with a totally different tone, with a totally different spirit. You just can't approach anybody. Man, can you walk up into the palace and get into the castle? Can you do that? And when you see the queen walking on the street, can you just walk up to the queen and touch her and hold a conversation? No, you can't. You got to go through certain channels to arrange these types of sit downs with royalty. You can't just do it on your own because you decide you want to do it. It don't go that way. Iman, could you open the door, please? It don't go that way. So therefore, you shouldn't just let somebody approach you because they see you somewhere and they feel like you're approachable, because you're not. Brother, if you want to talk to me, you got to talk to my daddy. Let my daddy approve of you first, then we can have that conversation. And not enough of you understand that by doing it a different way, it will eventually bring calamities and trouble in your life. I'm telling you. You will end up regretting the decisions you made shortly thereafter. I promise you. On the average, that's the results. That's the outcome. But if you follow a proper protocol in choosing a mate, you'll win every time. You'll win, and then your children after you will win, and your children's children after you will win for 100 generations to come, because you got standards, because you got principles, because you got morals. Here we go. Sit back and look at your own life for a minute. Now let's be real, because this is the real. It's the way we do it here. If you're a woman with children, let's say you got 3, 4, 5. As a matter of fact, even if you just got one child, and you did not follow the rules and regulations that has been laid down today, you did what you chose to do. Ask yourself these questions. Now, you're a single woman, not a married woman. You're a single woman with at least one child. Before you had that child, how many people in your life that you respected at one point in time told you not to do what you was about to do? How many of them? Matter of fact, how many of them approved of your situation before you did it? How many of them said, yeah, you know what? He's a good dude. I like him. He gonna work out fine for you. Go ahead and marry him. Or did they tell you not to? And you ran away from it and did what you chose to do, to take a husband or involve yourself with a dude. How many of you? The reality is that most of you have done just that. Either you went against the advice that you got, or you didn't seek the advice at all. And you just did what you wanted to do and ended up being alone for a very long time afterwards, because you did not have any principles, any morals, or any high regards for your own safety, security, and life. So you're back on the internet, advertising pictures on the internet, snapshots showing your body, looking all sexy, still attracting the wrong type of dudes. You're on these dating sites, putting up all this information, praying and hoping that you find yourself a husband. That ain't the way to do it. Get yourself in proper alignment with righteousness. Get yourself in proper alignment with your relationship with the Creator. Find yourself a covering and trust in His decisions. You have to, family. If you don't, you're in extreme violation, and you will end up repeating the same cycles of life all over again. Find you a woman tamer, a man that will teach you how to be your best. Queen of Sheba. So she came to Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, with a very great retinue, with camels bearing spices and very much gold and precious stones. She didn't come broke. That's the point I'm trying to say to you. She didn't come because she needed. She didn't come because I ain't got nowhere else to go. Everybody turning their backs on me. I can't afford to be on my own. She didn't come like that, saying I need me a husband to take care of me. She didn't do that. That's not how she came. She came with her pockets stacked. She came with, I think it's 3,000 men came behind her to escort her to the palace of King Shlomo. She could have took, if she was thirsty, she could have took any one of those men and promoted him and made him great. But the problem with that was she knew that if a man can't get great on his own, he can't get great at all. You understand? The woman's job is not to make the man great. The woman's job is to help that man go to the next level. That's what her job is. To be an assistance for him to go to his next level. Not to be great. He has to be great when you meet him. He has to have things going for himself when you meet him. He has to be able to pass your father's examination when you meet him. And then he can, with the proper woman in his life, he can elevate and become greater than he was. Until the epitome of greatness falls upon his life. But if you yourself has a low standard for yourself as a female, as a woman, you can't make nobody great because you can't even make yourself great because you don't know your strength. It ain't until you heard my wife get up here today and talked about when we opened the school. Prior to that, she didn't know this is what she was meant to do. She didn't know this was inside of her. She didn't know that greatness was lying. She has been tamed. But when I say she's been tamed, she's been introduced to the greater part of herself. Therefore, it brings back all that feminine energy back inside of her. That feminine energy, she can just rest. She ain't got to worry about the lights, the gas, the electric, about her relationship with the Creator. She ain't got to worry about none of those things because those things are the needs of a husband. A husband. Queen of Sheba, her needs for a husband was to have a child. She didn't nobody take care of her. She had all the wealth. It tells you right there. She came with gold and precious stones. That showed her wealth. She had camels and horses and men. She had all that already. So she didn't go looking with a hand out saying, I need something from you. She came saying, how can you benefit me in my life? Let me see if you are worthy. Let me check you out. And sisters, that's how you should approach this man or this male in your life when you say, I need a husband, but let me see if this man is worthy. Don't look at this, because if you look at this face and you say, well, he looked good, or he don't look so good, you're going to get fooled every time. Because the best, let me tell you something about men, real men, not males, but real men. Real men will be bummy every day. Not every day. When they got to get diggy, they're going to get duggy. But the majority, they might wear the same clothes 2 or 3 days a week. And you'll look and that nigga, I don't want that one. He dirty. Look at him. His hair look a mess. All that scraggly facial hair of his hair. He should have face on his hair, on his face. That's let you know he Hebrew. That's a sign right there because he got a beard. It might not be the best of beards, but it's a beard covering his skin from the door. He shouldn't have no bald head. Bald head, clean shaven, raven, all touched up, all looking all smooth like a baby's butt. Smack it. We don't want that. That's not how men should look. Men should be rough and rugged. But what I'm saying, the whole point I'm trying to say is, don't judge your future husband by his appearance alone. Don't even judge your interest in a man because of the way that he looks and what he perceives himself, what he gives to the world. My wife said something about first impressions is the most important impressions, but not when you're choosing a real man. Because when you choosing a real man, real men hide who they really are. You know why we do that? Because we want to see if you're worthy. We don't just give it to any and everybody. We will act poor beyond poor beyond poor. We will borrow money off of you to find out the type of spirit you got, the type of character that you possess. But we won't do that until after we grab you and make you a woman. But then we still trying to figure you out. But in the beginning of that relationship, we ain't gonna borrow nothing from you. We too proud. But we're gonna make you have the impression that we don't have much, because the abundance that we have, we need you to cherish it. We need to make sure that you the right type of woman. Unless you creep up on us in the dark, you won't see much of nothing. You won't. Let me finish, because I might be revealing too many secrets to y'all. Let me get back to how to pick a real man and how to be tamed by a real man, and teach the men how to tame a real woman. Because that's coming. We ain't get there yet, but it's coming. How to tame a woman. But you notice I didn't say how to tame a female. I say how to tame a woman, because a female is for the streets. A female is just equivalent to a male being a nigger. That's what a female is. She for the streets. But a woman, woman is wife material. Woman is something special. Woman is a certain quality and trait. Women got it going on. A woman is somebody that you can educate and teach, and she will outdo your expectations of her. That's what a woman is. Let's travel. Let's travel. I'm going to go back to verse 2. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 2. She, Makeda, Queen of Sheba, she came to Yerushalayim with very great retinue, with camels bearing spices and very much gold and precious stone. And when she came to Shlomo, she told him all that was on her mind. Wait a minute. Do y'all see what she did? She sat down and had a conversation with Shlomo the very first time they met and was honest with him. She told him everything that was on her mind. She didn't lie. No, only slept with one guy and she got 15. Or only had 5 guys and she got 40. She didn't lie. She was straight up. Yes, I'm not saying that this is what she said, but I've been with multiple, but I regretted every one of them now that I see that they were mistakes. So I've been celibate now for 7 years, and I'm waiting to find the right man that I can marry and cohabit with. And yes, I am in need of a husband, not just to take care of me physically, but I need him to take away my reproach. I want to get right with the Creator. Therefore, I know that the only way, or the best way for me to get right with the Most High, is by having a righteous husband. A lot of people don't understand what I just said. That went over a lot of people's heads. But let's move on. She came to Shlomo. She told him all that was in her mind. And guess what? Shlomo answered all her questions. So if you trying to get with a man, or the man trying to get with you, and you ask him all these pertinent questions that Prince is asking you to ask him before you do anything with him, before you even give him your phone number, before you move forward in any way where he can make a mistake and think that he can hold your hand, before you do any of that, you test him, you challenge him, and you see what he's working with. So before she did any of that, she asked those questions, and Shlomo was able to answer all of those questions. When you are involved in the potential relationship of a real man, he must be a man of the Most High. You don't have to be a spiritual leader. He just has to be a man of the Most High. You have to be honest with this man. You have to be honest, and this man should have enough wisdom to answer your questions. The reason why a lot of males are not able to answer questions is because they don't know nothing. And what they'll do is some of them, most of them will regurgitate what they heard from somebody else, never doing the research themselves. Never putting the time in to learn for themselves. Real men read, study, learn. They ask questions. But when they ask questions of men who have experienced this before, men who has been through this. You question them. You pick their brains so that you make as few mistakes as possible. Most males don't do that unless they're asking you where they can buy a blunt, or where they can get their weed, or they liquor from. Those are the kind of questions they ask. Or when are you gonna give them some coochie? I'm gonna try to tone it down a little bit because we got children in the room, so I'm gonna change my little tones a little bit on some of the things. But y'all know what I'm saying. These are the kind of questions that males ask. Those types of things. But you know, real men don't ask you those kind of questions. Real men will, upon first meeting you, will ask you questions like, do you smoke? Do you drink? Because they already understand that if you do those things, you got a hindrance already, and you might be unworkable. Do you drink? Do you smoke? And you might look at that as a small thing. You first thing cross your mind, he might want to get high with me. That ain't why he's asking you those questions. Because real men, 99% of them don't smoke or drink. And I'm talking about the 1% of men in Israel today. That 1%, they don't do none of those things. So when you meet that 1%, these are the type of questions they're going to ask you. They're going to ask you, what do you do for a living? Not that he needs your money, but he want to know what type of mind you got, how your mind is working. And you could do something simple like, oh, I'm a babysitter for my sister's children. Oh, I work at McDonald's. Anything. It won't matter to him. He's asking you that question not to see your occupation, but he's asking you a question to see how you consume your day, how you consume your time. Oh, I ain't working nowhere. I ain't doing nothing. Are you in school? No, I ain't in school. Already, you ain't no good for nothing. Bye. See you. So one of the best things to do is be a woman that's about something, no matter how big or how valuable it is. Well, all you do is sit home and watch your grandmother, and that's what you tell her. Because let me tell you something. A woman who takes care and have a great relationship with the elderly is a very valuable woman. Very valuable. But you have something going on in your life that you're doing to occupy your time, because if you don't, you ain't worth nothing. You ain't worth much. Let's put it that way. And if you're a woman right now, if you're a female today and you don't have these type of things going on in your life, then begin to develop those traits. Find these things. Start these things going on. He asked her questions, and she came to Shlomo, and she told him all that was on her mind, and Shlomo answered all her questions. He just found himself or proved himself worthy. So I got to ask you, sisters, the man that gave you all them babies, did you ever ask him any questions like this? Did you have these kind of conversations with him? You got 5 children now from 5 different daddies. What kind of questions did you ask him? Matter of fact, what type of things did y'all even have to talk about besides drugs and alcohol? Dumb stuff. What type of stuff did you even have to communicate about? Let me get to the meat of the subject because I don't want to lose you. But I want you to go and think about the mistakes you made, not just for yourself, but so that you can teach your children how to choose wiser than what you chose. You understand? How to tame a woman. Think. And Shlomo answered all her questions. There was nothing hidden from the king that he could not explain to her because he was wise. And everyone should want to be married to a wise partner. Every male, every female, you should always want to be married to a wise mate. And when the queen of Sheba has seen all the wisdom of Shlomo. What did she do? She's seen all the wisdom of this man. She tested this man. She challenged this man. And she's seen all this wisdom inside this man. And she didn't hesitate to give him his props. Females today will see you got it going on, and what will they say to you? Nothing, because it ain't for them. But she didn't hesitate to give him his props. And when the Queen of Sheba had seen all the wisdom of Shlomo, the house that he had built, what did he do? He built a house. Matter of fact, Shlomo didn't just build one house, he built houses. And he built a holy house of worship for the Most High. If he had no love for the Most High, why would he take the time to build a house for the Most High? She saw the house that he built, all the wisdom that he possessed. Watch this. The food on his table, meaning that she saw that this man was physically able to give her a house. He possessed wisdom, and he could supply her need for food. Come on, sisters, don't mess up when you find a man like that. You find a man like that meet these qualifications, you don't give up. She found a man that could put food on her table. And not only did she see that, she saw the seating of his officials. The men that was around him, she saw how they moved. Everybody was happy, willing to do what it is that was being requested of them. They was all happy and willing to do what Shlomo needed them to do to make his kingdom to be a great success. These are things that are important in this realm of choosing a mate. How to tame a woman. Shlomo knew how to tame a woman. He had it, he possessed it in his life. He supplied every need that she had. And I don't care how unruly, how disrespectful this woman could be, how lowly this woman could be. If a woman comes to a man really seeking, and this man meet all the qualifications, automatically you have these are things that are important in this realm. Automatically you have tamed her. All you had to do was show her what you're working with, and she understands and she accepts. Just show her. Let me really be there. You don't have to beat her. You don't have to argue with her. You don't have to fight with her. A lot of men think that you can control a woman by raising your voice and forcing your will upon her. That's not how you do it. You never have to disrespect her at all. You never have to raise your tone when you're speaking to her. None of those things are necessary. And if you're putting your hands on a female, it's time for you to let that woman go. If a woman gets you to that point where you have to put your hands on her, it's time for you to let her go. This is not about taming a woman with threats, about what I'm going to do to you. That's not what this is about. This is about humility. This is about being disciplined in your actions. Watch, Solomon tamed her by showing her that he had all the qualifications to make her great. She had what she needed to elevate him. That would have been a perfect match. But what she was looking for was exactly what she got, a son. That's what she was looking for. King Solomon impregnated Queen of Sheba. She went back to Sheba, or Makeda. He impregnated Makeda. She went back to Sheba, her hometown in Ethiopia, with a child. She went back pregnant. And when she went back pregnant, King Solomon sent 12 officials, well, 1,200 officials, 12 from each tribe, to accompany her back to her land. And that's how the children of Israel got down in Ethiopia. Shlomo, they always had relations. Moshe went into Ethiopia and took Zipporah and married her. They always had relations and knowledge of each other, but they took it to another level when Shlomo got with Makeda and took her to this place. Y'all got to understand what I'm saying. This is a reality. He sent her back with the ark, supposedly with the Ark of the Covenant. with some Levites and other men from each tribe to accompany them where they went. No, they never married that I know of. And if he did take her to be a wife, it's not official on any records anywhere. When King Solomon sent her back to Ethiopia, now this is the short version. All of you can go and look it up and research and learn for yourself what happened. When he sent her back to Ethiopia, she went back pregnant. And that child she had was a child she named Menelik. And he was supposed to have been Menelik the first. He was an Israelite who lived in Ethiopia in a house of royalty. Yes.
And he's the.
Speak up. Can barely hear you.
Isn't he the line of on her parental side that's related to Selassie?
Yes. I was going to get to that.
Okay.
So anyway, like I was saying, she's absolutely right. The one you know today called Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie. You know the Rastafarians, they praise Haile Selassie and made Haile Selassie God. A lot of them. Haile Selassie brought the Hebrew way to what we call Jamaica. He reminded them of who they were and who their ancestors were. Haile Selassie did. Haile Selassie was, according to history, according to record, a direct descendant of Menelik I. Therefore, a direct descendant of Queen of Sheba. Therefore, a direct descendant of King Shlomo and a direct descendant of King Dawid. The only difference is Haile Selassie was related to her, Queen of Sheba, because of the mother's that's the patrilineage, the mother's side, paternal, the mother's side of the family, maternal. On the mother's side, on his mother's side of the family, he was a descendant from Queen of Sheba. So that's how he became royalty, being in that royal bloodline, in that royal family. Haile Selassie. A lot of people call Haile Selassie Menelik the second or the third, because Menelik the second lived earlier than Haile Selassie, but Menelik the third is what they will call Haile Selassie. His real name was not Haile Selassie. His name was Rasta Tafari. That was his name, Tafari. Rasta Tafari. That was Haile Selassie's real name. And that's why they call themselves Rastafarian, because they're saying they're like Haile Selassie. So this is a lot for you to learn, a lot for you to know. But she saw all that he had, the food on his table, the scenes of his officials, and this shows you how important the company that you keep are to you. Because all of the men, can you go open that door for a little while? All of his men, or turn the fan on, please. Yeah, open the door and turn the fan on. Shoosh. All of his men was in proper alignment, proper order, proper conduct. Like when people come visit us on the land, they see order and structure. To the average person, that's something great, because it doesn't happen that often that you go and you see men in proper alignment. I remember when I watched the movie that they had up about Malcolm X, and how Malcolm X would, and the men, Malcolm X would, and the men, Malcolm X would say, and the men. See, that's to be respected. What are you doing, babe? Yeah, that will be respected. That is to be respected when you have that type of order. But today in Israel, with us in our mindset, we don't want to do and show that kind of honor and respect for no man. We just too proud to do that. But that's not the way that it should be. Whoever's in charge of our organization and our structure, we should show complete loyalty to that individual. Complete loyalty. Not halfway, but all the way, completely. She even liked the way of his attendants, the attendants of his servants, their clothing, his cupbearer, his burnt offerings, and he offered to the house of the Most High. There was no more breath in her. He overdid everything that he did. Shlomo had his house in order. And sisters, that's something else you got to keep in mind. If you're looking for a man who has children prior to meeting you, you don't shun him because he has children, but you look at the structure of his household. If he has a wife and they have children, look how the household is ran. Go meet her, talk to her, see what type of spirit she has. If he doesn't have any wives or any nashim at that time, but he has children, then watch how he handles, raise his children. How involved is he in their lives? How do he provide provisions for these children? All of these things are important. And all of these things are things you need to take special need and care and look at. Before you say, I do, you should want to know these things. Because when you don't do these things, shortly thereafter, it might not show right away, but a little while later, all these things will show this man was trash. But if you kept yourself to a certain standard, conducted yourself a certain way, you would have not have fell for the okie doke. You would have not been bamboozled by that trash. Raise up your intellect, sisters. Raise up your intelligence, sisters. Hold yourself accountable because you had a part to play in choosing that dead beat. When I say dead beat, oh yeah, piece of trash. That's what he was. Because there's no way that a man is going to take the life of a woman that she places in his hands and misuse it. Men don't do that. Men nurture, men protect, men cherish, men provide, men take care of. If you marry a man in Israel today, you don't even have to go to work. If that man tells you to go to work, then something is wrong. Either he fell upon real hard times, real hard times, where he's already working 2 and 3 jobs. Then you might have to step in and be willing to step in if it gets that bad. But don't let him have one job and then say, we ain't got enough money, so you got to go to work. No, that buddy better go get another job. Buddy better go get another job. Or as my wife said, a better job. Because you shouldn't have to work as being a woman of a Hebrew man. You shouldn't have to work. If you want to work, then by all means, you go do your thing. But that home is what you need to be focused on. That home. So get Patak, Babakasha. So get Patak. Okay, tell her about it. That home of yours is what you must be concerned with. Those children of yours is what you should be concerned with. You shouldn't have to worry about making sure the lights stay on like James Posey. You shouldn't have to do that. Remember James Posey? You shouldn't have to worry about whether there's food on the table like Vernon Hughes. You shouldn't have to do that. Your husband's responsibility is to care for those things. And another thing is this. If you decide that you do work, now a lot of males going to hear this and they ain't going to really like this, but men understand where I'm coming from with this one. If you decide that you do want to work, let's say you don't want to pay no bills, then all your money is your money. You take that money, you put it away, you do whatever you feel like you want to do. That's your money. If he needs it, then you help him. If he doesn't need it, then you put it away for a rainy day. Don't waste your money, because there may be a time when he might fall on hard luck, and you got $3 million saved up because you had a job and you didn't do nothing with your money but put it up. And you say, you know what, babe, don't worry about it. Here we go, right here. We can survive off this if we have to, till you get back on your feet. That's a wife. All that money that you make, sis, gets put away. It's your man's responsibility to take care of the day-to-day events, the everyday events that provides for the household functioning properly. That's what so many people don't understand. Isha Tamat. Tame. Isha Tame. Nita. I know. I believe it. So this is what you just got to understand. You ask that man when you meet him, if I don't want to work, do I have to work? Are you able to make enough to provide for me and the family if I have children by you? Okay. Well, it seems that way to me. You should maybe go ask, make sure if that's the case. Are you able to provide? If I had 5 children, are you able to provide for us? How many children you want? I want 4. All right, ask him. Are you able to provide for 4 children if I have 4 children? Are you able to give me a roof over my head? You know, these are the types of things you need to ask him. Because if you don't ask these questions, you'll never know. And you'll end up finding the hard way the reality of these questions. He wasn't able to provide for himself. How are you able to provide for you? He's still living in his mama's basement. He's still sleeping on his buddy's couch. How he's going to provide a place and room and shelter for you and your children? How? King Solomon tamed that woman because she came amped up. She wanted to know. And she was on fire. She had doubt. It can't be that good. It can't be that true. So she came in. Prince! And guess what? He took her breath away. King Solomon had a throne that he built. A throne that he, not the holy house of the Most High, but his own place of worship, his castle. He had a throne where he sat down on this mighty chair and had a lion on both sides of the chair. There were 6 steps leading up to his throne. And on each side of the steps, on each step, there was a lion. So he had 2 giant lions by his chair and 2 giants on each level of the steps, all the way down the steps. So how many lions did he have? He had 14 lions in total. 2 sat right by him. Now, I want to bring something to you. When he had these lions, they wasn't just lions. They were statues. They was what we call cherubim. There was what we call, warrior angels. Or some of you might say gargoyles. That's what they were. Cherubims. Fierce-looking creatures. You know, if you look at the story of what a cherubim is, they had the face of a lion. They had like 4 faces on them. But this one that showed is protruding is in the image of a lion. Excuse me. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 6. She said to the king, watch this compliment she gave to the king. Never be ashamed to compliment your king. Never be ashamed. Never be ashamed to compliment your man when he's doing great. But a woman that knows her strength will know how to compliment her man in things that she desires for him to do more of. That's the woman that knows her strength. Let's say your husband always walking around, don't take a bath. He be stinking. 3 months in a row, he be stinking. You just be tolerating it, right? So one day he come home from work and he take a bath. You know what your woman know how you compliment him? Now you get him to take more baths. You lay up underneath of him and you might rub up on him. Boy, you smell so good when you do this. Compliment him in that fashion. Boy, I just like when you, what you want from me, daddy? Give him whatever you need to give him, but compliment him in a strong, positive way. Now, you never said, boy, you don't never take a bath. You be stinking. Your breath stinking. You dirty. You didn't say that. What you did was you approached him in a wise way because you're a woman who knows her strength. And I'm trying to share that with you today. There's a way that you can get a man to do almost anything you need him to do when you know your strength as a woman. He went and took a bath. You crawled up underneath him and told him how good he smelled. You know what's going to happen? That man going to come home every day from work and take a bath just so that he can get that compliment from you. Y'all don't know how men think. I'm a man, and I know how we roll. So give your man some compliments about the things and help him to understand what's needed from him without you being so bossy and demanding and so negative. There's a way to get through to your man that most people don't know. And one of those ways is like if your man, he wear dirty clothes all the time or ugly clothes. Let's say they're not dirty. Let's just say he like to wear sweatpants and you want to see him dressed up because he's a good looking dude. He can really be better if he dressed up every day, and he would demand more powerful things if he dressed up every day. So you notice because of the type of work you do and the people he's around. So what you say is, well, you sure look good today when he get dressed. You sure look good today. Oh man, you making mommy feel a certain type of way about you, boy. That will make him feel like, yo, I got to dress up more often. Yeah. And he will begin to do that. And all you did was use your wisdom. You used your womanliness, your cunningness of a woman to get across to him. He needed to hear that. He needed to know that. You know? And that's what needs to be done. Did you check? That's what needs to be done. But a lot of women, when they got a problem with a man, the first thing they do is they want to be a man and tell a man what the man should be doing. And you can't do that. You got to find another way to talk to a man where you're going to get through to him. If your man got a peasy beard, look at that beard. Y'all see that beard? Get a good look. If your man got a peasy beard and you don't want to see it peasy, one day when he come home from work, you got some beard cream, some beard grease, and a comb laying on his side of the bed. He come in the house, mommy brought you a gift. Here you go. Look, this is what mommy brought you. You ain't talking about him. You ain't being disrespectful. You're not doing anything nasty to hurt or harm him. You're getting through to him in a righteous manner. So it is, as you would say, godly. You're keeping down the tension, keeping out the controversy, and you're dealing with it in wisdom. And whenever a woman moves in her wisdom, she achieves so much more than when she moves in a spirit or a nature that doesn't belong to a woman. When she becomes masculine and aggressive and angry and forceful, then we got trouble. My brother wrote, whoever this is, I guess it's one of my brothers, you can't tame a woman like we're dogs. Oh, so you a woman, so you ain't my brother. See, the problem with this is this. I'm going to take the time to address this. You haven't been here for the whole lesson, so you have no idea where I brought this message from. You're going off the title and assuming that you have knowledge of what this lesson is about. That's the mistake that so many people in our race make today. They take face value of things and assume that they understand, and you have no knowledge where I'm going from in this lesson. So what would do good for you is to go back and watch the lesson from the beginning, or just keep your mouth shut until you have the opportunity to watch it. And then if you have an opinion, voice your opinion. Let's say an opposing position. Or just sit here for a little while and don't say nothing. and see what happens. Okay? You can't tame a woman. You have to be submissive unto the Most High. Appeal to the ego, sis. That's right. We'll change the title. Yeah. Change the title. I'm not changing anything. You don't own nothing around here. Who you think you are to come in here and just start dictating policy? See, that's the problem that we have with a female. That's the problem. You want to be a man. Stop trying to be a man. Go back and listen to the lesson. I pray that you listen to the lesson. I do. I really pray that you do. Irregardless of what's taking place right now, please go back and listen to the lesson from its conception, from the beginning. And if your views are the same once you listen to this lesson, then call me and let me know. Hit me up on this, the live, the chat. Anything you put on the chat after it's over, I'll still get it. So please, if you watch the lesson and your views are still the same, then hit me up. That's all I say. JWF. But thank you for your opinion. But I'm not changing the lesson. I did what I did intentionally. These things are reasons why people are falling away. Okay. You done got all my attention you're going to get right now. The next thing I'm going to do is block you. But you haven't done anything worth being blocked for right now. So I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to keep on. It's supposed to be misleading. So you get fed. If you already knew everything, there's no need for you to be here. So I'm going to move on and I'm going to continue to teach. But what you can do is you can share, like, and subscribe. You know, share, like, and subscribe. So look, here we go. She's going to make me start over. All right, I'm going to start over, verse 6. And she said to Shlomo, the report was true that I heard in my own land of your wisdom, of your words, and of your wisdom. She heard this all the way in Ethiopia from Jerusalem. She said to herself, this may be a viable candidate. Let me go and ask this man some difficult questions. Let me go and research. Let me go and find out what this man is about to see if these things are true that I'm hearing. She says, I did not believe the reports until I came and my own eyes have seen it. And behold, the half was not told to me. So the people who told the story to her about King Shlomo, they didn't tell her half of the greatness that Shlomo possessed. She didn't get half of the story. She came with a little bit of it, bless you. She came with a little bit because she thought she understood something, but she was going to go check it out, which I advise everyone to always do. Check it out. She says, happy are your men. Let's stop right there for a minute. Happy are your men. Anybody that walks with a king or anybody that walks with a spiritual leader should be happy, or else they shouldn't be with that spiritual leader. Because if you got unhappy people in your midst, usually they're unappreciative. And if a person is unappreciative, they're going to begin to look for ways to tear up the beautifulness that you got going on. So everyone that walks with you have to be on one accord. That one accord brings about happiness. She said, happy are your men. And not only that, happy are your servants, the people who sweep the floors, the people who carry the cup bearers, the people who carry and do all the labor for him. They are all happy. How do you get people to be happy? One way to get people to be happy is that you as a leader, you have to show them that you appreciate them. You appreciate them. Telling them you appreciate them doesn't always carry all the weight. You have to show them that you appreciate them. How do you show people that you appreciate them? Let me tell you how you show people you appreciate them. If you got a family in your midst and you're the spiritual leader and you see that family doesn't have as much as they need and Pops is out struggling to try to bring the family up, right? But he just ain't got enough. Have Pop do a little job for you and give Pop a little extra pay. Have him maybe go out and do something that he doesn't normally, like cut the grass maybe. He don't normally cut the grass. Have him cut a patch of the grass, and instead of giving him the expected $100, give him $500. Give him $1,000. Give him $2,000 if you can afford it, just to help his family get above board. And if he's any type of a real man, he will appreciate that. And then the extent that he will go to be pleasing in your sight is because he see you honoring him, so he's going to try to honor you if he's a real man. Some people who are bums, you'll give them a gift one time, then they'll come and look for a gift the second time, and then they'll look for a gift the third time. And when you don't give it to them the third time, you all types of MFers. You all type of no good and dirty. That's who you are. That's who you become. So there's a difference between a man and a boy. A man recognizes a gift. A boy sees it as something that you're supposed to do. You have to do this. There's a difference. So happy are your servants. That's how you make a servant happy. You show them that you appreciate what they do and how they do it. And the simple fact that they do it for you. You have to show them your appreciation. You must. And who continually stand before you and they hear your wisdom. It says, blessed be the Most High, your Elohim, Ha Elohim, who has delighted in you and set you on a throne in Yisrael. Shalomo has tamed her. Shalomo has tamed her. How do you tame a woman? You tame a woman through your examples. You tame a woman by being on your best game, by having everybody in your circle on their best game. That's how you tame a woman. If you're a woman and you go into a man's house and he got a wife and he got 3 children and the children writing on the wall, the children breaking all the glasses, the wife cussing them out and talking back, would you still want to be a part of that marriage? No, you wouldn't. Nature will tell you not to be a part of that relationship. Your natural instincts will kick in and say, this is not a place where I think we need to be. And you will begin to back away. But if this man, you already ain't down with polygyny, I ain't really with polygyny for real, but you want to just see what he's like. So you go into his house, his wife is respectful. She invites you in, get you a cup, asks you, do you want something to drink, give you a chair. She says, hey sis, how you doing today? So how you two meet? She talked to you like if you courting her son. She talked to you like that. And you sitting back like, damn, this is unbelievable. The children are all sitting down reading books, or all in their room doing certain assignments. One of them might be up cleaning up the house, getting their chores in place. And you and Ima and Abba is sitting there having a conversation in the living room, and not one time do they got to get up and say, hey, stop that. The children bring you a cup of water. Hey, how you doing? Shalom, ma'am. They slightly bow to you. Would you like some water? These are the types of things that you got to look for. That's what she saw in Shalomo's house. She saw that. Everybody was on one accord. Righteousness slew through the place. She saw it, and she was impressed by it. She was tamed. You don't tame a woman by beating her up and punching her and spitting her out, cussing her out, kicking her around. That's not how you tame a woman. You tame a woman by showing her the type of spirit you got. You know how you show the type of spirit you got? It's demonstrated through everything in your life, from the car you drive to the way you eat. Discipline must reign supreme in your life. If you're a type of male and you never fast, you never have no time when you stay away from, restrained from food, restrained from people, restrained from sex. If you ain't never got none of those, you ain't got no discipline. What woman want to bring herself in the midst of you? What good qualified woman? You might get a female, but you ain't going to get no woman with that behavior. You fat, you all out of shape, talking about you want to teach somebody. Teach them what? You can't even discipline yourself to put down a cheeseburger. What can you teach them but to be like you? Listen, family, this is real. There's a certain way that you have to look for a man. You don't actively go out in the streets looking for anything. I'm sure when Queen of Sheba, when Makeda went to Shlomo's house, she didn't say, I'm looking for a husband. She didn't say, I'm looking to bring home no babies. You know, she wanted to see if he was worthy. And once she found out if he was worthy or not, all that changed. She began to open up. She began to pour out her heart. She began to let him know what she was about. Y'all follow me? Can I get an amen? I better not get an amen. She said, blessed be the Most High, your power, who has delighted in you and set you on a throne in Yisrael. She got to see Shlomo's throne. Remember that beautiful piece that they said that his throne was so beautiful, there wasn't another throne like his throne ever. That's how beautiful his throne was. Who has delighted and set thee on the throne of Yisrael, because the love the Most High had for Yisrael forever, he has made you king, that you may execute justice and righteousness. Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold. She paid homage to the king. What that mean? That means she gave a little bit to the family. She said, here, Shlomo, I see what you got going on. Here, take that. That's why Shlomo had so much wealth. You know why? Because everybody was voluntarily giving to him, because they appreciated how he moved. They appreciated his wisdom. Shlomo didn't ask nobody for nothing. They voluntarily gave what they was able to give. Here, you open up an Israelite community, people don't even want to pay rent. They don't even want to pay community fees. What? $200, and they make $900 a week. Living in the community, all you got to spend is that $200, and your needs, your basic needs, is taken care of. They make $900. They only got to spend $200. They still got $700 to do whatever they want to do with it, and they don't want to do that. Then those are not the type of people we need in the community. We need the people who make $900 and then go hustle up another $200 and bring $600 to the plate and say, here, that's for y'all. I'm going to take the other 6 or 5. But this is for the community. Do what you know, because they know that the community is going to clothe people, house people, feed people, give people what people can't get on their own. They know and they trust in their leadership. That's how they felt about King Solomon. They knew that Shlomo would provide the needs of people. So they had no problem. They could see it in all that he do. He demonstrates that. They had no problem giving to Shlomo. Then she gave the kings 120 shekels of gold and a very great quality of spices and precious stones. What? She gave them spices. Why? Back in those days, spices was a commodity. It was something very valuable. Just like gold. Spices was hard to get. You would season your food with it. Some things took away certain disease, infections, and all that type of stuff. Spices was something that people would kill for. She gave Shlomo a whole lot of those things. Why don't you come up so we can hear you?
And I was going to say, where she was from, she brought different spices than what we probably had.
That's right.
So
Spices they would have had to travel a long way to go get and acquire. She brought them right with her. There you go. That's what we're talking about. And very great quantities of spices and precious stones. Never again came such an abundance of spices as these that the Queen Makeda, or Queen of Sheba, gave to Shlomo. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 11. Moreover, the fleet of Hiram, which brought gold from Ophir and brought forth Ophir, brought from Ophir a very great amount of almug wood and precious stones. And the king made of the almug wood support for the house of the Most High and the king's house. Also lyres and harps for the singers. No such almug wood has come or been seen until this day. So that made that a very special, precious thing. And King Shlomo gave to the Queen of Sheba all that she desired. Do I need to read that again so y'all understand? Did y'all hear that part?
Okay.
I gotta clean my eyes for that. King Shlomo, King Shlomo, Melech Shlomo, gave to Queen of Sheba all that she desired. I'm gonna read that one more time, and then I'll break it down. Are y'all ready? And King Shlomo gave to Queen of Sheba all that she desired. He rocked her mind with his simple lifestyle and how he lived. He flabbergasted her with the men that was in his circle. She saw his wealth, and she brought bringing gold and precious stones, but she saw his wealth, and she was like, oh, she was elated because this man got it going on. The order of his house, one would go out, one would come in. One would go out, one would come in. And everyone was dressed to the T, had on matching garments. They all knew what to wear on which day of the week and where to stand at a certain time and how to do what they had. She was overwhelmingly pleased. Now she approached King Shlomo as a queen. As a princess. Actually, they call her Queen of Sheba. So let's say as a queen. If my memory serves me correct, she was the first queen in Ethiopia to reign as a king. If my memory serves me correct. So they called her Queen of Sheba, who was accustomed to great riches. But when she met Shlomo, she was flabbergasted. So her desires were all met. What was her desires? You come find out later on, but not in this book. You find out in another book. We'll try to deal with that later. Her desire was to have a son. That's what her desire was. But she didn't want a son by just any old body. Queen of Sheba was so fly, so beautiful, so intelligent, that the women in Israel would get jealous of her, and they wrote books. She wrote books about it. Songs of Solomon. Read them. Read them. Queen of Sheba is the one who that book is dedicated to. She says, I am black but comely, O you daughters of Israel, of Jerusalem. Why are you messing with me? They were mad. They grew angry and fierce of her because the women in Israel wasn't up to par like they should have been. They got jealous to see another woman come in there and outdo them at their thing. He gave her all that she desired. Whatsoever she asked for, asked beside that was given her by the bounty of King Shlomo. So she turned and went back to her own land with her servants. Her and Shlomo had a love affair for a period of time. I don't know how long she stayed in Jerusalem, but she stayed for a little while. She stayed long enough to get pregnant. And she took that child back to Ethiopia with her. And he was Menelik the first. That was the child. Menelik the first. And when she sent him back, when he sent her back with 12 emissaries from each tribe of the tribe of Israel. So that meant that 12 Levites went back with her as well. 12 Judites, 12 Reubenites, 12 Issacharites, 12 Naphtaliites, Benjaminites, all of them Asherites, all of them went back with her. Gadites. Zebulonites. They all went back with her, 12 from each tribe, along with her own entourage, and supposedly, reportedly, the Ark of the Covenant. She's supposed to take all that back with her. That's something great. Now, the weight of the gold that came to Shlomo in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. How many gold did you get? How much gold did you get last year? How much gold did you get last year, brothers and sisters? How much gold did you get last year? Besides that which came from the explorers and from the business of the merchants and from all the kings of the west and from the governors of the land. So 666 talents of gold was just what he got out of Ophir. Gold that he got of his own. That's right. This sister put something, I believe it's a sister. I don't know who it, lost but not found. You know who that is? Yeah, I remember the name, but I don't know who it is. I don't remember who it is. But whoever it is that put up something real powerful. Only the anointing of a king could be understood by a true queen. And you're absolutely right. And I said that, I spoke on that earlier. Hey, Bati. Shabbat shalom, Bati. Now I'm confused. Why was it okay for her to have a baby when they were not married? We don't know if they married or not. I don't know the answer to that. I truly don't know. They may have gotten married in such a short period of time. They may have. But I don't know. But I tell you what, he sent her away like a wife. She ain't never got to ask him for no child support. He sent her away like, if this was my wife and now you have my child and we ain't going to see each other for a long time, so this should be enough to provide for you. He gave her enough, sent her away like a wife. So I have to assume that maybe he did marry her and then impregnated her and gave her a child. But it's deep. It's deep. Lost but not found. No, lost but found. So you're a man or a woman, lost but found? You're a man or a woman? Let me know. Yeah. Besides that which came from the explorers, so besides all the gifts and things that Shlomo received, he already had 666,000 talents of gold coming to him on his own. So that meant, just so you'll know, that meant nobody made King Solomon wealthy. He was already wealthy. The Most High put that blessing upon King Solomon's life that he would have more wealth than any king that ever lived. So with Mansa Musa having so much wealth that he could just give it away in the streets as he traveled, King Shlomo had way more than that. And he made 300 shields of beaten gold. No king ever in history do I know had 300 shields, even 100 shields of real gold. King Shlomo was showing off. Excuse me. But that's how immaculate it looked in his castle. 300 shields of pure gold. Matter of fact, Shlomo built the house of the Most High. He built, you know how you got walls? You look around, y'all see these walls? And this building is way smaller than the house of the Most High, right? But everything was completely covered in gold. Everything was, the walls, the floors, everything was completely covered in gold in the temple. Shlomo did his thing. The king also made a great ivory throne. He made an ivory throne. Ivory is expensive within itself. Anybody know what ivory is? What's ivory? Elephant tusks. That's right. Elephant's tusks. He made a throne of elephant's tusks, and not only elephants, but hippopotamus, I think, has tusks as well. And I wonder if it was really made with elephant's tusk. think elephants might be unclean. And he overlaid it with the finest of golds. She says, trust from rhinos. The throne has 6 steps, and the throne had a round top. And on each side of the seats were armrests and 2 lions standing beside the armrests, while 12 lions stood there, one on each end of a step on the 6 steps. The like of it was never made in any kingdom. All King Shlomo's drinking vessels were of gold, and the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were silver. Silver is not considered as anything in the days of Shlomo. They didn't have too much a regard for silver in those days. Everything was of fine gold. For the king had a fleet of ships in Tarshish at sea with the fleet of Hiram. Once every 3 years, the fleet of ships of Tarshish used to come bring gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. Thus King Shlomo excelled all the kings of the earth in riches and in wisdom. And the whole earth sought the presence of Shlomo to hear his wisdom. How could she not be impressed with this man? How could she not be impressed with him? Everybody on the planet is seeking this man's wisdom, his relationship with the Most High. How could she not be impressed? King Shlomo excelled all the kings in the earth in riches and wisdom, and the whole earth sought the presence of Shlomo to hear his wisdom, which Ha Elohim had put in his mind. Every one of them brought his present, articles of silver, articles of gold, garments, myrrh, spices, horses and mules, so much year by year. Now, I want to jump on that for a minute. I want to talk about that for a minute. Every one of them, all the other people, they always gave gifts to King Shlomo, year by year. Articles of gold, garments, mules, servants, all types of things, furs, frankincense and myrrh, spices, all types of things. They will give gifts to the king. When you come to a man's house, you're supposed to come into a man's house bearing a gift, bringing a gift. That's right. Well, they did this consistently. Whether they was coming to his house or not, they sent him gifts. How many brothers move like that with that spirit today? Not many, almost none. Almost none. Shlomo gathered together chariots and horsemen. He made 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen, whom he stationed in the chariot cities and with the kings in Jerusalem. Shlomo had order to everything that he did. Everything. And the king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones. And he made cedar as plentiful as the sycamore of Shephelah. Now, we just read that. Somebody tell me what that means, please. Let me read it again. Tell me what it means. I'm about to read it to you again, and then I need y'all in the audience to give me the breakdown to what this means. And the king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones. You know, stones are everywhere in Jerusalem. Anybody can find it. So therefore, he gave a whole lot out. And he made cedar as plentiful as sycamore of the Shilafah. Say it again. Okay. So what does this mean? I thought they left. So what does this mean, family? Somebody break it down. Tell me in the comments what that means. That amazing how he was honored and respected. Yeah, nobody's putting anything in the room. Nobody's putting any chats. Nobody got any ideas about what this means? Huh? You said accident again. I said it twice. I asked it twice. Y'all ain't paying attention? All right, let me do it again. And the king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stone, and he made cedar as plentiful in sycamore of the Shephelah. Somebody please tell me what that means to them. See, because we read things and we don't really read things. So I'm asking you now to read that verse and tell me what that means. Everyone had opportunity to possessions, because that's it. Okay, that's a good example. Thank you, Iman. He made it so all good. What? He made it so all good have it. So all could have it. Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. That's a good example. I'll take one more. One more person, please. Tell me what that means to you. And the king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stone, and he made cedar as plenty as a sycamore of the Shephelah. Somebody tell me what that means, please. One more person. One more person. I'm only waiting for one more to give me the explanation of that. I can't even get the participation from one more person. We got 2,200 people in the room, and I can't get one person, one more person to send me a text to tell me what that means to them. There was so much wealth that everybody was satisfied, and that's why everybody was happy. That's a good example, sis, and that's exactly what it means. Shlomo made everybody in his circle wealthy. Everybody. Everybody around him was getting it. And more than likely, they were getting it more with him than they would have gotten on their own. That's the importance of great leadership. If a man is getting money and a man go out and get a wife, that man should begin to get more money. More money than he got on his own when he brings a woman into his life. Same thing with a leader. If you got a spiritual leader and you already serving the Creator, that spiritual leader should be able to bring you closer to the Most High from what he teaches and how he leads. He should bring you more peace in your life. He should teach you how to make wealth to provide for yourself and take care of yourself. There's so much more to being a leader than people imagine. I had one brother, he was a spiritual leader. He'd been a spiritual leader for many years. Well, I say he'd been a teacher for many years. He comes to me, he says, Prince, he says, you have shown me what being a leader is all about. He says he's been a teacher for years, but he had no idea. Now today, he sees what being a leader has to do with the people of Israel. It has nothing to do with you teaching, because a teacher is a teacher, but a leader is supposed to take on certain characters and traits to elevate the people's, not just the way that they learn how to read Torah, not just teach them how to read Hebrew, but he has to teach them how to provide for their lives. He has to teach them how to deal with everyday ins and outs. He has to provide for the betterment of the people through how he instructs and teaches and leads the people. He has to show them by example what true loyalty is, what true dedication, commitment, and sincerity is all about. He has to show all these things through example. So we got a lot of great teachers in the world, but we got very few leaders in the Israelite nation. Very, very, very few leaders in the Israelite nation. We got a lot of teachers, but very few leaders. And that's the difference. Very few leaders, but a whole lot of teachers. And then a lot of those teachers don't know how to teach. Some of them go on the internet and watch YouTube videos and then come back and regurgitate what they heard. A lot of title holders. That's right. But I ain't here to make fun of nobody. I'm here to do a job. But your leadership must raise your mind. He must raise your consciousness. If you've been walking with this same leader for the last 5 years and you see very little change in your life over the last 5 years or no change, you need to change leadership. Because that guy who's ever leading you is not a leader at all. He might be a teacher, can teach you how to read Hebrew, can teach you how to write Hebrew, can teach you how to, what else can he teach you? I don't even know what else he would teach you. There's a difference between a leader and a teacher. And a lot of people want to be a leader until true leadership is required of them. And what I mean by that, this is what I mean by that. You're a single woman, or you that widow that the Most High spoke of, or you that man that's hard on your luck, hard down on your luck, and life is falling apart. You come to your spiritual leader and you confide in your spiritual leader of all the difficulties that you're facing with in your life. If all he has for you are words, he's not much of a leader. You see, what we read about King Shlomo, he was a man of very little words. But what he did do was he showed by example that he's a leader. What I mean by that is this. When your lights get cut off, the leader is the one to get your lights back on and show you how to keep your lights on. When you ain't got a place to stay no more, a leader is the one who say, come stay with me. I got a place for you up here, over there, down the street, down around the corner. Come over here. When you get on your feet, then you start paying rent. That's what a leader does. A leader is the one that when another brother comes to him and say, hey, listen, I can't feed my family right now. I lost my job, but I'm too embarrassed to tell my wife. A true leader would take care of that man until he gets back on his feet and begin to provide for his family again, so that he never has to lose the respect of his family. And he will never tell nobody what he's done. Nobody would even, his own wife wouldn't know that he did this for another brother. That's what true leadership is all about. You understand what I'm saying to you? Well, you shouldn't have been listening to no other spiritual leader today or no other teacher. You should have been only tuned in right here all day from 11 o'clock this morning, and you wouldn't have heard that nonsense. You wouldn't have heard that. Chicken brothel. Yeah. But there's a difference between leadership and teachers. We had a serious situation that happened within the nation, and nobody had a means to provide that need. So they came to Prince, and Prince provided the need. And I'm not bragging, I'm not boasting, I'm not putting myself out there. I'm not saying none of that or doing any of that. I'm just showing you the distinction between the one you walk with and the one we walk with. There's a difference. Well, Ima should be listening here with Prince. Ima ain't got no, that's a house divided. Tell Ima that's a house divided. They ain't got no business, two of y'all over here and one of y'all somewhere else. Y'all gonna have problems. Tell Ima we're gonna come back out there and visit her, set things straight. So here we go. You will know true leadership by the progression that true leadership makes. By the way that true leadership pleases the Almighty, you will know. At this point, Shlomo was pleasing to the Creator. Therefore, the Most High advanced him tremendously. Therefore, you will know true leadership. You can feel true, it might not feel comfortable to you when you first come, but you can feel the presence of true leadership. You know how you'll feel that presence? Because he's going to be in your business. True leadership ain't going to just let you be. True leadership is going to help you be. That's true leadership. But a moray, it's not the moray's business how good you are in feeding your family, paying your bills, providing for your family. Moray's job is not that. Moray's job is to teach you how to fear, serve, and learn the Most High. But the job of true leadership is to get into details of your life to make sure that you can provide, that you are providing, that you're not beating on your wife, kicking your children, spitting on them, putting them out, just doing foolishness. Because if you let a male go, a male will do whatever comes into his mind. But leadership won't tolerate that. Leadership will deal with them. Yo, you got to go. You understand what I'm saying? Leadership has to be so strong that if the man has to go, leadership is willing to take care of the family. Leadership has to be so strong that if the man fall on hard times, leadership has to provide for the family. Leadership has to be so strong that when people can't do for themselves, leadership gives them what they need to think, to build, to grow for themselves. But not only leadership does he do those physical things, but leadership has to be strong enough to recognize the leadership in others and to respect it. So now that I told y'all all about what leadership is, how many of y'all got leadership in your husband? Because your husband is the first leader that you have in your household. Sure, you can listen to Prince talk all these smooth things, but come on. Ima. We have an elder coming in. Just be patient with us, please. That's the difference. That's part of the difference between leadership and a teacher. But let's look at the leadership that you got in your life directly, and that's your husband. He's the first leader that you have. Your husband. And how many of y'all, you women, recognize the leadership in your husband? What's the elder? The elders are to be respected. The elders are who runs the show behind the scenes and give the best advice to the leadership so that the leadership make few mistakes as possible. That's the job of the elders. Elders are people that you respect and you honor at that particular time. All right? Yeah. The elder is one of the brothers, Ima. Maybe she might want to speak. You want to speak? Want to say shalom to everybody, Ima? You want to say shalom to everybody? Tell her what I said.
I can't tell what to say.
Do you want to say shalom? They're asking me who you are. They want to say shalom to them.
Oh, you want me to introduce myself?
Yes, they're asking you to.
My name is Catherine Martin. I'm Antoine's mother, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, we're happy to have you. Huh?
And I got to come to visit my son, and wherever they go, I go.
All right, we're happy to have you. May the Most High be praised.
Glad to meet everybody.
All right. All right, there we go. So that's Brother Antoine's Ima. He looked just like her. Boy, that boy looked just like his mama. You can tell that's her son. You can tell that's his Ima. Look just like your mama, boy. On the masculine side, but you look like your mama, I'm telling you. Your daddy probably ain't had much to do with that, but you look like your mama. You think so? He look like his daddy to you? Then I might need to meet him one day. Oh, really? Don't be surprised what I could do. Yeah, but you know the Most High knows best. But I see your traits in him, definitely. When I saw you sitting on the porch, I said that got to be his mom. Well, that's cool. We had that conversation during the break. We're gonna get into that then. Class was almost over. Here they come creeping up in here, so we got to stay for a little while. Orneet, come on back on, Orneet. Orneet, come on back in. We're gonna need your assistance. All right, here we go. Because I can't do another hour of both. And the king, silver and gold and common in the streets, and Solomon imported all horses. Imports of horses was from Egypt and Ku, and the king's trades received from Ku at a price. A chariot could be imported from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. And so, through the king's traders, they were exported to all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Syrians. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So now we're about to read about King Shlomo and his devastating fall from glory. Sister Orneet, you have been summoned. Where you at? Yeah, they missed your reading, Sister Orneet. So we're going to bring you in and let you, do your thing. So, and family, you got to remember this. This ain't got nothing to do with Sister Orneet. It got something to do with other people, but people come for a season. And then sometimes the wind blow and they pop up again once in a while. So, don't always expect what's been the expected. I try not to get too comfortable with people because people will fail you every time. As soon as you get dependent upon a person is when they fail you the quickest. You have to learn to be able to move without the necessity of others. You have to be able to do things without always having to depend on somebody else to be there, to get you back, to pick you up, and to move you over. That's just being a man. All right? Well, Sister Ornita ain't coming in.
She said she's coming.
Well, she taking too long. I ain't got none. It's just taking too long. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share, and hit the notification bell and stay connected. Sister, did you say you wanted to sing today? I wasn't sure if you said you was going to sing today. No singing today? Because now would be a perfect time to bust a note while we're waiting for the reader to come in. Ishi, did you say you wanted to sing today, Ishi? Nobody's singing today? Now would be the perfect... Antoine, you said you wanted to sing? Oh. Now would be the perfect time to bust a tune. Oh, y'all want me to sing? All right, let me get my throat.
Me either. Okay, I'm waiting.
Oh, you sing, Ema? Oh, me either.
I'm going with you.
Not me.
I told you that.
They ain't laughing me out. I stay in my lane. I know what my lane is.
Okay, well, you just say the words.
I wish I could sing. I'll just say the words. All right. All right, Sister Ornita is taking too long for me. I don't move that slow. All right, Sister Ornita. You want to remove your mic from the mute? Say something to me, Sister Ornette.
Kane, I'm here.
You here? You sure you're here?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You got your book open?
Okay, give me 1 second. Absolutely.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, because we're going to rock and roll. We're going to rock and roll. Did y'all hear that music playing in the background?
Okay.
I will praise thee with all my soul, and I will glorify. Go ahead, Prince. Go ahead, Prince. Get it, Prince. Stop being embarrassing nobody, Prince. But go ahead and do your thing. All right, can everybody see the screen? I'll make it a little bit larger for you. Okay, there we go. You ready, sis?
Okay, I'm going to read from my Tanakh.
Melchizedek. You said you're going to read from your Tanakh?
Okay.
All right, let's rock and roll. I'm ready when you're ready.
What's the scripture?
Thought you said you was ready. You ready? You don't even know where to read from. You've been reading with us all day. All right, let me. We're in 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. Is that better?
Okay.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. Let's rock and roll. Let's go. Let's rock.
And it reads, but King Solomon loved many foreign women.
What was his problem? From the door, first verse, what did he say? King Solomon, what was his issue?
He loved foreign women.
He loved foreign women. Not that he loved many women, but he loved foreign women. And this even is true for you today as a Hebrew man. Foreign women mean women that are not of your nationality, not of your nature, not of your spirit, that you're not in tune with. Usually we fall for these women because they're attractive, they're beautiful, but there's a void inside of us because we're in search of something. Usually it's something that we really don't need. We're being greedy. And most men, most males are greedy when it comes to women. We look at the outer appearance and we just gotta bring it to ourselves. And therefore we commit all these abominations and atrocities and bring all these calamities upon our families because we allow our desires to overweigh our discipline. And we know that these are things that we should not do, but because we're weak in our essence, because we have no discipline or very little discipline, we fall victim to these foreign women. But many of us doubt the power of a woman. She could be a foreign woman or a regular woman, but if a woman is in tune with her nature and she knows her strength, she knows how to bring the strongest man down to his knees. So you got to be careful about that. Therefore, you want to involve yourselves with the opportunity for any woman to enter into you and take you off your throne. You shouldn't do that. But we be thinking we got it all together. I can handle this, but you can't. You don't, and you won't. Because contrary to what any man says, them women, when they in their strength, they're 1,000 times stronger than you. Got to understand what I'm saying. When they're in their strength, they will be the most passive, most docile. They will know how to get whatever you like, they will adjust to that nature so that you fall for that. But if they're wicked women, they'll use that for your demise. But if they're righteous women, they'll use that to get in with you so that y'all can elevate together. Women, know your strength. Because your strength as a woman is the most powerful thing you got going for you. And a lot of us don't understand that. What's the name of today's lesson? How to Tame a Woman. And if you did not pay attention to the lesson today, you will be misunderstanding my intentions and how I see the feminine nature. Read on, please. Let's talk about Shlomo and not Prince no more.
King Solomon loved many foreign women.
What just happened? You touched what you do? She was cool. Women always messing with something. Women, I don't want her on stage. Women always think they know something. You know what I'm talking about? Go ahead on, sis. Go ahead and read, please.
But King Solomon loved many foreign women, in addition to the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites.
All of these nations that we were told prohibited from the Most High from cohabiting with. The Most High said, don't marry these nations. A lot of males today think that they can just take a woman from anyone and still can walk in their service to the Creator, as if the women is not that powerful and that strong to divert you from your path of righteousness. But they are. You can be on your best game as a servant of the Most High, your best attitude, your best behavior, and you get into a relationship with an evil, wicked woman who knows herself and knows her strength, she will take you off that throne, and it won't take long. You don't understand the power of a woman. Please do not sleep on the strength of a woman because you think you got yourself all together. The Creator told you not to mess with these nations for a reason. He said, don't mess with these people. And then he told you why. Because they will call. He didn't say it's a possibility. He said they will cause you to go chasing after other powers. That means they will lead you from your strength, the Most High. Shlomo, being one of the wisest men on the planet that has ever lived, fell victim. And he was he was the wisest. So how much more you think you're going to compare with Shlomo? That you're going to be, oh, I'm the one, I got this, I'm going to make this happen. Shlomo couldn't do it. Why do you think you're going to be able to do it? Read on, please.
Verse 2. Of the nations concerning which the Creator said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go in unto them, neither shall they come in unto you. For surely they will turn you away. Sligat. For surely they will turn away your heart after their deities.
What? Go ahead, finish that verse.
Solomon clung unto these in love.
The Most High didn't say they may turn you away. He said they will most definitely turn your heart to their deities. Shlomo clung to these women. He loved them. Mistake number one. Now, what I'm about to say, some of y'all ain't going to understand, so I think you need to ask some questions. Don't never love a woman. What are you talking about, Prince? Don't never love a woman. Never. See, the little fleas, the little gnat, got a little problem with that. What do you mean, Prince? Anybody got a question? Anybody want to ask me a question about that? Shlomo fell in love with these women, with wicked women, and it destroyed his relationship with the Creator. Because let me tell you about when you fall in love. When he fell in love with these women, he began to make rules and ways for these women. And what he did was he gave them his principles that he had in life. He moved his principles to the side and gave in to their desires. You have to stand on your ground and be a man. Never compromise your principles for anything or anyone, ever. Shlomo did that. He compromised his principles. He began to question how they did what they did with their gods, with their deities. He became inquisitive. And after he became inquisitive, he began to practice some of the things that they did. They would invite him out to a feast day. He would show up. I'm not going to sacrifice to your God, but I'll be here when you do it. What is that? That's idolatry. You're just as guilty as them. You're there. You didn't have to be there. You could have said no. But by going, you opened the doorway for certain energies, certain spirits to enter into you, to consume you and make you a part of them. Shlomo must have forgot. Because Shlomo was familiar with the spirit realm. But he moved all that aside because he allowed a woman, not just a woman, several women, many women, to beguile him and take him off of his principle. Had he not given them that opportunity, then again, Shlomo was one of the wisest men on the planet. So if it happened to Shlomo, why do you think it won't happen to you? Don't open the door. Don't give it opportunity. Close the door, please. So get the top. To the rebuttal. Don't give it the opportunity to. If you happen to be in search of a husband, if you happen to be in search of a husband, and the one that you see as a prime candidate, now you're an Israelite sister walking in the ways of the Most High. This guy looked good. He got money. He got principles, but he ain't about the Most High. Don't include him in your agenda. Don't go after him. Don't even try to befriend him in any type of way, because once he does, your husband has supreme rulership over you and your life. He could tell you, and you got to obey if you want to be right with the Creator. He could tell you, I don't want you fellowshipping with them Hebrew Israelites anymore. And what you going to do? You got to obey him. In order to be pleasing to the Creator, you got to obey what your husband says. You got to do what your husband says. So if he say, I don't want you with them Israelites no more, don't call Prince, because Prince can't do nothing for you. Because your husband, the one you gave yourself to, you said you got authority and rulership over me now. You have to obey his voice. And if you don't, then the Most High will get upset with you and be angry with you because you did not do what the Creator told you to do. Now, a lot of you might be balling in your seats right now. I ain't gonna obey no voice of no man. Okay, then you ain't obeying the voice of the Creator if you don't obey the voice of your husband. It is so powerful, the authority that the Creator gave over a woman. It is so powerful that a woman can, in the privacy of her own chamber, without anyone around, she could be in her father's house, in her own room, on her own prayer rug, and make swear an oath, young man, to the Creator. She could swear an oath to the Creator and then get up off her carpet, go to the Most High and say, go to her husband, her father, and say, Abba, I swore to the Most High, me and the Most High entered into a covenant. I told the Most High that I will go to service 6 days a week. Upon him hearing that, her husband can disannul that vow. And she doesn't have to do anything that she swore to the Creator ever again. That's the kind of power and authority that the Most High has given unto a man, as long as she lives in his house. You find that in Numbers, the 30th chapter, verse 1. If she lives in her husband's house or she's married, she vowed a different vow or the same vow or any vow, and then she comes and tells her husband has the right, the authority at that time to say, no, we're not doing that. And she can't do it. Now, let's say she's in her father's house and she swears a vow, or she's in her husband's house and she swears a vow, and then she don't do it, then the Most High deals with her. He deals with her. Let's say the husband or the father heard it and he didn't say anything about it to her. 4 days later, 5 days later, he come back and say, I don't want you to do that vow no more. She can't do that vow. But the punishment of breaking that vow now falls on the husband's head. That's how this king worked. That's the type of authority that the Creator gave to a husband. So therefore, no man should be in love with a woman. Women should be in love with their husbands. But no, y'all, what you talking about, Prince? I just have to disagree with you on this principle, Prince. Let me tell you something. If you can't tell how your husband feels about you by the way he provides for you, the way he listens and works with you, the way he nurtures for you, the way he handles life situations for you, if you can't tell how that man feels about you through all that, then you don't need a husband. You need to stay on the streets where you at. Because a man demonstrates his emotions through what his doings are for his women in his life. That's how he demonstrates how he feels. Now, you might want to call that love, but if that's what love is to you, then so be it. But what I'm trying to explain for you is that love is something that takes the people's mind and make them do things to bend to the other one's will. If a woman loves a man, it's because she walks with him. She obeys him. She gives him all of her. If a man loves a woman, then he walks with her, he obeys her, and he gives her all of him. And no man got no time to give a woman all of him. Because therefore, if he is, he ain't doing much of a man job. Well, Prince, you got to explain that to me. Prince, you lost me on that. Prince, you lost me. A man got to be out making that bread, surviving the needs and taking care of the needs of his family. Most women's desire is to be up underneath for their man all the time. So therefore, if he is giving into her that part of himself where he pleases her in everything that she asks of him, she is going to have him not even be able to be out the streets making that bread. 12, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock, he out there grinding to make that bread. If his desire is stuck on her, where he's going to give her her desire all the time, this is a sad example, just one example though. He ain't going to be able to function out there in the streets because he's so worried about what she's thinking while he ain't there. He wants to please her. So therefore, when he wants to please her, he can't properly be in his place as a man. It doesn't work that way. In order for a man to be a man, he has to be free to operate as a man. He can't be tied down with emotions. And this thing called love brings about emotions. Men don't need to be loving nothing but the Creator. You worry about how the Most High feels about you. You worry about pleasing the Most High. And if you pleasing the Most High, you will be doing your job for your family. Your wife will not feel that she's missing out. As long as you're doing what you got to do for the Creator, she would understand and appreciate as long as you got a good wife. Now, if you got one of them wives of the 2000, 2005 women, they gonna be like, no, nigga, you gonna love me. You don't tell me you love me. Tell me you love me. Do you love me? Do you love me? And if you can't tell them you love them, then you lose them. Because a lot of people need to hear that. A lot of people need that reconfirmation that you love me. Well, how many men before me told you they loved you? They're not here today. Where was the love? Because love is forever. Love lasts throughout all eternity. Love doesn't turn on and off based on how you feel at that time. That's not love. We don't even know what true love is today because we're so fixated on the illusion and the appearance of love. The Most High loved us, but he had no problem punishing us because of our disrespect and disobedience. And everybody, well, Prince, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't want no man like that. Let me tell you, that's the best man to have. One that can remove his emotions from this situation. Because when you get on his nerves, he ain't looking for a divorce. He's just looking to fix the problem. When there's an issue, he's trying to figure out how we can fix this. And he's not worried about you hurt his feelings, how his emotions, how he looked to everybody else. He's not worried about that. And he's still standing on the principles of being a man. That's the difference. That's why a man ain't got no business loving a woman. A woman can love a man, but a man ain't got no business trying to love a woman. I don't even tell my Nashim I love them. I don't even use those. I tell my children. I tell all the young children, I ain't got no problem expressing to them because they need to hear that. They need to feel that. They need to know that. But a grown woman, if she can't tell how I feel by the way I do my job, then she don't need to ask. A woman should never have to open her mouth and say, do you love me? She should already know about how you do for her, what the needs that she have in her life, how you meet them, because you only make sacrifices on that level with people that you really have that deep caring and emotional and feeling for that today's world call love. The Most High loves us. He loves all of us. But yet he punishes us too, don't he? Doesn't he? Did the Most High punish us? He will in a heartbeat. And sometimes you feel like you're not worthy of the punishment that the Most High is giving you. And you cry out to him. And you say, Creator, well, why I got to be like this? You don't get to determine that. He does. All you can do is accept it and try to do better so that the cursing or the punishment stops. How do you do better? By obeying his voice. Sometimes the truth is hard to hear. Sometimes the truth hurts, but it only hurts when you're not looking for the truth. When you're living in a place that's not reality, you're living in a place that you want to live in and not the place where the Most High has for you to live in. There's a difference. Shlomo made the mistake and he clung to them, these wicked women, in love, whereas he shouldn't have. It was forbidden for him to even be in a relationship with these women. And because he went and bypassed what the Most High said for him not to do, he showed that he loved them women more than he loved the Creator. Because if a person loves you, they obey your voice and do what you say. A lot of people say they love you with their mouths, but do they truly love you? Soon as the relationship goes bad, where are they ready to go? Trying to exit, trying to run, trying to flee. Because there was no love there in the beginning. It was an infatuation. You fulfilled a need that they had in their lives. So therefore, they liked you a lot. They were infatuated with you a whole lot. But love, they thought it was love, but it wasn't love. Because if it was love, they'd still be here. How many, put your hands up, y'all. How many people in your life, you ain't got to put your hands up, I'm just saying, put your hands up. How many males or women in your life in the past, you were a man, it's a woman. If you're a woman, then it's a man. How many males or women in your life in the past that you've been in a relationship told you they loved you? How many of them? Almost every one of them. You know why? Because we think that that's something to do. The reason why we do that is because we don't understand what love is and where they're at today. Very few relationships last past 5 years. And in today's world, 3 years. Very few relationships. So all through those 3 years, 3 months that y'all stayed together, y'all talked about y'all loved each other from day one. Because you don't know what love is. So when Prince says a man shouldn't love a woman, it's only because of your lack of understanding that you don't understand what Prince is talking about. That's all. Don't be so quick to say, to disagree. Oh, he don't know it. Now, how you gonna step back? No. It's your lack of understanding because you was guilty of telling somebody you loved them too, and now you can't stand them. Love and hate doesn't exist in the same place. Shlomo clinged to these women in love. He had 700 wives who were princesses, and he had 300 concubines. And his wives, these evil women, turned his heart away from the Most High because he married women, and then not only did he marry them, he gave them himself. All of these women, he gave himself to. 700, 300, that was 1,000. He gave himself to 1,000 women. That don't mean that he just physically gave, he gave his emotional state, his security, his protection over to these women. It's decision making, all those things. That's how a man gives his strength to a woman. And a man should never give his strength to a woman, ever. No matter how good she is. You treat her accordingly. You show appreciation to her accordingly. But you never give her all of you, ever. And a lot of you may disagree with what it is that I'm saying, but I promise you, if you live by these principles, later on in life, you'll be thanking the Creator for the day you heard Prince teach this lesson. Believe me. Let's see what she's talking about. What she say? Bati, I'm gonna send you a link. You can come on the room. If you want to speak, you can come onto the room and speak your part if you want, if you choose to, or you can just keep texting in the sidebar. I'm gonna send you the link. You ain't gotta open up the camera. Anybody gotta see you if you don't want them to, but they must hear what you gotta say because you got a lot to say. She said, okay, I said the creator had to tell me this is right himself. As soon as I wrote that, my elder daughter said, yes, he's right, and explained it to me, and that was the creator because I got it. Okay, very well. May the Most High be praised. And anybody else that want to come on and challenge this, you can come on. You can say peace, speak your piece. We're not running. We're not afraid of anything that we've said, anything that we teach. If you want to question it, challenge it, or whatever you want to do, here's the link. Come in and speak your piece, unless you can say it on the sidebar and talk it. The moment that a man gives his heart to a woman, he becomes less of a man. You can give a woman everything she needs. I ain't say what she wants. I said everything she needs in life, you can provide all those things for her and still maintain your manliness. But once you give a woman everything she wants, because she wants it, you're no longer a man. You have lost a portion of yourself. Maybe y'all don't understand that. Maybe one day y'all will. May the Most High be praised. All right. For when Solomon was old, his wives turned away his heart, his mind, after other gods, after deities. And his heart was not wholly true for the Most High, his Elohim, as was the heart of David, his father. When Solomon got older, he began to chase after the pleasures of women, as opposed to chasing after the pleasure of the Most High. And that's a difference. Men should never chase after the pleasure of a woman. Never. It will cause a man, if he is married, to commit adultery in many instances when he's chasing after the pleasure of a woman, physical pleasure. He will become corrupt. He will become immoral. But if he stands on the principles of being a man, he has principles, rules. His integrity won't allow him to do certain things. But when you lose your integrity, you lose everything. And a lot of people don't understand that. For when Solomon was old, his wives turned his heart away from the Most High. For Shlomo went after Ashtaroth. Remember Ashtaroth, the goddess that we spoke about earlier 2 years ago? Remember? Oh, I'm sorry. You're supposed to be reading, sis. You're right. I'm sorry. I done got hype all over again. Sorry, verse 5, sis. Go ahead. Please forgive me.
Verse 5. For Solomon went after Asherah, the goddess of Sidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Amorites, the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Creator, and went not fully after the Creator, as did David, his father.
Let's stop for a second, please. Solomon in his prime, had Queen of Sheba came to Solomon in his prime, she wouldn't have went for that nonsense. She wouldn't have fell for it because she'd have spotted out his weaknesses. I promise you that his kingdom began to fall apart. When his men no longer respected him because he gave his energy to a woman or to women, his kingdom began to fall apart. It was in his old age. But when he was young, he put the women where they need to be. You my wife, but you stay over there. I'm going to build you a house. I'm going to provide for you, and you stay over there. But when he got older, he started searching after their gods, want to know why they do what they do and all those things. And that was a problem. His men saw weaknesses in him, and they began to build in a different manner than they did when he was young and strong and all about the Most High's ways. That's a fact. Your women want to respect you the same when they see that you're not about the Creator. That's a righteous woman. When a righteous woman see that you fallen off, you ain't like you used to be with the Creator, they will begin to feel less and less and less toward you as a man. And let me tell you something, males and men, you don't never want your woman to lose respect for you. You could break her heart, you might be able to get that back more than likely. You can make her feel bad and cuss her out. You might be able to get that back and be back on a good side. But the moment that your wife loses respect for you, it's a wrap. Even if she stays with you, it's a wrap. You'll never get that respect back. It will be 1 out of 1,000,000 times that you'll be able to get that respect back. Once out of 1,000,000. Once she loses respect for you. You know when she loses respect for you? When she see you doing outside of what you already stood for as a man in your marriage. What you already stood for. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I don't eat pork. Y'all go out to dinner, somebody come over with a sexy dress, looking good, and she slide a little piece of pork on the side, and you say, I know it's pork, but let me taste it. Your wife will lose respect for you. But once she does, she sees your weakness and she's done with you, for real, for real. And you may remain married, but you won't have a wife. Because a woman can't be a woman if she can't respect you. She'll be a female, but she won't be a wife. And that's sad. Hard to get that back. Hard to get that back. Extremely hard to get it back. And part of the problem is that a lot of males think that the way to get it back is to cater to her. The way to get it back is to give her anything and everything that she wants. And we start working overtime to give her all that stuff, but we don't know, but that pushes her away further. We don't really know that, but it pushes her away even more. All they ask for and all they require of us is to be the best version of ourselves from the beginning to the end. Stand on your principles and be that man. That's all they want from us. That's all we need to do. If you say you love the Most High, then prove that you love the Most High by never de-escalating your passion, your excitement, your zeal for the Creator. Because they will detect that. Any weakness in you, they will detect. And they be like, you ain't the man I'm married. Go ahead, sis. Start at verse 5 again, please. Prince always interrupting.
Reading from the 1 Kings, chapter 11, verse 5. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Creator, and went not fully after the Creator, as did David his father.
Now let me share something with y'all that a lot of people don't know, but I'm going to share it with you. When you read this, you'll see that Solomon married these women when he was young. He didn't just marry them when he got old. He first established his kingdom. He took these princesses from different kings. He married them when he was young. And they were practicing these things when they were young. And the Most High loved him because he said he had the heart of his father. Am I right? Exactly. It wasn't until he started doing what these women were doing, giving in to these women. See, he started falling in love with these women. But as long as he maintained his position as king and did what was pleasing and being in love with the Creator, the Most High didn't have no issue with him. But as soon as it says he fell in love with these women, the Most High got upset. The Most High became angry and bitter because Solomon began to give what he gave to the Most High to these deities now. That's when the Most High got mad. That's when the Most High got upset with Shlomo. Did you notice that? Read on, please. He married the women when he was young. He had the women for a long time. But the moment he began to give his heart to these women is when the Most High began to punish him. So you can disagree with me all you want. We don't have to disagree on things, but I promise you everything that I'm teaching is a fact. And you one day will realize it one day in your life. You will realize it. Whether you accept it or not, you don't have to. But I'm teaching you the truth. I've been a man, I've been married to 4 women for a very long time. Long, long, long time. One 36 years, the other maybe 32 years, the other 7 years, and the other 3 years. Long time I've been doing this. And I had some in between that had to be let go. I've been Shalomo. So when I talk to you, I'm telling you from my experiences, what I know personally, how it goes. And that's why I don't waste my time or energy on frivolous things. I'm not going to give you my opinion of this matter. Not one time today did you hear me say, when I was talking about Shalomo, this is my opinion. This is a fact because I experienced it myself. So I know I'm giving you firsthand knowledge. Whether you accept it or not, that's your decision. But I'm not pulling your leg. I'm not mistreating you, and I'm not going to lead you astray. You might have a hard time accepting what I'm saying to you, but it's a fact because I've been there. I experienced it. Read on, please.
Verse 7. Then did Shalomo build a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his foreign wives, who built incense and sacrificed unto their deities.
What did he do? Solomon, watch this. Solomon built high places for these deities.
Mm-hmm.
He actually put his hand to work to practice idolatry, or so his women can practice idolatry. This angered the Most High. This upset the Creator. He actually put forth action for a deity because of these women. And it cost him a whole lot. Let's see what happens after that, please.
Verse 9. And the Creator was angry with Solomon because his heart was turned from the Creator, the power of Israel, who had appeared unto him twice, and had commanded him concerning this thing.
Hold on a second, please. This is exactly what the Creator's talking about and what I'm talking about. Look at this comment this young lady put in the room. The chicken brothel. Is that Shemai? Mm-hmm. She says, so basically loving her is like loving a deity. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Loving her is like loving a deity and to appease them. That's why you don't love no woman. You love the Most High and you give your energy to the Creator and only the Creator. Wasn't it still wrong for King Shalomo to take these women, even if in his youth, because he married women who the Most High said he shouldn't? I agree with that. He shouldn't even have married them in his youth, but he did. But the difference in what he did in his youth versus what he did when he got old is he gave them their desires with him. He gave them their desires. And by giving them their desires, it took him away from the Most High. And that was worthy of punishment. And the Most High did so. He punished them. Very good point. Very good example. All right. I don't think there's any other comments now. Let's read on.
Verse 9. And the Creator was angry with Solomon because his heart was turned from the Creator, the power of Israel, who had appeared unto him twice. And had commanded him concerning this thing, that he shall not go after any deity.
The Most High said that he should not go after any deity, and he did. The first deity he went after was the woman. He turned his heart in the direction of a woman. And no man who's about his business should be in love with no woman. In love and loving somebody is two different things.
In love and loving is two different things. Am I right, sisters?
Amen.
Sisters can tell you best. Well, I love you, Prince, but I ain't in love with you. I need a divorce. All right, there you go. Bang. If she ever asks for a divorce, you better give it to her because she will tear your life up. Y'all women got a power. Y'all, boy, most of y'all don't know the power you got. Don't know the strength you got. I'm here to tell you, y'all some powerful beings. Y'all are way more powerful than y'all can imagine. You can turn, look what they did to Solomon. That shows you how Solomon was the wisest man that ever lived. And look what women did to his life. When y'all put y'all thing on, y'all put it on. Let somebody do you wrong and y'all know how to get them back. Y'all good. I mean, the creator made y'all that way, but I'm happy for y'all. Read on, please.
Continue in verse 10. But he kept not that which the Creator commanded. Wherefore the Creator said unto Solomon, forasmuch as this is done by thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely tear the kingdom away from thee and will give it to thy servant.
Y'all see that? The creator told Solomon, Shalomo, Ima, you cold? You hot?
I'm okay.
You all right? You need the air? Okay. I ain't asked you how you look. I asked you how you feel.
I feel great.
All right. Good, good. All right. Now, watch this, family, because you're about to hear something really, really divine and powerful. Therefore, the Most High said to Shalomo, since this has been your practice, and you have not kept my covenant and my statutes that I have commanded you, even though he loves Shalomo, he says, I will surely tear the kingdom from you and give it to your servant. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Now you the king and you ruling, but the Most High says he's going to give it to your servant. You don't know what servant, so you watching everybody. You trying to make everything happen to avoid it happening when all you need to do is turn back to the Most High and repent. A lot of us don't understand the power of prayer. When we have offended the Creator, all we need to do is repent. But repentance don't mean just confessing with your mouth. Repentance means changing your behavior. And the only way you can change your behavior is by changing the way you think. That's how we are to repent to this king for our wrongdoings. And a lot of us have went through life and the Most High is bringing his wrath down on us, but yet we refuse to repent. We refuse to say, Creator, I'm sorry. Creator, I'll never do it again. And then change your behavior and never do it again. Too many of us doesn't understand. And then when somebody come to you and try to share that with you, you resist it. And you say, no, I just need to do this over here. I just need to do this over there. I'll get it together, but it's going to be together my way. Well, how long you been doing things your way? How old are you? You've been doing things your way your entire life. You never listened to anybody who tried to instruct you in a way that was different from the way that you wanted to go. And your way of doing things have gotten you where you are at today. That's the realization that a lot of people don't come in tune with. I had to face my reality. I mean, it was my fault that I ended up in the condition that I was in because I did things my way. You know what I do now? I ask questions about people who have already done what I'm trying to do and achieved it and were successful. I ask them questions and I try to follow their advice to the best of my ability. I try to make it happen according to the way the people who have the experience says this is what you need to do. And I stopped doing it my way. Well, we all know that the Most High requires of us to do it his way. So he's the best advisor, isn't he? He's the best of all advisors. Read on, please.
Verse 12. Notwithstanding in thy days, I will not do it for Dawid, thy father's sake. but I will tear it out of the hand of thy son. Howbeit, I will not tear away all the kingdom, but will give one tribe to thy son, for David, my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen. And the Creator stirred up an adversary unto Solomon, Hadad, the Edomite. He was of the king's seed in Edom. For it came to pass, when David was in Edom, and Joab, the captain of the host, was gone up to bury the slain, after he had smitten every male in Edom. For 6 months did Joab remain there with all of Israel, until he had cut off every male heir, Slikah, until he had cut off every male in Edom. That Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servants with him, to go into Egypt, Hadad being yet a little child. And they arose out of Midian and came to Paran. And they took men with them out of Paran. And they came to Egypt unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who gave him a house and assigned food supplies for him and gave him land. And Hadad found great favor in the sight of Pharaoh, so that he gave him in marriage the sister of his own wife, the sister of Tapenes, the queen. And the sister of Tapenes bore him Genubath, his son, whom Tapenes weaned in Pharaoh's house. And Genubath was in Pharaoh's household among the sons of Pharaoh. And when Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his fathers, that Joab, the captain of the host, was dead, Hadad said to Pharaoh, let me depart, that I may go to mine own country. Then the Pharaoh said unto him, but what hast thou lacked with me? That, behold, thou seekest to go to thy own country. And he answered, nothing, only let me go.
Now let me share this with you. Shalomo, the name Shalomo means his peace. Shalomo means his peace. Shalomo reigned in his kingdom for 40 years, never had a war, not in 40 years. And now these adversaries are raising up against him. Why? Because the protection of the Most High is being taken away. As long as he walked in the ways of the Most High, he was protected. He was blessed. He was looked after. The moment he began to not walk in the ways of the Most High anymore, what happened to him? The Most High removed that protection from him, and now the adversaries are coming against him. Same thing happens and takes place in our lives today. So if you're going through a lot of dilemmas in life right now, you're having a lot of problems, a lot of struggles, a lot of hardship and pain, I'm not going to tell you to give up. I'm going to say, get deeper. Go deeper into your service to the Creator. Get more real with the Almighty. Ask the Almighty for mercy. Ask the Most High to reveal to you what you have done or are doing wrong so you can better yourself. Because none of us wants to be without the protection of the Creator. Read on, please.
Verse 23. And the Creator stirred up yet another adversary, Rezon, the son of Eliada, who fled from his lord Hadaezer, king of Zobah. And he gathered men unto him, and became captain over a band, when David slew them of Zobah. And they went to Damascus, and dwelt there, and reigned in Damascus. And he was an adversary to Israel all the days of Solomon. beside the mischief that Hadad did, and he abhorred Israel, and reigned over Syria. And Jehoram, the son of Nebat, an Ephraimite of Zorada, Solomon's servant, whose mother's name was Zurah, a widow woman. Even he lifted up his hand against the king.
Now, Jeroboam was a servant of Solomon. Jeroboam. Now we about to read about what took place with Jeroboam, who was also an Israelite of the tribe of Ephraim. Watch what happens. Now pay close attention to this, because this is when the Most High's fulfillment of taking the kingdom from Solomon is going to actually take place. Read on, please.
Verse 27. And this was the cause that he lifted up his hand against the king. Solomon built Millo and repaired the breaches of the city of David, his father. And the man Jehoram was a mighty man of valor. And Solomon, seeing the young man that he was industrious, made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph.
So
And it
Solomon recognized the strength of this man, the qualities of this man. He says, you know what? I'm gonna put you over my people, over this little group of people that does this. You're gonna command that. You're in charge of that. Shlomo recognized the ability that this man had for leadership. But little did Shlomo know that this man was really more powerful than Shlomo imagined. But he did all this because the Most High's blessings was upon him. Watch what happens. Read on, please.
Verse 29. And it came to pass at that time, when Jehoram went out of Jerusalem, that the prophet of Ahijah the Shilonite found him in the way, and he had clad himself with a new garment, and they two were alone in the field. And Ahijah caught the new garment that was on him, and tore it into 12 pieces. And he said to Jehoram, take thee 10 pieces, for thus saith the Creator, the power of Israel, behold, I will tear the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and give 10 tribes to thee. But he shall have one tribe for my servant David's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel.
Stop for a second. This that we're reading right now was a prophecy being fulfilled. This prophecy being fulfilled, where was it prophesied at? Turn with me to the book of Genesis, the 49th chapter. I'm ready to break something to you. I want you to take it to your spiritual leader or your moraine. Take it to them and ask them what Prince is sharing with you today. Oh, I forgot. I'm your spiritual leader. Oh, yeah. Well, take it to the other people. Let the other people look at it. Genesis, the 49th chapter. You got it? This is a prophecy that the New Testament people used to prophesy about their deity, JC. But in fact, it has nothing to do with JC. It has everything to do with this prophecy right here. Watch this. Genesis, the 10th chapter, verse 1. Do you have it, sis? You want me to read it? All right, I'll read it. I'll read it, sis. Genesis, the chapter, Genesis, the 49th chapter, verse 10. It says, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. Now, what is a scepter? The kingship, the throne, the rulingship. Judah at this time is ruling all of the tribes, all 12 tribes. Well, there's going to come a time when Judah is no longer going to rule over all 12 tribes. This prophecy is letting you know right now that this time is coming. It says, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet. Shlomo was the lawgiver. He gave the law. He dictated what policy and procedure was going to be for the children of Israel in his time. So that lawgiver rulership would never depart until Shiloh came. You see that part? In verse 29, it says, and at that time Jeroboam went out to Jerusalem, the prophet Ahio the Shilonite. Ahiah was the Shilonite. He was the Shiloh that was being talked about in Genesis 49 and 10. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. When Ahiah, the Shilonite, came, the scepter was departed from Judah. It was the prophet who prophesied. He came, and when he left, sure enough, the prophecy was fulfilled, and we're about to read it today. Read on, sis.
Verse 33. Because they have forsaken me and have worshipped Ashereth, the goddess of the Sidonians, Chemosh, the deity of the Moabites,
Now,
and
I want you to stop for a second. The Creator says he's going to do this because they have forsaken me. No longer is it just Shlomo, but Shlomo led the people astray. You got to be real careful the leadership that you put over you. Shlomo led the people astray, and it affected all, not just him. Read on, please.
continuing verse 33. Chemosh, the deity of the Moabites, and Milcom, the deity of the children of Ammon, and have not walked away, and have not walked in my ways, to do that which is right in my eyes, and to keep my statutes and my ordinance, and did David, as did David his father. Howbeit, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince all the days of his life for David, my servant's sake, whom I chose, because he kept my commandments and my statutes. But I will take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and will give it unto thee, even 10 tribes.
Now, when did this happen? The kingdom is about to be taken away. You know why? Because Shiloh, Ahiah, the Shilonite, just came and prophesied that that's what's going to happen. In Genesis 49, chapter verse 10. Shiloh came to prophesy of the kingdom being separated, the ruling throne being taken away from the tribe of Judah. Shlomo represented the tribe of Judah. The prophet came, and guess what happened? The clothes was rent, the mantle was rent, the kingdom was separated, and then a big fiasco is going to come about, and the kingdom is going to be split into two different parts. Read on, please.
Verse 36. And unto his son will I give one tribe, that David my servant may have a light always.
Even in the Most High bringing down his wrath, he's having mercy. Read on.
Before me in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen to put my name there. And I will take thee, and thou shalt reign according to all that thy soul desire, and shall be king over Israel. And it shall be, if thou wilt hearken unto all that I command thee, and will walk in my ways, and do what is right in my sight, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, that I will be with thee, and build thee
All
a
he had
house,
to do was repent.
and build thee a sure house,
All he had to do was
as I built for David,
all he had to
and
do
will give Israel unto thee.
all he had to do was repent. All he had to do was repent, change his ways, and live. And the Most High would have been with him, but he couldn't. Read on, please.
Verse 39. And I will for this afflict the seed of David, but not forever. Solomon sought therefore to kill Jehoram, and Jeroboam arose and fled into Egypt until Shilshan, king of Egypt, and was in Egypt until the death of Solomon.
So when Solomon died, Jeroboam is going to come back. And when Jeroboam come back, the people are going to make him go before the king to represent them. Watch what happens. It's all going to unfold right before your face. And when he goes and represent them, the new king is named Solomon's son is named Rehoboam. This man is called Jeroboam, but King Solomon's son is named Rehoboam. So they're real close. Read on, please.
Verse 41. And the rest of the acts of Solomon, and all that he did, and his wisdom, are they not written in the book of the acts of Solomon? And the time that Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all of Israel was 40 years. And Solomon slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David, his father. And Rehoboam, his son, reigned in his stead.
All right. We're gonna stop there. We're gonna pick up next week for the next part of this class to find out exactly what happened. We're gonna let it rest right there. All right? We're gonna let it rest right there. All right. That's how we're gonna stop that part. Well, Prince, what happened next? Guess you'll find out next week. We'll let you know next week what happened. We'll let you know next week how that turned out. But if you really want to know, you can read ahead. Just read ahead, and then next week we'll discuss it in class. And I can tell you that with confidence because by you reading, it still ain't gonna give you the full understanding like Prince gonna bring it, because Prince gonna bring it differently. But go ahead and read ahead. Read it for yourself and get the understanding and move forward. So this is where we're going to pick up next week in class. 1 Kings chapter 12, verse 1. So let's take some questions. Do anyone have any questions today thus far? Anyone? Anyone have any questions? Are there any questions? And if you don't have any questions, do you have any comments? Anyone? Question, comments, anything that you may have at this time? You already understand? That's what I'm talking about. I knew it was something special about you when I saw you. I did. I just gravitated to you. I said, yeah, she the one. Yeah. I like you. Did I ever tell you I like your mom, man? I know because I ain't never met her before. But
you like me, though.
Oh, I like you. That's right. So, any questions?
I like you too.
Oh, I'm so happy that you
I
like me.
your personality and I like your attitude.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so appreciative. Huh?
I like your outlook on life.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot.
You shine out very different.
Huh?
You shine out very different.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I feel so good. I really do.
You surprise the heck out of me when you walk in the report.
It's not often you get people to give you compliments.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out How do you know who I am? I never seen me before, never seen the car before, never seen. How do you know who I am? I guess because I was sitting on this porch, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they told me you was coming. They told me you were coming.
Oh, that's another
Yeah.
secret you had on top of me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when I saw him sit on the porch, I knew it had to be you.
Okay.
Because you look just like him.
Okay.
Is that in the chapter coming up? Is what in the chapter coming up? Yes, everything that I just talked about, what we're going to see is in the 12th chapter of First Kings coming up. So what y'all think about the reading today?
Shabbat Shalom, Miss Paka.
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Hey,
Okay, there you go, sis. Go ahead, do your thing.
I just want to say to the Rabbah to the Most High for putting this lesson in your spirit. It was a packed with so much information and knowledge. It was very interesting how you connected the Genesis passage to what it actually meant when the prophet Shiloh, or was from that tribe, when he actually came during that time, and how during that time the Creator started to remove the tribes, remove his spirit from Solomon. That's deep, because a lot of Christians do use that scripture with saying that JC is coming, or that that particular passage represents JC. So that was a useful bit of information for me to remember for the future. But again, to the Rabbah for the class, as always, I took something from it that I can apply in my life to better it. So to the Rabbah.
El Debar, may the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. Glad to be of service. Sis asks us a question. She says, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Prince. And Ashahim, I don't know Ashahim, I think I got it right. Do you think you're referring to lust, not actually love, concerning King Shalomo's problems? I can only comment like this. Hope this gets to your peace. Yes, it's actually lust, and that's what I'm trying to explain. That most people think what they have is a form of love, and it's not. It's a lust. It's not love, it's lust. That's exactly what it is. All right, let me see what else she write. At my age, I want to be sure the lines up. Okay, yeah, that's something else. That's all she wrote today. All right, may the Most High be praised. All right. And that came from Sister, I call her Ima Deracia. That was her question. That was her comment. She wanted to know the answer to Ima Deracia. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Any other questions or comments?
I put a comment there.
You said there's a comment?
Yeah, I highlighted it for you.
Oh, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
No, I highlighted the comment for you.
Oh,
MC Kari.
way more information than the title? Yeah, that's what I do. I give you more than you come for. I give you way more than what you come for. That way I keep you coming back.
Yeah, and I think she was referring to, remember the young sister who came on saying change the title and all that?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Judy Thorpe, Holy Day. What would you like to talk about? When is the holy days? Okay. For everybody needs to know when the holy days are. This is where you can go to find out when the holy days are. OneNationCalendarCoalition.org. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Ima. Shabbat Shalom. But that's when you can find out when the holy days are. Go to OneNationCalendarCoalition.org.com or .net, and we have the holy days listed up there on the calendar when they actually come in. And if I'm not mistaken, which I may be, I believe Yom Teruach, which is Rosh Hashanah, will be on the night of the 24th of September, somewhere in that area, I believe.
It's the night of the 23rd, all day the 24th.
I'm sorry again?
I believe it's the night of the 23rd and all day the 24th.
Babe, I'm sorry. You're coming out a little distorted. Could you repeat that?
So it's the night of the 23rd and all day the 24th.
Okay. You might say she corrected me. See what I mean about having a good woman? She corrected me. It's the night of the 23rd, all day the 24th, with the possibility of being all day the 25th. All depends on when the new moon appears. May the Most High be praised. All right, Mother Isa has a question. She said her question hasn't been answered. It's about who will be the next ruler. My apology, I didn't see that. The next ruler was already explained. His name is Rehoboam. If you look at 1 Kings chapter 12 and 1, Rehoboam will be the next ruler of the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Levi. But the rest of the tribes, the 10 tribes are going to split, and Jeroboam is going to be their ruler. So Jeroboam is going to be a ruler, and Rehoboam is going to be a ruler. Those are two different people. Jeroboam is going to be for the nation of Israel, the northern kingdom. And Rehoboam is going to be for the nation of Judah and Levi, the southern kingdom. That's how that's going to be. But now in the southern kingdom, it's not just going to be Judah and Levi. The majority of the tribes is going to be Judah and Levi, but they're going to have other people from other tribes, stragglers, but not impactful like the whole nation. But they're going to have some people from the other tribes in Judah and Levi together with them. But the majority of the tribe is going to go with Rehoboam, Jeroboam. Are there any other questions, family? Are there any other questions? Any other comments? She says, Maisha says, no. I mean, when we come back to our land. So her question is, who will be the next ruler when we come back to our land? The one the Most High has chosen, that's going to be the next ruler. The one the Most High has chosen to be ruler over his people. Of the seed of the house of Dawid. All right? That's how we're going to answer that question. I ain't going to start no trouble today. Today is a Shabbat, and we're going to leave it at that. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Any other questions or comments? Anyone? No questions, no comments? Ima, are there any announcements we need to make before closing out with prayer?
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. I did want to say Toda Rabah for a wonderful lesson. And yes, which most of us know who come here often, the title is always less than the actual teaching, and people just have to come and pay attention. And a lot of people should know, like, titles are what brings people in. You have to pull them in. And so I definitely appreciate how you title things to pull it in, because it also helps to learn to be patient and listen. So Toda Rabah for a great lesson. And I don't have any announcements.
Okay. My wife is asking another question, and sometimes it makes me think that my lessons are not being understood too well. So I have to address these issues. No, I want you to post your questions in the room because they're good questions. You need to post them in the room so everyone hears them and everyone can benefit from the questions. So can you please post your question in the room? Everybody turn with me, please, to the book of Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, please. Ezekiel 37. Ishi, post your questions in the room. All right, she's asking me, she says, Shalom, I was just asking if you could share the scriptures where the Most High says the next prince ruler, when he comes to the land, will be of Judah. 2 weeks ago in class, 3 weeks ago in class, I read the scripture in the book of Ezekiel, and I explained to you the answers that you're seeking. I explained it to everyone. So what I would like to do now is have the opportunity to do it again so everyone can get that. So everyone can hear this, okay? So let's go. Ezekiel chapter 37. You with me? Ezekiel chapter 37. Let me share on the screen so y'all can see it. Ezekiel chapter 37. And I'm going to start at verse 19. Say unto them, he's talking to the prophet Ezekiel. Thus saith the Most High. The question is, who's going to be our king when we go back into the land of Israel? Is it going to be someone from the tribe of Judah? And she wants to see where the Most High says that. Behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribe of Israel, his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in my hand. Meaning the Most High is going to bring all 12 tribes back together again. Remember, we just read where the kingdom split. We just read that. The Most High is saying, although I split them up, I'm going to bring them back together again. I'm going to bring all the house of Israel to be one all over again in my hand. And the stick whereupon thou writest shall be in thy hand before their eyes. And say unto them, thus saith the Most High your Elohim, Ha Elohim, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathens where they be gone. And that's where we're at right now, in the land of the heathens. And will gather them, or we're under the rulership of the heathens. And will gather them, and will gather them on every side and bring them into their own land. So he's going to take us back home into our own land. and I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountain of Israel. And one king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations. Neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms anymore at all. We're reading out of the book of Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, verse 23. Neither shall they divide themselves anymore with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions. But I, not anyone else, nobody else, but I will save them out of all their dwelling places. The Creator is our Savior, wherein they have sinned, and I will cleanse them. So shall they be my people, and I will be their Elohim. So do we all agree that this is the Most High speaking about when we are taken out of the land of captivity and we're placed back into our own land? That's what he says. So do you all agree with that? And watch the next verse. Once he's done that and placed us back in our own land, it says, and David, my servant, shall be king over them, not Jesus, but David, my servant, shall be king over them. And they shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgment and observe my statutes and do them. They shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob, my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. What tribe is David from? David is from the tribe of Judah. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children and their children's children forever. Leolam Wa'ed, forever. And David and my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Most High, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. So the Most High actually lets us know what he's going to do for us. He lets us know that. And when you're dealing with the understanding of a lot of these houses of worship, they want to take out what the Most High say and add their own version and their own twist of who is going to be our Savior or who is the Moshiach. They want to take their own and add their own twist to it and determine that their ways, they know more than what the Creator knows. So there's some questions to that. All right? May the Most High be praised. Now, this could open the conversation for a lot of questions, but nobody's asking them, so therefore I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Are there any other comments or questions, family? May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. Are there any other questions or comments? When y'all doing it, blowing. Yeah, you go to the website, Ima, and it explained to you when. I believe it's, my wife corrected me and said it's September. Yes, she's right. It'll be September 23rd. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? No other questions or comments? All right. No other questions. All right, so if there's no more questions, no more comments, we're going to close out in class. Can we all rise, please, and face the east so we can make prayer? Sis, did you say you want to make prayer? No. Hey, get that light for me over there. Abi, our power, our King, our Master, Holy One of Israel, El Elohei Israel, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, we Elohei Israel. We humble ourselves before you, and we ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, thank you for your mercy. Thank you for the expounding of your truth that you share with us on this day. May you forever be praised, and may you forever be pleased with our actions, our thoughts, and our deeds. For we are striving to be right before you. We need your mercy, we need your kindness, we need your patience. We ask that, O great King, that you would remove the enemies from us, from the midst of us, after you make us strong by their presence. And once you build us up and make us strong, that we can move forward and maintain that strength with discipline, we ask that you would do so. Cause us, Adi, to be a light to all the nations, where everyone who has a different tongue, a different understanding, a different nationality, will look upon us and see that we are your people. We are your chosen seed, your children that live in this earth. And they will learn to imitate our ways and worship you, serve you, and honor you. But we know that through all these things, we must first be an example for mankind to look at. Therefore, we ask that your blessings of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding will be upon us, that we can be that example, that perfect example for all to see. Praise be thy name from everlasting to everlasting, for truly you are the only King worthy of praise. We humble ourselves before you, and we all say, Toda Abi. Thank you, Father. May the Most High be praised. All right, everyone. All right, so we still here. Nobody left yet. All right. So let's see, family. Class is over for the day, but we're going to keep the recording going for a little while. Let's see if we can spark up a conversation. Bro, can you hit the lights, please? The first switch to the right. All right, let's see if we can spark a conversation. Let's see how that goes. Does anybody have any questions that they have that they would like to have answered?
Anybody, you can even talk about the lesson that we had today, but you don't have to. It could be a question about anything from anywhere in your history of life, of walking this life as an Israelite. Are there any questions? Does anyone have any questions? Any comments? Okay. No? Nobody want to say anything. Nobody has anything we need to discuss. Everybody got this all down packed. We know everything. Everybody agreed with the lesson. Everybody in the unison. Okay, let's see what Iman is talking about. Iman says, so how does it look, a good relationship? Iman, can you explain a little bit more about what you're asking? I'm not sure I can follow. Please explain a little bit more about what you're asking. Iman says, so how does it look, a good relationship? I don't know what she means. She can mean between a man and a woman. She can mean between the man and the creator, the woman and the creator. Or she's typing. Okay, I'll be patient. Are there any other questions? Any other comments? Anyone? Oh, she says, how does a man show love? Oh, you want to answer that? Or you got a question?
Question.
Okay. How does a man show love? Ima, you would have to go back to the lesson. And in the lesson, it's all revealed to you how a man shows love. The same way that the Most High shows love, by providing the things that's needed and necessary for you to maintain life. The Most High shows His love by giving you everything you need to maintain your life. It's delayed because Ima pulled in late. All right? May the Most High be praised. Brother Antoine, you had a question?
Does the scripture give any cause to why they brought gifts to Solomon?
No. The scriptures doesn't give any cause to why they brought gifts to Solomon, except through example. Every time you go visit a king, somebody of royalty, somebody you have great respect for, an elder, you always give them a gift. It was an honorable thing for our people to do. It was always an honorable thing, a gesture of appreciation to that elder, that king, or anyone. So whenever you go into somebody's house, you should always take a gift if you respect the individual. Oh, Iman, yes, you can go back and watch it, but I just tried to explain it to you again. But it'll always be good for you to watch again. But yes, that's how men show love to their women, through their actions, their deeds. Are there any other questions? So, to answer your question, Brother Antoine, it's never a commandment for you to do that. But is it a custom? It is a custom of our people, of our forefathers, to show respect in that manner. Are there any other questions, family? $2,200 people in the room, and nobody has questions. Everybody's scholars. Everybody knows. Or maybe some people are just afraid to let us know they're here. So if you don't want to let us know you're here, just type it in, text one of us, and have somebody else state your question or ask your question.
Okay. Emma says she has guests watching. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? And whomever the guests are, Shabbat Shalom to you as well. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High bring you plenty of blessings in your quest to follow Him, to walk in His direction. Emma, do your guests have any questions? Okay, let's see what this is. Are there ways that other Israelite men can be with other men there, like groups? I'm not sure. A brotherhood? Yeah, we have a brotherhood. We have a brotherhood here, but we just don't accept anybody into that brotherhood. You know, we have to know you and know your character and how you are and who you are. Because once you join the brotherhood, that means that guy has to lay on his life for you. And we have to make sure that you're worthy of that. And yes, we have a sisterhood group as well. And I'll have my Isha reach out to you with the information when the sisterhood groups meet. Okay. But yeah, I don't even know if they still meet, but let's see if they do. But I'm sure she can give you the link to the chat. And if they ain't meet no more, maybe you can start a meeting again. It might be something you might do because you got so much energy. So yeah, but the brotherhood, all right, you see the sisters with their little red fingernail polish red? Sister Yoshua, raise your hand. Let me see your hand. See that red? You ain't got your red fingernail polish? Boy, I'm gonna get your husband. The red fingernail polish on their finger right here is a symbol of the brotherhood with the men. And what that is that whenever a sister is out and she's away from her husband, if another brother sees that on her fingernail, on that finger with the right color, he knows that he has to look out for her, protect her, and take care of her, no matter what her situation is. She could be at the store buying groceries and don't have enough money. It's his responsibility to cover the bill. She could be in an Uber, or let's say she's somebody cussing her out. She's in the shopping market, in the store, and some other guy is giving her a hard time. And he sees that red fingernail polish. He knows it's his responsibility to protect her because he knows the type of brother that she's married to as a part of this brotherhood. And in this brotherhood, we risk our lives for each other. We risk our wealth, our loves, our time, everything for the sake of the brotherhood and whomever the brother may be that is in need. And that's how we move. So yeah, that one finger be painted red, and that's how you know. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Now, sisters, don't go just walking around painting your fingernail red and you don't understand what it is and you ain't got no man behind you to back it up because you might get called on it. But, I guess wishful thinking might get you there. So go ahead and do what you got to do. All are welcome to come out to the holy days, especially Ima. Yes, y'all are all welcome to come out to the holy days. You are all welcome. Everybody within the sound of my voice. And you all know that. Well, the Creator commands certain things. Okay, let me see what that is. What if an older man is uncircumcised? Do y'all have any facility for that? We do not. Currently, we do not. But we are building a medical center at the end of our land. The medical center, she tells me to call it something else. You know what that name is she tells me to call it? She said, don't call it a medical center because they've been...
Institution of learning.
Okay, it's an institution of learning, a higher institution of learning that we are building here on our land. Let me take this call real quick, family. Yes, Emma.
I know the Most High want me to make this comment, or you wouldn't still be on this line. That's a joke.
Yep.
I sent my comment to the email and your cell phone text, but I'm having a problem with Apple trying to come on and be a part live. I am live now. But my comment I would like for you to share with the group is, I'm getting the feeling that what Solomon's problem was lust, not love. And there's a big difference in those two words. So when he was younger, he didn't have the lust thing going on. But as he got older and insecure, whatever, I think lust kicked in. That's my comment, but it's a comment and a question because I want you to clear it up for me, please.
Well, Emma, it is absolutely lust. It was absolutely lust. Most people's experience of what they call love is lust.
That's right.
Most people in this planet don't know what love is, because their form of love is always contingent upon something in exchange for what they feel. And as long as you give me something that I get in exchange for what I give you, then we in love. And that's not what love is. Love has nothing to do with what you do for me. Love have everything to do with what I do for you.
So I had to say this because men should love their wives, because it's a difference between love and lust. He was lusting, not loving. But when he gives his wife however many he has and he treats them right, he loves them. And anything else is lust. That's what I just think a distinction should be made, and not say Solomon didn't really love. You know what we know is love, but not what the world knows is love. Give me, whatever. So please make that distinction, because you, in the message, you said that a man should not love. That bothered me.
Oh, I'm so sorry I bothered you. Let me ask you a question.
We should love our spouse.
Iman, let me ask you a question.
I'm listening.
What is love?
Love should, to me, giving your all without expecting something in return. True love doesn't look for anything in return. Caring for that person, just what you said is love, providing for them. But women still want to hear it. They don't want to say, "Oh, I got this new outfit. I got a roof over my head." Love should be something a woman can provide for herself, and that's not lust.
Okay.
I'm serious. I just think it's more than just providing and giving and all this. It's the love I have for the Most High, and it's the same love we have for the Most High without the lust involved. We don't lust after the Most High. We should love our spouse just like we love the Most High, minus the baby making part.
There's so many flaws in what you just said.
Tell me.
Hold on a second, please.
Okay. Oh, that's beautiful.
All right, let me explain this to you. I asked you, what is love? And in your dissertation to share with me what love is, you said how we love the Most High. Do you think Israel loved the Most High?
We should, shouldn't we? It's
not what we should, it's what we do. And Israel don't love
Not
them.
all of us love him.
Most of Israel don't love the Most High. So therefore, we should never make that statement, because it's not true. We don't love the Most High. We hate the Most High. The things that the Most High requires for us to do, we don't do because we don't like these things. The Most High says that we love him, we will keep his commandments, but we don't. We don't keep his commandments. So if we don't, therefore we don't love him. It always feels good for people to walk around and spurt lies out their mouth to make people feel good. You meet somebody today and say, I love you, and they don't even know you. They don't love you. You grow up in a relationship with a brother or a sister, that's something that y'all kick around loosely. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. But where they at today? Because if they love you, as you said, it's forever. So where they at? Where they at? They still loving you over there in somebody else's arms? Telling them the same thing? No, they never loved you from the beginning. They lusted after you.
I didn't use that word loosely when I was in the romantic or whatever you call it. I did not use that word loosely.
When was you in a romantic relationship and you were in love with somebody? When was that? How long ago?
I can't even remember. I mean,
but see, that's a problem though. But Ima, what I'm trying to get across is that we don't understand what love is. See, that's a problem. It was so long ago.
You say some of us don't, because when you say we, that puts every single person who's doing their best to live this life. I just think we need to be careful when we say we, because there are some people who truly are doing their best.
Name 5 of them. Name 5 of them, Ima. No, leave me out the equation. Leave me out the equation. Name 5 of them.
I'm ready to say your wife, because I pick up on her spirit on these calls and these shows. I know Chief Uziel in DCB loving. That man is on. I don't know how he have time for his family. He's always. I know he loves the Most High. You just be around people and talk with them a little, spend time. And I know my brother here in Cincinnati love him. Corey Mordecai.
Okay, that's 3 people.
And I got more. I mean, the list could go on myself, because the love I have for the Most High, when people be singing songs to people.
Okay, that's 4 people. Name one more person.
I'm going to keep going.
I only want one more. Just give me one more. Give me one more. That'll be 5. Give me one more.
Well, that's not difficult at all, because I want to talk about the other brother that's with you. I don't know his name, but for you all to give up your time, and you showing love to the Most High by loving his people too. You see, you all are showing that love. I recommend Beulah Land and go. I don't really care for the name Goshen, but I recommend you all to anybody who's tired of these cities. I tell them they have to go through these they have to go through a screening or something like that to get there on the land permanently. Here I am collecting books, and I'm about ready to ship some of them to you, hoping that there could be a library set up for your school. I don't know if you have a physical library, but there's some things that I like to ship there. And I think it's over a third of the congregation of DCB. Where Sister Tuzella, I know she loves the Most High. I'm just going to keep going. It's just not coming right off the bat.
So let me say something to you.
Okay.
All these people that you said you know love the Creator, right?
By their actions.
What actions? What are they doing to make? Wait a minute.
Okay.
What are they doing to make you feel that these people love the Most High?
They showing hope, which I'm going to give you the anchor now. Humility, obedience, patience, and endurance. These people have been on this battlefield a while, and some of the other Israel people don't even know how long people been struggling. I've seen them through the good, the bad, and they still here. They might take a break. That's love hanging in there. Again, hope, humility, obedience, patience, and endurance. I've seen this in those people.
Now I've listened to you express your admiration for these people, and you say that these people are in love with the Most High, but not once did I hear you say
their obedience to the Creator's laws. Not once. Now, I'm not saying that they don't have that, but I said this because to show you your reflection of what you see love is versus what the Most High sees love is. The Most High doesn't care about your patience. The Most High doesn't care about how you do this and how you do that. The Most High cares about you keeping His commandments and being obedient to Him. We saw that in the story with Dawid today. With Shlomo today. The moment, and this is the key to the whole story, was the moment that Shlomo began to share his obedience to the Creator with the rest of those deities. The Creator had a problem with it. He began not to do what the Most High commanded of him. The Creator had a problem with it. See, anybody that you're going to say loves the Most High, it has to be because of their passion to fear, serve, and obey the Most High. Not
that
because.
Was the second letter.
Well, hold.
Letter.
Just give me a second.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with how they make me feel or how they make you feel when you're saying they love the Most High. I truly can't speak of anybody who loves the Most High other than myself, because I know I don't have the mind of that individual. A lot of people will say they do things. I had a young brother walk with me who kept the Shabbat Friday night to Saturday night, and he said he loved the Creator. And then a little while later, the Shabbat became compromised by him because he had a job. So does he really love the Most High? It's easy to walk when the sun is shining. How hard can you walk when it's a storm outside? So I don't know, because I never tested these people, and I don't know what they do when I don't see them. The Most High knows. But if our people love the Most High so much, why are we not working together to build something great for our people?
That's now. We're the unity is about. See, the separation, the 400 years was a part of our punishment, and that's another thing. But if the separation separated us, scattered us throughout all the lands, which we were already scattered even before people doing research on it now, unity is now. I don't know why it's taking 5 years after the 400-year punishment ended. I don't know that. I don't have an answer for that. For only thing I could speculate is this is like being in the wilderness from 2019 until now. They haven't gotten it right yet, because I'm promoting unity. I don't want to be a part of anything that's not promoting unity right now. And I've been called to this group and that group. I can't do it unless unity is there. That's what I experienced when I was put back in my body after that car hit me in Texas. And a lot of what I'm going through now is a spiritual thing. And I'm hoping that everybody realize that any problems you having in your family, friend, your community, your husband, your wife, these are spirits that get into these people, because that young lady and I knew each other for years. So we got to promote this unity. And I don't have the answer to this question that I'm about to ask you now. I hope I shut my mouth. You got to forgive me, because the Most High, I'm hoping it's the Most High having me speak out more now than I used to. But I have two questions, because I saw a video when you said, I know you have proof, or you probably wouldn't have said it, that this land could be the promised land. I'm putting could in there, but the way you said it, this is probably a part of the promised land. And I know about Pangea, that all the land was together at one time. People don't want to believe it, but there's research to prove, and the lands are together under the water anyway. They just not stuck on the top. But so if correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to continue this little chat here unless the Most High make me. Is this a part of the Holy Land where we are? So we don't need to be trying to get over there, because I never thought I had to go across that Atlantic Ocean to get to the promised land. I never thought that. But for the past 5 years, my goal is to get over there, because now they're showing us where the real place Solomon built his temple. I don't know who they are. There's people all on the internet saying Solomon Temple was not, and the house of the Most High was not built up there in that land where these people are fighting the Palestinians. Now I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to go on mute so I don't interrupt you.
Well, you said you had 2 questions, Iman. What's the other one?
Well, the other one is, should we be, if you're going to answer it in the way I'm thinking now and not in the past, shouldn't we well, you might tell me we're not the tribe of Yehuda, but I know that I have this thing in me to say we are Yehuda. And when you read 49, Genesis 49:10, I thought for sure you was going to say it's up to us to be used to gather the people, because that's what the Father told his son. He said, Yehuda, up to you. And then you brought in the Shiloh. That was a beautiful analogy. But if we are the tribe of Yehuda, paired up with, if this is the land, we don't need to be gathering the people, because I need some input on that. Those are the 2 things my mind is telling me. If I get a way to get out of here and go to that Jerusalem that they showing on these old maps down where the Bantu people are near the Congo and Nigeria and all of these names they gave those lands, which are not the real names. They're actually have Jerusalem, Solomon Temple, and the city of David, who is going to be our king, right in this little central park, the central part of that land they call Africa. I don't even like to say that word, but that's where most explorers from the past said Jerusalem. It's not up there in that little corner that they created in 1948. So the 2 questions: if we were here already, we don't need to go anywhere, because I think if the lands were put back together, the United States would fit right into that little part where they're claiming where Jerusalem is. And if this is a part of promised land, we don't need to be going anywhere. If we could push the land masses back together. But if not, what about the statement the Father made to Yehuda in Genesis 49:10? Now, I know I took a long time to get 2 questions put together, but would you elaborate on those? And I'm going to go on mute, so if I talk and you don't hear me, because I don't want to interrupt you.
May the Most High be praised.
Okay.
So we don't know if this land here is the Holy Land. What we do know is that a lot of artifacts and things have been found here to show that our people was here thousands of years ago, way before some Christopher Columbus even thought about coming over here in 1492. Our people had already been here for thousands of years. We found a lot of artifacts to support that, written in the ancient Hebrew language. So this land, if it isn't the promised land, our forefathers was here in this land, so this would also be considered our land, if you can understand that. As far as Shalomo, what's the second question? How you tie that second question in with Genesis 49? How'd you tie that second question into that equation?
I turn the mute button off, but I'm answering your question. Because at the end of 49:10, Abraham, Isaac, Yaakov told Yehuda, unto you will be the gathering of the people. And I'm not just talking about us as a people who know we are Hebrew Israel. I know that it's going to be more than us in this during the kingdom time. They might not be in the kingdom. So what does that mean when he said,
oh no, you asked me about Judah.
Unto you gonna be the gathering of the people.
Yeah, you asked me
What does
about
that
Judah.
mean?
You asked me about whether I believe that we are the tribe of Judah. And yes, I do believe that we are the tribe of Judah. But you also have to look at it this way. A lot of our ancestors came here in slave ships. You do know that. Not what the white man reports, but a lot of our ancestors came here on slave ships.
I know about that, yes.
The prophecy in the book of Deuteronomy says that the Creator will send us on slave ships into a land that either us, or our fathers have known. So if we came over here on slave ships and Deuteronomy 28 was being fulfilled, then that would mean that we came over here into a land that our forefathers had not known of. You follow me?
I'm following.
So then that would mean that this land would not be the promised land. But we don't know for certainty, for absolute certainty. And the reason why we don't know for absolute certainty is because our forefathers went into captivity in a lot of lands, not just here. Bermuda, Barbados,
China.
China, a whole lot of lands, and not just in America. But the simple fact that the Most High said he would send us into captivity on slave ships lets you know that he's talking about the children of Israel, the modern day slaves here in America. We are of those seeds.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I know that. I don't need to believe it. I know and believe it, what you just said. But shouldn't, I guess I got this lesson plan in mind, and we're supposed to do something. We should be making a plan. I know that the Most High already made the plan, but we need to be following the word. And I'll just tell you what I thought. I had this bright idea over 20-something years ago, before the 400 years were over for our spanking, whatever you want to call it. We deserve every bit of it. But except the extreme things people did. That's another subject for another day. But I actually was trying to get some cash to get a cruise line, because I know we're not going to be in the belly of anybody's. We're not going back looking like rags. We're going back in style. So about 20, you could ask people who know me, over 20-something years ago, I was trying to get some money for a cruise, for a museum first. Because I found when people pass away, they live this life, their family not on board like my family. They just throw all your stuff you collected for years in this life. This is my 39th year living this life. Next year will be 40. And which I don't think I'm going anywhere, because the Most High using me as a mouthpiece now, because I'm opening my mouth more. I believe during that time, it broke my heart to see how people threw our Hebrew people, the family are in the first day of the week and all that. So they want to destroy everything we got that they think separated us from their blood family or the same womb family. So the museum idea came up, and I was going to have, if the Most High would have help make this happen with me, I was going to have people who read obituaries, whatever your person was, if you could please don't throw away nothing like that. We have a museum to put everything in. And that was, I think that was 20 years ago. I don't know. It was before before 2019, I know that. And that didn't come about. One lady helped me set up a GoFundMe for that. The $10 she put into that was all we got within a year, seriously. So I knew the Most High wasn't blessing that, and he wasn't in it. It was a nice idea on my part. If it was something he wanted, it would have transpired. So I let that
Ima,
go.
may I ask you a question?
Yes.
What are you trying to share with us right now?
Well, the fact that we should be preparing.
How? How are we going to be prepared when we can't even unite?
See, now you're hitting the nail on the head. That's why I'm not a part of anything that's going to separate us. I don't want to hear anything about a daughter of Zion saying a man can't come to this meeting, one of our Hebrew brothers and brothers, because when a man and a woman in our culture become a husband and wife, they become one flesh. So if I could go to a meeting, my husband going to come to this meeting.
Well, that's not necessarily true. You have to set up unity. Yeah, but unity doesn't need to be on all bounds. There need to be places where women can talk with other women with no men involved, just so they can get off their chest things without being embarrassed. Like,
I don't want it.
See, if you got, let's say if you got a meeting with all women, women can talk about their menstrual cycle, women can talk about the birth, giving birth, women can talk about the heartaches of their soul. You don't want a man around when you do those types of things.
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because
Why would you want to tell a
have
man
a
about
daughter,
your?
I want my husband to be able to talk with my daughter about these things.
But that's not what
I
we're
don't-
talking about. Your man, your
Well,
husband,
it's a-
your husband is able to talk to your daughter. But when women are talking, grown women, would you want your husband to hear about another woman describing what she's going through with her vagina?
It's a possibility.
Would
that
you want your husband? You want your husband? This woman is telling you about these dreams that she having, these fantasies that she having, and she needs help. Would you want your husband listening to all that stuff?
To me, right now in this day and time with unity, we need to be promoted. Those are things that would use to separate us. That's the oldest war tactic in the world. They'll find the least little thing to separate us as a nation. Read Psalms 80.
Well, you know, I'm not about separation, Emma. I'm not about separation. But I do know that there are certain things that men don't need to be involved with and certain things women don't need to be involved with. The opposite sex need to handle their business. But a majority of the time, we do need to come together, to work together, to build together. Now that I will agree.
Maybe not years ago, but now as a nation, we need to just come together, the young, the old, the in between. Young people should be at your knee right now, learning how to speak like you do. Young people, I'm talking, look at the kings that were chosen. Even the priests look out for those children. Josiah, he was 7 or 8. Joash, whose mother killed all her children to be a queen, Azariah, her grandson was just 7. One was 8. Poor Jeremiah told the Most High, I'm a child. He said, say not you, a child. We need to have these young people at your feet. I'm talking about people like you to teach them. You do with your little son, and he just can hardly talk. I hear you talking to him on the broadcast sometime. So it's a lot we need to come together. We don't know. I'm a teacher from these public schools. If you all only knew what was going on when I was teaching years ago, and look at what's going on now. We gotta have a family gathering, not just men here, women here, children here, age group. Now, I wouldn't want children in some meetings that adults are talking about, but they should be in any meeting to promote the Most High and His nation. When I was in the military, one of the first things that teacher in the class teaching us about how to adjust and everything, he said, I'm going to tell you the oldest war tactic in the world, divide and conquer. Look at our history. Letting our women make more money than men. That's divide and conquer. Letting them go to universities, and some of our men were much smarter than the women, but they were dividing that family. The only way I could explain what I'm saying based on what I just said is to have a movie night and watch Claudine. That's a good movie with James Earl Jones, I think, and the little lady used to play a nurse. I forget her name. Just have them watch it. That was the beginning of separating our families. And I thank the Most High, my mother and father stayed together until they, just like they vows said, death do you part, even though they had some problems in between. And getting back to that love word, I know what love is from a man. My father loved me. My whole family knew it. I won't go into the details, and it was true love, like a father-daughter, not this weird stuff going on now. But that's what, when we sit down and talk with each other, we should do it as a family. Anything that separates us. Right now, Zephaniah say, gather yourselves together. There's another verse in Malachi, I believe, that says, come together. And it's also in Hosea, come together. We should be coming together. And when people talk anything other than unity, it's just like a curse word to me. And I said, I can't be a part of that. I just can't. Well, we as women, we need to come together under all circumstances, because that's the tactic that would use to destroy us. In Psalms 83, I'm going to leave this with you, my brother, son. Have somebody digest that word crafty. If you know what Psalms 83 is saying when it said, let us take crafty counsel, I dissected that word. The word devious popped up. Crafty, that means they right now planning things that we're not going to get to the promised land. And even if where I go is not the right thing, the Most High send me back here, which I don't think that's going to happen. I will come back. If that's where I truly believe the Most High is me back. I'm telling people, and I know you're going to probably say you shouldn't have done that, Mom, or you Mom, but telling people you need to get in touch with Prince Israel English and
That's why everybody mad at me, because you keep talking about what they.
I sure do. And I say anybody who's talking about polygyny, you need to get in touch with him. He makes it work. So what I'm saying, I don't have any other examples. And also Chief Uziel, he's doing a good job with his multiples, sister marriages. But what I only could give what I got. I can't vouch for everybody. I've known you a while, even before you went there. We had our little whatever, and look how we getting along just fine. Because you got to let all that past up go. And please share this with your people at any time. When all of us are your people, but
you live on the thing now. Everybody hear you.
Oh my goodness! Well, anyway, I want the world to know. I want everybody to know this. You all don't get angry with your spouses, your husband, your children. Even though Micah 7 said your enemy gonna be of your own home. Those are spirits. And I'm gonna go back to the Texas incident. That young lady and I knew each other 16 years. And for her to turn on me like she did, I knew that wasn't that young woman. I don't have any hard feelings towards her whatsoever. But if you all knew what I suffered there, you would say, I don't see how she could have any comment. Well, the young lady was controlled by a spirit. Spirits could get into your husbands and wives and children from substances. That's not the only thing. It could also get in there through emotions, and it doesn't always have to be a bad emotion like anger or hate or whatever like that. Love can actually, and I might be using that word wrongly, but a love spirit could be dangerous too, because it could turn into something else, envy and jealousy. So be careful. Don't blame that person, that flesh being you see. There's a spirit. I know about spirits now because when I was put back in my body, I wasn't in it. And I'm intelligent enough to know that I was not in my body. I was above it. And the Most High put me back. That was my spirit above. That wasn't the body that I use now to get around in. So first of all, try not to get angry with them as long as they don't do you any physical harm or whatever. And if you want to verify anything I say about spirits, you go to your search engine. There are 523 references to spirits in this book. I don't know if they included that other plagiarized book, but I looked it up and they have 400 and something when the Most High said we forsook his law and started serving other powers. So spirits is in there more than the Most High was heard about us turning away from him. Please look at this differently. Even though, and read Micah 7, and know that these are the days those spirits are going to be eating at your own table. But don't be suspicious of everybody that come to sit at your table, because everybody's going through this. They have the spirit of the Most High. And this Most High could take his spirit from you anytime he wants. That's what he did to Saul. You could read it in the incident when the Most High said he took his spirit from Saul because he was trying to take over the priesthood's position. And it also happened to Uzziah, who people call Azariah sometimes. He got the leprosy on his forehead. He got the spirit of pride. You see, you could be proud without having pride. Proud of your children and all that stuff like that. So as long as anything you do doesn't separate you from the commandments, laws, statutes, and judgments of the Most High, and there are 5 things: commandments, statutes, laws, judgments, and ordinances. We just think about commandment, but the Most High has these other 4 things in play, and you can find a lot of them in Deuteronomy, where Solomon when Moshe started redoing the commandments and laws. So for right now, since I'm gonna be on, I'm gonna hang because I know you all have been on a while. I've already gone to DCB, HOY, all my other people that have breaks in between or recesses. I go from one to the other today. Usually I'm at HOY. But I love you. I love what you're doing. I just pray that I know the Most High going to keep covering over Evil Land and Goshen, because for some reason that's where I'm seeing we should be migrating to. I'm not planning this now. I'm telling you what comes in my brain, because in the past I kept my mouth closed. I left my body 30-something years ago. Let's see, 30, 70, 44 years ago. But I did not open my mouth and say what I was supposed to say. Maybe a lot of people would be living this life now if I would have been obedient instead of saying people are going to think you're crazy and all this stuff like this. I gotta let this out now, and I'm gonna let you all go. Those who are kind enough to still be on. Look at these people that's still on now. That's love for the Most High.
All right.
That's the only way I could describe it. That's love, because they want to be with Most High people. And if anybody has something to correct me on, please feel free. I'm not going to have an attitude or whatever, because I know these are spirits that make us do good, bad, and ugly. All spirits are not bad.
All
We
right.
have good spirits too. I love you all. I didn't know I was on verbally, but I thought Chris was going to relay what I was saying, but whatever I say like this, I would say it to the face also. Peace and blessing to everyone. Thank you for hanging in here.
Shalom, Eva. You be good. May the Most High be with you.
Yeah, keep me in your prayers, everyone. Shalom.
Shalom. Well, there you have it. Ema gave it to you. So we closing out now, family. May the Most High be with you all. Unless there's a Ema wants to meet your Ema. Okay, and we just have to arrange that. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Natoya. Shabbat Shalom. All right, well, may the Most High be praised. Is there anything else we need to discuss tonight, family, before we exit? Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Any other questions? If there's any other comments, questions, or concerns, please post them, and we can probably address it before we leave. If there is more, we can close it out. May the Most High be praised. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you all for spending your Shabbat day with us and for being with us. Toda Rabbah, Kikoya Otanu. Thank you very much for all that you do. Yotzer, our power and our Redeemer. Toda Rabbah. Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all.